What came into view wasn't the zombie horde. It wasn't Lou Rian's stunningly beautiful yet twisted face. It was the ceiling, white, faintly yellowed. A rental apartment. My rental apartment. I stiffly turned my head. The digital clock on the nightstand glowed blue. May 1st, 2028. 21:47. 2028. 15 days before the meteor known as Death Star shattered the blue planet. The day before I died at Lou Rian's hands. I closed my eyes. The memories of my past life poured back into my mind like scalding lava. Changa, don't you love me? Give the origin fruit to Lu Chang. He needs it more than you do. She nestled against my chest, her voice as gentle as a March breeze. That was the third year of the apocalypse. I'd risked my life 100 times over to snatch that purple flame origin fruit. SS-grade potential, enough to push my ability to heights never seen before. I gave it to her brother, Lu Chang, because I loved her. And then I became the Lu family's personal blood bag. My crystal cores went to her. My supplies went to her. My life went to her. She coaxed me into hunting zombies in the most dangerous places, and everything I brought back went straight to Lu Chang. My talent was squeezed dry. My ability stalled at level 7 and never advanced again. Meanwhile, Lu Chang, fueled by my origin fruit, awakened S-grade purple flame and rose to become one of the 3 exalted overlords of the survivor base. On that final day, she asked me to leave the base with her, saying it was urgent. What I got instead was Lu Chang and a dozen ability users. You simp. You're too naive. He laughed as he shoved me into the horde. My sister says your last bit of value is drawing these zombies away from us. I struggled in the sea of the dead, and I turned back. Lou Rian stood a short distance away, nestled in another man's arms. On that stunningly beautiful face was the same gentle smile I knew so well. I opened my eyes. A cold liquid slid from the corner of my eye. It wasn't grief. It was hatred. I slowly sat up and looked at my young hands. Not yet corroded by zombie venom. Not yet calloused by the years. Then I froze. Deep within my dantian, a faint flame was flickering. Fire-type ability. In my past life, I'd awakened A-grade fire, only to be drained dry by her and die a miserable death. But now, my ability, it didn't disappear. The thought had barely formed when a flame whooshed to life in my palm. Faint, tiny, one gust of wind would snuff it out. Level 1. The strength of only the lowest tier of ability users. But that was enough. My rebirth had brought back the seed of fire, and 3 whole years of the future with it. Then another crucial piece of information exploded in my mind. The first origin fruit descent. Before the meteor's impact, the blue planet would activate its autonomous defense mechanism, releasing origin fruits across the globe. It might be an ordinary apple, or it could be an unremarkable walnut with no discernible pattern. It releases in 3 waves, each lasting 7 hours before vanishing. This is the only chance for an ordinary person to defy fate and rewrite their destiny. It's also the first crossroads between my fate and Lou Rian's. In my past life, she hit the jackpot today. She ate an SSS-grade spatial-type origin fruit, and from then on she called the shots in the apocalypse. I snapped my eyes to the digital clock, 21:47. The first descent began at 6 tonight and disappears at 1 in the morning. Until the origin fruit vanishes, there's still 2 hours and 13 minutes. My pupils shrank. I remember every single detail of my past life, including tonight. She'll ask me out for drinks, supposedly to strengthen our relationship. But in reality, she and her 2 best friends already had it planned. Get me drunk, fabricate a drunken misconduct scenario, and then use it to blackmail me into draining my savings to buy Lu Chang a car. If I refused, they'd take me to court. This was the first time she stuck a knife in me. In my past life, I was a complete idiot. I got wasted out of my mind, knelt down begging for mercy, and drained everything I had just to make it go away. Back then, I actually thought it was my fault, that I'd let her down. Now that I think about it, what a fucking joke. I walked to the window. The city's neon lights flickered against the night, cars streaming endlessly. No one knew that in 15 days, all of this would be reduced to ruins. My phone buzzed. We chat. Lou Rian. Changa, you asleep? My roommate and I are at a bar, and there's this guy who won't stop harassing us. Can you come? I stared at the message, the corner of my mouth slowly curling up. In my past life, I frantically hailed a cab and rushed over, played the knight in shining armor all night, and ended up drunk out of my mind. This time, I typed back quickly. On my way, send me the location. She replied instantly. I put down my phone and dug up a number in my contacts. A loan shark broker. In my past life, to win her over, I borrowed 200,000 yuan in high-interest loans from this guy, spent it all buying Lu Chang a car, and carried that debt all the way into the apocalypse without ever paying it off. This time, I'm still going to borrow. Except the purpose is different now. Some debts, it's time to pay them back, with interest. Half an hour later, I stood at the entrance of the bar nightfall. White t-shirt, jeans, an unremarkable black plastic bag in my hand. The 200,000 yuan loan had come through. I withdrew 50,000 in cash, and the rest stayed on my phone. I pushed the door open. Suggestive lighting and noisy music hit me all at once. I spotted Lu Ruyan in the booth immediately. Beautiful, truly beautiful. 5'7", with long, straight legs wrapped in a tight black dress, a waist so slim it looked like it might snap, and above her delicate collarbones, a face that haunted the dreams of countless men. My ex-girlfriend. My executioner. Hand. I took a deep breath, pushed the hatred down into my gut, and put on the gentle, good-natured smile I perfected over 1,000 times in my past life. Ruyan. She looked up and saw me, her eyes lighting up for a second. Not because of me, because of the plastic bag in my hand. That shape was unmistakable. It was cash. Chang'e, you're here. Come sit down. Let me introduce you. These are my roommates, Lin Shui and Zhou Ting. She stood up and hooked her arm through mine, all warmth and affection. Two girls sat in the booth. On the left, Lin Shui, narrow face, phoenix eyes, sharp as a knife. In my past life, she'd been Lu Ruyan's little schemer, her right-hand strategist. On the right, Zhou Ting, round face, a little chubby, looked harmless enough, but had a loose mouth and spread everything she heard. This was the exact same lineup that had drunk me under the table and played me for a fool last time. This time, I was going to flip this whole table and grind her into dust. Nice to meet you both. First time meeting, wasn't sure what to get, so I just grabbed a little something. I smiled sheepishly and set the plastic bag down on the table. Lin Shui's eyes lit up. She reached over and peeled it open, 50,000 in cash, stacked neat and clean. Oh my gosh, you're way too generous. Sit. Ruyan, your boyfriend is amazing. Just like that, her name for me switched from Li Chang'e to Guji. Zhou Ting chimed in. Night? Ruyan, you're so lucky. Lu Ruyan smiled until her eyes curved into little crescents, gazing at me so tenderly it could melt. But I saw right through it. Beneath that tenderness was smugness, contempt, the satisfaction of another fish on the hook. Under the table, I clenched my fist, but my smile only got more guileless. It's nothing. You take such good care of me all the time. Ruyan. I didn't finish. I stopped dead. The flame in my dantian suddenly flickered. In that same instant, an incredibly faint pulse of energy came off of Lu Ruyan. That was the scent of a source fruit. My pupils contracted. In my past life, I only knew she'd obtained the space fruit. I never knew exactly when. Now, with less than 3 hours before the source fruit vanished, she already carried its aura on her. She'd already gotten her hands on it. She just hadn't absorbed it yet. My mind raced. Knowledge from my past life told me, for a source fruit to be fully absorbed by the human body took time. The higher the grade, the longer it took. An SSS-grade space fruit would take at least 24 hours to fully absorb. And before it was fully absorbed, the bond between fruit and host was fragile, a single contract thread. In theory, all it took was a powerful enough surge of energy to sever that thread, and the source fruit would break free from its host, becoming ownerless. My heart pounded violently. But to cut an SSS-grade contract thread, my level, 1 spark was nowhere near enough. Unless, I looked at the 2 glasses of wine beside her. In my last life, they tried to get me drunk. This time, I'd make her drink it herself. Because of the bond between the source fruit and its host, the most vulnerable moment came when the host's consciousness scattered and their energy fell into chaos. And alcohol was the perfect catalyst. I picked up my glass. Here, a toast to all of you. Ruyan's always talking about you, says you're her best friends. Now that I've met you, I can see you're all real beauties. I downed it in one gulp. Basking in the compliment, Lin Shui and Zhou Ting raised their glasses eagerly. The moment my glass was empty, I filled it again. Another toast. Thank you for always looking out for Ruyan. I drank freely, but no one noticed that every time the liquor slid down my throat, the little flame in my dantian gave a gentle flicker. The alcohol never even reached my stomach. It was vaporized by my fire ability first. 1,000 cups without getting drunk? No, just cheating with superpowers. 3 rounds in, the mood was lively. Lin Shui and Zhou Ting had gotten noticeably chattier, their cheeks flushed. I picked my moment and pulled out my phone. Let's add each other on WeChat. That way, if Rian ever needs me and I don't reply fast enough, you two can nudge me. Lin Shui scanned the code immediately. Zhou Ting added me too. Once we were connected, I tapped away at my screen for a few seconds. Lin Shui's phone chimed. She glanced down, and her eyes shot wide open. WeChat transfer, 10,000 yen. Li Chang'e, a little something for our first meeting. Don't let Rian know. She gets embarrassed easily. She looked up at me, but I was chatting casually with Lu Ruyan, acting like nothing had happened. She quickly tucked her phone away, her smile turning noticeably warmer. Gidge, let me toast you again. The way she cooed Gidge was downright saccharine. Then Zhou Ting's phone chimed too. Same 10 grand, same message. She froze for a second, her face flushing even redder, and the way she looked at me completely changed. Gidge, you're too generous. I waved it off with a smile. It's nothing. Just keep looking after Ruyan. Lu Ruyan watched from the side, feeling like something was off, but unable to put her finger on it. She raised her glass. Chang'e, remember what I mentioned the other day? Xiaoqiang's been seeing someone recently. She's an architect, and the elders in the family all approve. They're getting engaged after the new year. As his older sister, I'd like to buy him a car, something around 200,000. I clinked my glass against hers, a blade hidden in my smile. In my last life, it was precisely because I didn't agree right away that she managed to scheme against me. The liquor hit my throat, my ability kicked in, and it evaporated clean. Sure, I said with a faint smile. I'll definitely help Lu Chang out. The two of them drank another half glass. Her face grew even redder, her gaze starting to go hazy. Chang'e, I feel a little dizzy. Then take it easy on the drinks, I said gently, turning to the other two. Come on, nobody's leaving sober tonight. Not going home. 1:30 a.m. A dozen empty bottles littered the table. Lin Shui and Zhou Ting were slumped over, slurring their words. Lu Rian leaned back in the booth, her eyes barely open, still fighting to stay awake. Because she remembered tonight's mission, get me drunk. But why wasn't I drunk yet? She wondered hazily. How could someone who downed more than a dozen bottles still have eyes this clear? The alcohol had numbed her brain, leaving her unable to make sense of it. Chang'e, how are you, still not drunk? I hold my liquor well. I stood and steadied her. You've had too much. Let me take you home. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't even get the words out. As we passed by Lin Shui, her head drooped, and her eyes cracked open just a sliver. She saw it. Lin Shui's phone was lit up. On the screen, a WeChat transfer. 10,000 yuan. From Li Chang'e. Her mind went blank, buzzing. 10 grand. To Lin Shui? Why? She struggled to keep her eyes open and focus, but the alcohol was too heavy, her eyelids glued shut. The next second, I helped her out of the bar. The night breeze cleared her head, just a little. Chang'e, she mumbled. Did you send money to Lin Shui? My steps paused. Yeah, sent a little. Why? So she'll take better care of you from now on. She froze. That reason seemed to make sense, but something still felt off. 10,000 yuan to take care of her? Lin Shui was her best friend. Wasn't taking care of her a given? Why pay her and pay so much? No, something was definitely wrong. But the alcohol dulled her thoughts, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure it out. All she could do was lean against my shoulder as I guided her forward. And the thorn I'd planted in her heart was just beginning to take root. The corner of my mouth curled into the faintest smile. Those 2 transfers of 10,000 each were meant for her to see all along. In my past life, these 2 best friends helped her scheme against me. This time, I'd turn them into thorns she could never pull out of her heart. Her rental apartment wasn't far from the bar. She came from an ordinary background and got by on her looks. There was always some simp ready to cover her rent. In my past life, It was in this very room that I'd been drugged drunk and nearly framed as a criminal. This time, I helped her up the stairs, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The moment she got in, she collapsed onto the couch, mumbling, "Water." I poured a glass and set it on the coffee table, then sat down and looked at her. Now it was time. I reached out and grasped her wrist. My fire ability threaded through her meridians. At the dantian, a mass of silvery white light was slowly rotating. The SSS rank spatial origin fruit, not yet fully absorbed. Around the light, a ring of pale gold. Markings, faintly visible, flickering in and out of sight. That was the contract line. Sever it, and the origin fruit would detach from her, becoming ownerless. I focused, forcing every last spark of that faint flame in my dantian into my fingertips. A level 1 flame against an SSS rank contract. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But I had the experience of my past life. I knew the rhythm at which this light pulsed, knew the weakest node in the contract line. It was right here, in this very moment, while its host was drunk and her energy was at its most chaotic. I didn't need to cut the entire line. I only needed to ignite the right point at the right time. The flame followed her chaotic energy like a red-hot needle, piercing precisely into that node. HSSS. Lu Rian's brow suddenly furrowed, as if she'd been pricked in her sleep, but she couldn't wake. The contract line began to crack apart, inch by inch, starting from that single point. I stared at the light, cold sweat beading on my forehead. My power was too weak. Every second I sustained it felt like holding up a 1,000-pound weight. One line snapped. 2. 3. The silver-white light trembled violently, instinctively searching for a new host. And the nearest energy source was the wisp of flame I'd pushed into her body. Just a little longer. I muttered through gritted teeth. 3 in the morning. 1 minute left before the origin fruit would vanish. The last contract line snapped with a sharp crack. Freed from its bonds, the silver-white light surged along my power, flooding torrentially into my dantian. In that instant, my mind exploded with a deafening boom. A flood of information poured in. Space, storage, coordinates, teleportation. I staggered back, slamming into the wall, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. It worked. In my past life, she'd used this fruit to move heaven and earth in the apocalypse. Now all of it was mine. I looked down at her, sleeping soundly on the couch. Her brow was knitted tight, as if she were trapped in a long nightmare, one where something precious was slipping away forever, right through her fingers. I reached out and gently smoothed her tangled hair. My touch was light. Rian. My voice was soft, tender. Thank you. In this life, I've taken your fortune. I stood up and pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from my pocket. A slight movement of my fingertips, and a flame lit the tip. I took a deep drag, letting the smoke fill my lungs, then exhaled a thick cloud. I'd been smoking this same brand for 3 whole years, and none of them had ever tasted as satisfying as this one. I picked up her phone from the coffee table, held it up to her sleeping face, and unlocked it. Every password from my past life. I remembered them all. I opened her group chat with Lin Shui and Zhou Ting and sent the screenshots of those 2 transfers, along with a single line of text. Thank you, sisters, for playing along tonight. As for the rest, sure, I'll thank you some other time. Then I pulled up her WeChat conversations with Lu Chong. All those messages plotting how to use me, how to bleed me dry. I screenshotted every single one and saved them into my newly awakened space. Some evidence is worth more than money. Once that was done, I set the phone back where it had been and headed for the door. Dawn was almost here. In 15 days, the apocalypse would arrive. And when it did, crystal cores would be king, and superpowers would reign supreme. All these schemes, these tears, this self-righteous cleverness, none of it would be worth a damn. And me? I'd stand above every last one of them, this origin fruit in hand. I pushed open the door. My footsteps faded down the hallway. My voice drifted softly behind me, carried off by the night wind. Lu Ruyan, this time around. It's your turn to be the blood bag. SSS rank space type origin fruit. Absorption successful. Space ability awakened. A few new lines of information appeared in my mind. Ability 1 acquired, spatial storage. Ability 2 acquired, teleportation. Ability 3 acquired, spatial marking, half activated. Note: can be combined with other abilities. Details to be discovered on your own. I clenched my fist. The level 1 flame flickering in my palm burned a little brighter than before. Fire and space. In my last life, I had nothing. Love had blinded me. This time, the first thing I did when I opened my eyes was to grab my fate back with my own 2 hands. 15 days. The countdown had begun. It was 1:30 in the morning when I left Lou Rian's place. I had the space ability now, but how to actually use it? That took some testing. I ducked into an empty alley, took a deep breath, and sank my consciousness into my core. That ball of silver-white light hovered quietly, far steadier than when I'd first absorbed it. Spatial storage. I fixed my eyes on the half-brick by my foot, crouched down, picked it up, and focused my mind. The brick vanished. The next second, I saw a vast gray space inside my head. 1,000 meters in every direction. A full billion cubic meters. I froze in place. The trigger was almost laughably simple. Just touch the object. Once my ability leveled up, retrieving things from a distance might not be out of the question either. The second ability. Teleportation. The end of the alley. 20 meters out. I focused my mind again. The world blurred. When it cleared, I was standing at the mouth of the alley. I looked back. My starting point was a full 20 meters away. It worked. I tried it a few more times and figured out the rules. Within 20 meters of my line of sight, I could get there instantly. The range would grow as I leveled up. But teleporting back to back was draining. 3 or 4 times, and I needed to catch my breath. I leaned against the wall, panting. 20 meters. Good enough. The third ability, spatial marking. I slapped my hand against the wall. Leave a mark, walk 2 blocks away, then close my eyes and sense it. Crystal clear. Southeast. 300 meters. I tried to teleport. A blur, and when I opened my eyes again, I was standing right in front of that wall. Somehow, I had a feeling this marking ability had a deeper purpose. Like, combining it with time manipulation. Could I go back to a place I'd marked in the past? At the thought, my breath caught. Going back in time. A crazy idea. If I could return to this exact moment after the apocalypse hit, I'd have unlimited supplies. But where the hell would I find time-based powers? Set that aside for now. By the time I'd tested all 3 abilities, it was deep into the night. I leaned against the railing by the river, letting the cool pre-dawn breeze wash over me. 1 billion cubic meters. Enough to clear out half a city. Next came stockpiling. Rice, flour, canned goods, bottled water, medicine, gasoline, weapons. The problem was money. With my powers now, robbing a few banks would be child's play. But there was no need. Only a dozen or so days left until the apocalypse. I had to race the clock stockpiling. No time to play cat and mouse with the cops. I needed more money, and fast. Just as I was thinking this, my phone rang. I pulled it out. Lu Chong. Lou Rian's younger brother. In my last life, I'd given him the origin fruit I'd fought so hard to obtain. In return, I got no gratitude, just cold abandonment once he'd sucked me dry. I frowned. A phone call at 2 in the morning was never good news. I answered. Thunderous electronic music blasted into my ear, mixed with the screams and wild laughter of men and women. Li Changa, where the hell are you? Lu Chang's voice was grating. Clearly he'd had way too much to drink. I held the phone away from my ear. What do you want? Come party, man. I'm at the Golden Ding nightclub, biggest spot in Hangzhou. Get over here, let me show you a good time. Golden Ding nightclub. An image flashed through my mind with a jolt. Stacks of cash. Stacks of gold bars. In my past life, I'd passed by those ruins with a scavenging team. The Golden Ding had long since collapsed in the earthquake, and beneath the rubble was a massive vault. The moment we pried it open, it was packed with gold and cash, bundles upon bundles of 100 yuan bills. But no one took any, because in the apocalypse, gold isn't worth a single steamed bun. Gripping the phone, my heart skipped a beat. A pillow, right when I was nodding off. Hundreds of millions in gold and cash. Free for the taking. Lu Chong was still yelling. Li Changa? You hear me? Get over here. Drinks are on me tonight. Just bring your cash and, no wait, just bring yourself. It's settled, my treat. The corner of my mouth curved up. I knew exactly what he was up to. Show me a good time. My ass. He just wanted a sucker to foot the bill. How many times in my past life had it been me picking up the tab? Every single time. But this time, things were different. Sure, I said. Be there in a minute. Lu Chong scoffed. Hurry up. You've got 15 minutes. Room 888. The line went dead. I put my phone away and looked out at the distant city lights. I'd planned to go back to sleep. But now, time to grab some cash first. 2:20 a.m., Golden Ding nightclub. I stood outside room 888 and glanced through the glass. The room was huge, bathed in seedy, moodlit shadows. A dozen people sprawled across the couches, along with a few girls dressed to reveal, skirts barely covering the tops of their thighs, pale legs stretching out and catching the eye in the dim light. Right in the middle sat Lu Chong, one arm wrapped around a girl in a white dress, his hand anything but still as it crept up her thigh. The second he saw me, his eyes lit up. He shoved the girl aside and rushed over. You finally made it. Come in, sit down. He pushed me down onto the couch. The coffee table was crowded with Ace of Spades and Louis XIII, and the whole crowd was slumped every which way. He leaned in and dropped his voice. Don't worry, tonight's on me. Just cover it for me first. I was in a rush and forgot my card. I'll pay you back later. I looked at him. The same old excuse. He didn't even bother switching it up. I'd seen that face countless times in my past life. And then he'd shoved me into the horde of the dead. I smiled. Lu Chong, aren't you worried your family will find out? Didn't you just get set up with some female architect who works at the World Trade Center? Out this late partying, aren't you afraid? His brow furrowed. Ugh, don't even bring it up. That Lin Wei is cold as ice. Last time I took her to dinner, she wouldn't even hold my hand. Girls that clueless about romance. I don't care how good-looking they are. Nothing like my little sweetheart here, right? As he spoke, he draped an arm over the girl beside him again and waved me off impatiently. Come on, go pay for me. I'll pay you back later. I gave a faint smile. Sure, let me hit the restroom first. The moment I pushed the door open and stepped out, I heard Lu Chong's cocky laughter erupt behind me. See that? A total doormat. I tell him to come pay, and he comes running like a good little dog. My steps paused. The corner of my mouth curled up. Laugh it up. In a little while, you won't be laughing anymore. I headed for the elevator. A tongue of flame flicked out and burned straight through the security camera. I pressed the top floor. The doors slid slowly shut, sealing the music and laughter outside. The numbers ticked upward. 1, 2, 3, 18. Ding. The doors opened onto a hallway carpeted in dark red. Crystal chandeliers glared overhead. I turned into the emergency stairwell, climbed another flight, and pushed open the fire door. The pre-dawn wind hit me in the face. The rooftop was wide open, empty except for a few AC units humming away, hot air puffing from the vents. The city lights spread out beneath my feet, traffic crawling along the overpasses like glowing ants. But I had no time to enjoy the view. The top of the Golden Ding was two U-shaped towers. The nightclub was on the left, the vault was on the right. The right side security, heavily guarded, probably armed. But the left side had no one watching. What rich kid would run up to the roof for fresh air? The two buildings stood about 15 meters apart, right within teleport range. On the opposite rooftop stood a standalone structure, like a giant storage vault. No windows, just one heavy metal door. That was the place. I strode to the edge of the roof and focused my mind. The next second, I was standing on the other side. Two cameras blinked red above the vault door, two wisps of flame, and I sent them to their graves. The door was alloy, cold gray and matte. The frame fitted seamlessly. The walls were reinforced concrete, at least 50 centimeters thick. A keypad lock plus a fingerprint scanner, red lights blinking. No ordinary person could get in. But was I ordinary? I extended my index finger. A wisp of bright yellow flame shot out with a soft pop, so faint a gust of wind could snuff it. But my gaze was terrifyingly focused. My psychic energy surged, and the flame contracted inward, its color shifting from bright yellow to brilliant white. The temperature spiked, the air around it warping in the heat, like a shimmering asphalt road. Fine sweat beaded on my forehead. My ability level was too low, the mental drain was too fast. Gritting my teeth, I thrust my finger forward. The flame condensed into a slender spike and pierced into the lock. Zzzt. An acrid smell filled the air. The sound of melting metal was like nails on a chalkboard, setting my teeth on edge. The indestructible alloy lock now had a finger-sized hole burned clean through it. I peered through the little hole. An eerie blue emergency light flickered inside. I focused my mind, and I was inside the vault. I snapped my fingers, and a small flame leapt from my fingertip. A faint glow rose. I froze. Gold. Gold everywhere. What I stood on wasn't concrete. It was gold bricks, stacked in neat rows, and where the firelight hit them, they threw back a blinding golden gleam. And all around me were walls. Not ordinary walls. Walls built of cash. Bundles of $100 bills stacked in perfect order, piled from floor to ceiling, a sea of red. Like blood. Like fire. Like one last party before the end of the world. I took a deep breath, then smiled. In my past life, I'd passed through these ruins with only enough time to glance at the pried-open vault. Back then, gold and cash were piled up here, and no one wanted it. In the apocalypse, gold was worth less than a steamed bun, and cash was worth less than a roll of toilet paper. Back then I'd thought, if only I could go back to before the end and clean this place out. And now, I was back. No more hesitation. I pressed my palm against the nearest wall of cash. Spatial storage. The entire wall vanished in an instant. At the same time, a red mountain appeared in the space inside my mind. I stepped forward, crouched, and pressed both hands onto the gold bricks. Another batch vanished, exposing the concrete floor. I moved on and gathered more. The walls of cash vanished one by one. The stacks of gold bars dropped layer by layer. Jewelry, jade, diamonds, pearls behind glass cases. One sweep of my palm, and it was all gone. Watches, an entire row of Patek Philippe's, Rolexes, Omegas. Taken. Antiques, blue and white porcelain, bronze relics, calligraphy scrolls on the display shelves. I couldn't tell what half of it was, but it was worth a fortune. Taken. The wine cabinet, Romani Conti, Lafite, Chateau Margaux. Every single bottle could buy an apartment in Hangzhou. Taken. I was a human harvester. Nothing survived in my wake. 10 minutes later, the vault was empty. Just concrete walls and bare floor. But I didn't leave. My eyes settled on the innermost wall, where there was a crack so faint it was almost invisible. A hidden compartment. In my past life, by the time I got here, it had already been opened. What was inside, I never knew. But now, it was still sealed. I walked over. The cone of flame gathered again and drove into the wall. SSSSS. The concrete melted, exposing what lay behind it. The compartment was small, maybe 2 or 3 square meters. But what was inside made me raise an eyebrow. 2 well-maintained guns rested inside a glass case. On the left, a sniper rifle, long, slender, matte black, its scope lens glowing a faint blue. A Chaitak M200, nicknamed the Eye of Death, with an effective range of over 2,000 meters. On the right, a Desert Eagle, silver white, large caliber, heavy as a hand cannon. Badass. Beneath the case sat a green metal ammo box. I opened it. Bullets. 100 rounds for the sniper, 100 for the pistol. A gleam of delight flashed in my eyes. Good stuff. In the mid to late stages of the apocalypse, zombies would keep evolving and espers would emerge in droves. The threat of firearms would drop dramatically. Against a Tier 4 zombie, bullets were like a mosquito bite. A Tier 5 esper could catch a bullet barehanded. But that was later. Right now, the apocalypse hadn't begun. No zombies. No espers rising to power. These 2 guns were divine weapons. In the early days, they could give me an instant edge, letting me pick off low-tier zombies with ease. While everyone else was swinging kitchen knives and steel pipes, I'd already have them pinned under fire. Both guns and all the ammo went straight into my space. I glanced around the empty vault, then let my gaze fall on an unremarkable patch of concrete in the corner. I walked over and pressed my palm against it. Space marker. An invisible imprint settled into the wall. Anyone who could build a vault this size in the heart of the city and get their hands on military-grade weapons was no ordinary player. The boss behind Jinding was definitely something. This might come in handy someday. With the marker in place, I could come back anytime. Once everything was done, I turned around. A single thought. Teleport. The world blurred, and just like that, I was standing outside the rooftop fire exit. The night wind swept past, carrying the city's lingering heat. I checked my phone. 2:50 a.m. half an hour, start to finish. Right on the dot. I brushed the dust off my clothes and pushed through the door into the stairwell. The elevator descended. 18, 17, 16. Ding. 8th floor. The doors opened. Faint music drifted down the hall from room 888. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The scene was pretty much the same as when I'd left. Lu Chang still had his arm around the girl in the white dress, one hand already up her shirt. He saw me, and irritation flashed in his eyes. What the hell took you so long? I've been waiting for you to settle the goddamn bill forever. I looked at him. That impatient face. That entitled tone. I'd seen it countless times in my last life. This time, it was the last. Let's go, I said. His face broke into a grin instantly. He turned back toward the room and shouted, "You guys keep the party going. I'm gonna go pay. Be back in a bit to pick up where we left off." Amid the whistles and cheers, he threw an arm over my shoulder and steered me out, lowering his voice. "You cover it for now. I'll pay you back later. Don't worry, when Lu Chang says something, he means it." I said nothing. At the elevator, he hit the down button. The doors opened. We stepped in. I watched his reflection in the doors. Young, cocky, eyes full of contempt. Like he was looking at a dog. First floor. The doors opened. We walked toward the front desk. Behind the counter stood a young guy in a vest, early 20s, clean cut. Lu Chang plopped down on a bar stool and jerked his chin up. "Room 888. Check us out." The guy tapped a few keys. "Good evening, sir. Room 888 comes to 287,600 for the night." Lu Chang didn't even blink. He tilted his chin at me. "He's paying." I looked at him and smiled. I pulled out my wallet, slid out a card, and handed it over. The guy swiped it through the machine. "Sir, please enter your PIN." I punched in a few numbers. The machine let out a beep. The guy glanced at the screen, froze, then looked up at me. I'd already tucked the card back into my wallet. "Sir." His mouth opened, but he didn't know what to say. Lu Chang got impatient. "What is it?" "Card declined. Just use another one." I looked at him, smiling gently. "No need. There's no money on that card." Lu Chang froze. "What did you say?" I slipped the wallet into my pocket and patted him on the shoulder. Lightly, like patting a dog. "Tonight's on you. You said so yourself." I turned and walked toward the exit. It took him a couple of seconds to catch on. Then he chased after me and grabbed my arm. "Li Changa, what the hell is this? You're screwing with me." I turned around. My expression was calm. Calm, like I was looking at a dead man. "Lu Chang," I said softly, "tell your sister something for me. As of today, I'm dumping her. Oh, and one more thing. Your sister's pretty easy." I shook his hand off and strode out the front door. Lu Chang stood frozen in place, his face flushed bright red. "Fuck. What did you say? You screwed my sister? Damn. Then you'd better give me at least $1 million. He was about to chase after him when a hulking security guard blocked his path. The bartender leaned over cautiously. "Sir, about this bill." Lu Chang whipped his head around and roared. "Wait. I'm making a call." He yanked out his phone and dialed Lu Ruyan. First try, no answer. Second try, still nothing. He was starting to panic. The bill was nearly 290,000. He kept dialing. It rang several times before finally connecting. "Sis, did that bastard Li Chang sleep with you? How much did he pay you? Wire me 300,000 right now." "No, 500,000. That piece of shit ditched me at the club." Silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then came Lu Ruyan's voice, hoarse and choked with dry heaves. "Where is he?" Lu Chang froze. Why did his sister's voice sound so strange? Like her throat had been jabbed, or maybe. He couldn't put his finger on it. "That son of a bitch is gone," he yelled. "Left me here with a 280,000 tab." Silence again. A long one. "I don't have any money," Lu Ruyan said in a raspy voice. "Fuck." Lu Chang exploded on the spot. "You let that simp screw you, and he didn't even pay you? Wire me 500,000 now, or I'll go home and tell Mom. See if she doesn't break your legs." In the rented apartment, Lu Ruyan stared blankly at the ceiling, hollow-eyed. Coconut juice and blood dribbled from the corner of her mouth. Her brother's screaming poured out of the phone. She hung up, expressionless. "Damn it." Lu Chang cursed and dialed again. The phone was already switched off. The bartender rolled his eyes. No money, but still trying to act like a big shot. "What did you say?" Lu Chang flew into a rage and reached out to grab him. The bartender waved toward the far end of the room, and 3 burly security guards closed in. Lu Chang instantly shut up. Now he had to scrape together 290,000, fast. This was the Golden Ding, the club with the toughest backing in all of Hangzhou. No one dared skip out on a bill here. As for me, I was walking down the pre-dawn streets, long past caring about small fry like him. The apocalypse was coming. With no powers and no life-saving supplies, he wouldn't last 3 months. The night wind blew past, carrying the coolness of early summer. I pulled out my phone and switched it off. I stopped, tilted my head back, and looked at the sky. The night was dyed dark red by neon lights. Not a single star visible. But I knew the meteor they called the Death Star was hurtling toward the blue planet. In 15 days, everything would change. I took a deep breath and smiled. Inside my spatial storage sat an entire warehouse of gold, cash, jewelry, fine liquor, antiques, and 3 guns. That was enough. Next up, time to stock up. For in the morning, I stood on the street corner diagonally across from the Golden Ding, watching Lu Chong, dragged inside by 2 security guards. The guy was still cursing up a storm, whipping out his phone to call God knows who. I caught a few words, sis. Lu Rian, you filthy bitch, just wait till I get home. I turned and melted into the city lights. I pulled my gaze away and walked into the night. How Lu Chong handled the mess, whether he'd cough up the 280 grand, none of my damn business. 10 minutes down the street, a glittering building caught my eye. Hangzhou Intercontinental. 58 stories. The city's landmark. I pushed through the doors. The lobby soared up dozens of feet, crystal chandeliers dazzling overhead, a massive landscape painting hanging on the wall behind the front desk. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? The girl at the desk gave me a picture-perfect smile. Presidential suite. Tonight. She froze for a second, then gave me a quick once-over. White t-shirt, jeans, sneakers. $500, tops, altogether. But her training held. Of course, the presidential suite is $88,800 for the night. Will that? I pulled out my card and slapped it on the counter. Run it. A single beep. 88 grand. Approved. Her smile got a whole lot more genuine. May I have your name, sir? Lee. 3 minutes later, I stepped into the elevator, key card in hand. Top floor. A hallway of deep red carpet. A card swipe at the end. The door swung open. A living room over 1,000 square feet. Floor-to-ceiling windows covering an entire wall, looking down over the whole city's night skyline. Italian leather sofa, fresh flowers on the coffee table. Beyond it, a bedroom, a walk-in closet, a bathtub big enough for 3. I stood at the window, looking out. For in the morning, the lights thinning out. A car passed now and then on the overpass, like a glowing beetle. Westlake hid in the dark, just a few points of fishing lights left. The last bit of peace before the end of the world. I drew the curtains. The room went dark in an instant. I walked into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. Hot water rushed out, steam quickly filling the whole space. I stood under the shower head, letting the hot water pour over my body. The water was hot, but what I felt deeper was another kind of warmth. My past life. 3 years into the apocalypse. When was the last time I'd taken a shower? I couldn't remember. I only remembered water being worth more than gold back then. A shower was a fantasy. Most of the time, all you could do was stand out in the rain when it fell. But the rain carried corpse toxin. Get soaked too often and you'd be infected. So you always stank. Rotten, rank, reeking. I looked down at my body. Young, clean, not a scar on it. Not that shell torn to pieces by the undead. I closed my eyes and let the hot water run over my face. Something slid down from the corner of my eye, mixed in with the water. Not sorrow. Relief. The thing people fear most in life isn't how much you have, but you only learn to cherish something after you've lost it. And me, I've been given a second chance to cherish. After my shower, I wrapped myself in a bathrobe and lay down on the bed. It was huge and soft, like sinking into a cloud. In my past life, I never once slept soundly. Every time I closed my eyes, there were the snarls of the undead. Every time I jolted awake, there were the dying screams of survivors. That string, pulled taut for 3 years, finally went slack. I drifted off fast. No dreams. No zombies. No Lu Rian. Just deep, peaceful, dead-to-the-world sleep. The next day, sunlight squeezed through the gap in the curtains, drawing a gold line across the carpet. I opened my eyes. Not startled awake. Just naturally awake. I sat up and stretched, my joints popping and cracking. Refreshed. Clear-headed. I checked my phone, 9 in the morning. A full 5 hours of sleep. For me, that was a luxury. After washing up, I dialed the front desk. Send up breakfast. Your most expensive one, the full spread. Of course, sir. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. A gorgeous waitress stood outside. About 5'5", her uniform skirt 3 centimeters above the knee, black stockings, thin high heels. Delicate features, big eyes. She wheeled the cart in and set everything on the table, one item at a time. Here's today's paper. She laid down the Hangzhou Daily, then straightened up, looking at me, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Mr. Lee, if there's anything else you need. She paused. Anything at all, just call the front desk. Beautiful, no question. Nice figure too. But I wasn't in the mood. Thanks, I'm good. She blinked, then gave a professional smile. Enjoy your meal. The door closed softly. I sat down at the table and started eating. The bacon was crisp, the eggs runny, one cut, and the yolk spilled out. The coffee was freshly ground Blue Mountain. Outside, traffic was starting to back up on the overpass. Glass curtain walls reflected the sunlight, and pedestrians hurried along like ants. Nobody knew, 14 days from now, all of this would be rubble. I took a sip of coffee. Today I had to stockpile and fast. Let's set a modest goal first. Spend, say, $1 billion. I hadn't counted exactly how much cash I'd hauled into the vault last night. Rough estimate, at least $2 billion, all in 100 yuan bills, bundle after bundle. Add in the gold, the jewelry, the luxury watches, the antiques. The total was easily 10 billion. In 14 days, I had to turn all of it into supplies. A long road ahead. But damn, it felt good. After eating, I changed into a clean white t-shirt and jeans and headed downstairs to check out. At the entrance, a black Mercedes S-Class was already waiting. The hotel's private car. I got in. Hangzhou Auto Mall. 40 minutes later, the car pulled up at the entrance. The biggest car dealership market in the city, hundreds of thousands of square meters. As far as the eye could see, nothing but signs for dealerships and custom shops. Mercedes, BMW, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, every brand you could think of. I got out, pulled out my phone, and opened the Heiyin app. In my following list, one ID. Hongqing Xiaomei Hardcore Mods. Over 200,000 followers. Her bio read, the woman who knows off-road vehicles best in Hangqing. Custom orders welcome. I tapped in. Her live stream was on. On screen, a young woman was dancing. Behind her sat a dark green off-road beast. Lifted suspension, massive tires, a spotlight rack mounted on the roof. A striking contrast. The woman danced hot and heavy. Tight tank top, black shorts, a sliver of slim waist showing. Comments flew by. Xiaomei's so hot today. That waist is unreal. I want to be that car. I watched for a bit. I'd been following this streamer for a while. Suggestive dancing mixed with hardcore car mods. She had a bit of a name in Hongqing's modding scene. I opened the gift menu. Carnival, 3 grand a pop. Send 10 first. 30 grand. Enough to get her attention. Tap. Insufficient balance. I froze for a second, then slapped my forehead. I forgot. Last night, I dropped 88 grand on the room. This card had only a few thousand left. And all that cash, it was in the space, not deposited yet. I shook my head and changed the 10 to 1. Payment successful. In an instant, the live stream lit up with effects. Golden light flooded the screen as a giant spaceship slowly cruised across. Xiaomei froze. The comments exploded. Holy crap, a carnival. Baller move, boss. She leaned in close to read the gift notification. Thank you. Big Broly for the carnival. Big spender. I typed. Let's DM. I want to mod a card. Her eyes lit up. Got it. Big Broly. Checking it right now. Hang tight. Everyone. I need to reply to a DM. The screen cut to an ad. I exited the live stream and opened my messages. Hi Big Broly. Thanks for the carnival. What kind of car do you want to mod? I've got a physical shop at the auto mall. We can talk in person. I typed. I'm at the auto mall right now. Which shop are you in? Instant reply. Zone B, number 18, Hangqing Hardcore Mods. There's a dark green Wrangler out front. I put my phone away and headed toward Zone B. It took over 10 minutes to find it. Parked out front was that dark green Wrangler from the stream. Lifted suspension, off-road tires, spotlight rack on the roof. I walked in. A few workers were busy, the sounds of welding and grinding rising and falling. At the very back, a young woman was talking into her phone. That's it for now, everyone. A client's here to talk mods. I'll stream again tonight. Love you all. Everyone. She ended the live stream and looked up. Short hair, cut to her ears, dyed dark brown. Bangs swept across her forehead. Her eyebrows were a little thick, giving her a sharp look. Big eyes, light brown irises, focused when they looked at you. A little black vest, white tee, tiny waist, black shorts showing off a long stretch of leg. Alluring, but businesslike. Contradictory, yet somehow it worked. Lee. She stood up and walked over with a smile. I'm Mei Zhou Meijia. She held out her hand. I shook it. Soft, but there were calluses on her palm. The kind you get from real work. Lee Changa. She looked me up and down. White tee, jeans, didn't look like I had money. But that carnival of gifts on the stream just now had been real. She didn't let it show. She invited me to sit. So what are you looking to build? Did you bring the car? No car. I want to buy one, then modify it. What's your budget? Cars separate. For the build, around 3 million. Her eyes lit up. A 3 million build order. A big client. She scooted a little closer and leaned in slightly. What kind of style are you going for? What I want isn't a normal build. She raised an eyebrow. Go on. I leaned back on the couch, tone flat, like I was talking about what to have for lunch. Hardcore off-roader. 6-wheel drive if possible, otherwise a full-size SUV. Fully bulletproof. Glass has to stop rifle rounds. Reinforced chassis, push bar up front, strong enough to flip a dump truck head-on. Bigger fuel tank. 300 liters, minimum. Run flat tires. Nails don't get through. Solar panels on the roof to charge the battery. Water tank inside, storage boxes, a first aid kit. And, I paused. Rip out the back seats. Turn it into a sleeping berth. The more she heard, the brighter her eyes got. This wasn't a build. This was a war rig for the end of the world. Lee, are you headed into the wilderness or something? Something like that. She didn't push. Her expression changed. Not suspicion, excitement. A build at this level would run at least 2 million for the work alone. Add the vehicle itself, and you're pushing 3 million. Her commission wouldn't be small. Lee, what you're asking for, I can do it. She walked behind her desk and pulled out a tablet. Let me show you a few options. She flipped through them, one by one. This is a Mercedes G-Class we did last year. Fully bulletproof, 200-liter tank. This is a Mengsher, military grade. Run flat tires, spotlights, a winch. And this is a Wrangler 6-wheel drive conversion. Very rare in China, custom chassis. It can meet every one of your requirements. Very professional. She really knew her stuff. The 6-wheel version, how much? The vehicle's imported. 1.8 million out the door. The build. She picked up a pen and started sketching on paper. Full vehicle. Armor plus bulletproof glass, 800 grand. Reinforced chassis with anti-collision beams, 300 grand. 30-liter fuel tank, 50 grand. Solar panels and wiring, 100 grand. Water tank, storage, first aid, 50 grand. Plus the odds and ends. She looked up. The whole package comes to around 3.2 million. I nodded. A bit over budget. But it didn't matter. Right now I was short on everything, except money. How fast can you do it? She bit her lip. This kind of modification is complicated. Normally 3 months. I frowned. Too long. The apocalypse was coming in 14 days. She quickly changed her tune. But if you're in a hurry, Lee, I can rush it. 3 shifts around the clock, 1 month. No, 20 days. Can't go any faster than that. 20 days. The apocalypse was 15 days away. Still not enough time. I didn't show it. I just said flatly, too long. She got anxious. A 3 million order. She didn't want to lose it. Lee, there's really no other way. This kind of work. I cut her off. Money's not the issue. I'll pay extra. She froze. You mean? I grabbed the black backpack at my feet, unzipped it, and dumped it out on the desk. Crash. Bundle after bundle of 100 yuan bills piled up across the desk. By the look of it, at least 1 million. Staring at the million in cash, Xiaomei went blank. She'd been doing modifications for years. She'd seen people pay cash before, but never like this. I looked at her, my tone even. That's the deposit. Get it done in 10 days, and I'll throw in another 1 million. Can't do it. I stood up. Then I'll find someone else. I turned to leave. She stood frozen for 2 seconds, then suddenly jumped up, chased after me, and grabbed my arm. Lee, wait. 10 days. I'll bust my ass to get it done for you. I turned back. Her breathing was a little quick. Couldn't tell if it was excitement or that pile of cash. But Lee, you've got to tell me, what exactly are you planning to do? Those light brown eyes held curiosity, excitement, and wariness. I smiled. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. She bit her lip, then made a decision. Add me on WeChat. For these 10 days, I'll send you updates the second there's any progress. Leave the car to me. I added her. On my way out, I gave her a once-over. I like a woman with something to hold on to. As for you, I smiled. As long as the work's good. She blinked, and her face went red in an instant. By the time she came to her senses and wanted to curse me out, I was already out the door. Behind me, I could faintly hear her muttering, I'm literally a C cup. What's so small about? I didn't look back. Walking out of the modification shop, I wandered around the auto mall for 10 minutes and finally stopped in front of an unremarkable storefront. Wooling dealership. A few silver-gray minivans sat parked out front, red slogans plastered across their bodies. The #1 choice for getting rich. The salesman was a guy in his mid-40s, crouched by the entrance smoking. The second I stubbed out my cigarette, he came right at me. You looking to buy, man? Wooling Hongguang, legendary ride. Hauls people, hauls cargo. Tough as nails. Won't break your heart. I walked a lap around the van. He wasn't wrong. Legendary ride. In my past life, back at the start of the apocalypse, this thing beat any luxury car hands down. High clearance, great at getting through rough terrain, parts everywhere you look. Any hole-in-the-wall garage could fix it. And it didn't stand out. Parked in a sea of fancy cars, it was the perfect camouflage. The thing that actually keeps you alive is never the most expensive, it's the most reliable. This one, paying in full. The guy blinked. You don't want to test drive it? I pulled out 50 grand in cash and slapped it on the hood. Test drive for what? I'm not marrying it. His eyes went wide. He gave me a thumbs up. Half an hour later, the paperwork was done. I drove the silver-gray Wooling out of the auto mall and merged into traffic. 11:30. I parked at the intersection by Hufong Street, the biggest food street in the city. Tourists filming videos on their phones, locals weaving through on electric scooters, the smell of 100 different snacks flooding the whole block. I walked into the first place, Old Hangzhou Noodles. 7 or 8 tables, packed for the lunch rush. A plaque on the wall read 30 years in business, the wood worn smooth with age. I grabbed a corner seat. Boss, 1 beef noodle soup. 5 minutes later, it came out. Rich broth, tender beef, chewy noodles. I took a bite and froze. 3rd year of the apocalypse. In my past life, I dreamed about this exact taste. Back then, a single cup of instant noodles was a luxury. One time, I dug an expired pack out of some ruins and hid it for 2 weeks, treating it like treasure. Now, a steaming bowl of beef noodle soup sat right in front of me. I set down my chopsticks and walked to the register. The owner had an apron on, head down, doing the books. That's 28 total. Scan or cash. Before he finished, a stack of cash landed in front of him. 10 grand. He looked up, froze. Beef noodles. 300 bowls. Huh. Chittling noodles. 300. His mouth fell open. Pickled greens and pork noodles. 300. Vegetable noodles. 300. He stared blankly for 3 seconds, then shot to his feet and yelled toward the kitchen. Honey, forget the dishes. Get out here and help. A woman in an apron came running. What's going on? The owner pointed at the stack of cash, his voice shaking. This guy's buying out the whole place. She snatched up her apron and wiped her hands. Quick, fire up the stove. Start the noodles. 40 minutes later, a line had formed outside the noodle shop. Line, not for food, just to gawk. The kitchen was running full blast, 4 pots boiling water at once. Dropping noodles, scooping them out, boxing them up, packing, assembly line style. I stood by the door. Every time a batch came out, I grabbed it and hauled it across the street to the Wooling van. Opened the door, loaded it in. Actually, I was storing it in the space. Bro, are you opening a restaurant or something? The owner asked between orders. Something like that. He scratched his head and didn't press further. We worked straight through till 1:30 in the afternoon. When the last box was packed, the owner was too worn out to straighten his back, but he couldn't hide the grin on his face. This one order was worth half a month of his usual take. Bro, come back anytime. I waved and drove off, disappearing around the corner. I parked the van in a quiet back alley. Not a soul in sight. A flick of thought. A box of beef noodles appeared in my hand. Fresh out of the pot, still hot enough to burn, the broth still bubbling. I pulled out another box, the very first bowl from an hour ago. Just as hot, just as bubbling. I froze for a second, then smiled. Time stood still inside the space, which meant I could stockpile hot food. In the apocalypse, a single hot meal would be worth more than gold. I put the noodles back and started the engine. Next stop. From 2 to 5 in the afternoon, this Wuling van became my personal shopping machine. Middle of Hufong Street. Dingxing cakes. 200 boxes. The auntie's hand shook. How many? I slapped the cash down on the counter. She stopped shaking instantly. A scallion pancake stall. Boss, I'm buying out your whole stall today. The old man, mid-50s, froze with his spatula in midair. Kid, don't mess with me. I pulled out 20 grand. He put his head down and started grilling. 300 orders. A Longjing pastry shop. The fresh-made ones. How many left? About 300 boxes? I'll take them all. Victory River Food Street. The first crayfish joint. Crayfish. 300 pounds. Cash. The owner was crouched by the door scrolling his phone. He nearly dropped it. Bro, say that again. 20 minutes later, 3 workers were scrubbing crayfish like madmen. Next door was a barbecue stand. I turned to it. 3,000 lamb skewers. 3,000 beef skewers. 3,000 grilled sausages. The barbecue guy's hands went numb from grilling. Last stop, Trash Street. The favorite hangout for college students. Fried chicken, stinky tofu, roasted pig's feet, teppanyaki squid. I wasn't picky. If it could keep, I bought it. But there was one thing I cared about most: strong smells. Experience from my past life told me. In the apocalypse, the mutated zombies with sharp senses of smell hated pungent odors most of all. Stinky tofu? A lifesaver. Boss, stinky tofu. 300 orders. The stinky tofu lady beamed. Kid, you've got taste. Oh, most authentic in the city. I didn't answer. I just watched the black cubes of tofu tumbling in the pot, taking in that smell that shot straight up through the top of your skull. Sour and pungent. A smell like this, even zombies would take a detour. 6 in the evening. The setting sun bathed the whole street in gold. I leaned against the car door, watching people come and go. Couples holding hands, taking selfies with bubble tea in the air. A family of 3, the kid perched on dad's shoulders waving a stick of cotton candy. A few college students with arms slung over each other's shoulders, arguing about where to grab drinks tonight. The steaming, bustling warmth of ordinary life. 14 days from now, fewer than 1 in 10 of these people would still be alive. Disaster never announces itself. It just brings the blade down at the exact moment people let their guard down. I pulled my gaze back and opened the car door. No time for sentiment. 14 days left. I was about to keep sweeping through the night market when my phone suddenly buzzed. I pulled it out. WeChat unread messages, 108. All from Lu Ruyan. Unread voice messages, 47. Each one a full 60 seconds. The corner of my mouth twitched. I swiped across the screen but didn't open any of them. Just as I was about to put it away, the screen lit up again. Lu Ruyan is inviting you to a video call. I hung up without hesitation. 3 seconds later. Lu Ruyan is inviting you to a video call. Declined. Another 3 seconds. Lu Ruyan is inviting you to a video call. I stared at that familiar face on the screen. Her profile picture was still that old photo. White dress, by Westlake, glancing back over her shoulder with a smile. In my past life, I'd stared at it 1,000 times. Now it just hurt my eyes. My thumb hovered over the red button, then slid to the green one. Connected. The screen flickered, and her face popped up. I paused for a second. It hadn't even been a full day and night, but she looked like a different person. Her hair was plastered messily across her forehead. No makeup, her face frighteningly pale, 2 dark circles under her eyes. Under the nails she usually kept so meticulously groomed, there seemed to be traces of blood. Changa. Her voice was hoarse, on the edge of tears. I said nothing. Why won't you pick up your phone? Still that same wounded tone, but different from last night. Last night was an act. Now, she was genuinely on the verge of falling apart. I leaned against the door of my Wuling van, watching her on the screen like I was looking at a stranger. Something you need? My coldness caught her off guard. Last night She opened her mouth, but couldn't get the words out. Those images, that humiliation, she'd meant to curse at me, to threaten me. to make me get down on my knees and beg. But she'd waited all night, and I hadn't sent a single message. Didn't pick up the phone. Didn't reply on WeChat. For the first time, she panicked. Did you really record something? She bit her lip, her eyes going red. Delete the video, please. Please. I'm begging you. I looked at that face. In my past life, she'd begged me the exact same way. Changa, help Lu Chong out, won't you? It's just 300 grand. I smiled a little. What video? She froze. The one from last night, you. Oh, I drew out the word. You mean the one where you're squirming around in bed, begging me? Her face flushed red in an instant, then went ghostly pale. You really recorded it. Just delete it, okay? I'll give you anything you want. Tears rolled down from her eyes. Delicate as a pear blossom soaked in rain, the kind of sight that makes a man's heart ache. In my past life, I'd been fooled by these tears 1,000 times over. Now, I just found it laughable. Lu Ruyan. My voice was soft. Do you know where I was last night? She froze. A hotel. The presidential suite. 88 grand a night. I paused. Slept like a baby. Her expression turned even worse. She'd expected me to feel guilty, to apologize, to kneel and beg her forgiveness like I always had before. But I didn't. I slept better than anyone. I cut her off. Your brother was at the Golden Ding nightclub last night, ran up a tab of 280 grand, said the drinks were on him, then stuck me with the bill. Her mouth opened slightly. She knew about this. Lu Chong had called her in the middle of the night and cursed her out for half an hour. He must have forgotten his wallet. He's still at the police station right now? Changa, please, just lend me 300 grand. I smiled. It was a gentle smile, as gentle as the way I used to look at her in my past life. Sure. A flicker of hope crossed her eyes. You'll lend me 300 grand? I looked into her eyes. That familiar, greedy gleam. The corners of my mouth curved up. Of course. But tonight you'll have to come meet me at the Cloud 9 Hotel. Her face froze. Li Changa. She finally snapped, her voice turning shrill. Are you even a fucking human being? I was drunk last night. That was rape. And now you're pushing your luck even further. I'm going to sue you. I held the phone a little farther away, waited for her to finish shouting, then said flatly, Go ahead. She froze. You're the one who asked me out for drinks last night. It was your apartment, and you're the one who took me back there. When you were squirming in my arms, that's not what you were saying. I paused. Want me to play it back for you? Her face went white as paper. You. I didn't answer. I just looked at her. Silence. A long, drawn-out silence. Her expression shifted from rage to fear, then from fear to despair. What exactly do you want from me? Her voice dropped, so low it was nearly inaudible. I looked at that face on the screen. In the final moment of my past life, I'd asked her the very same thing. #translation. What exactly do you want? She just smiled back then. Didn't answer. Now it's my turn. I told you. Come find me at the hotel tonight. The video call ended. The screen went dark. I sat in the driver's seat, staring at the pile of cash in my inventory. Bundle after bundle of $100 bills, stacked into a little mountain. Spent all afternoon hitting dozens of stores. Rough count, burned through over 2 million. But that mountain, it looked almost exactly the same. 2 billion in cash, plus 10 billion in gold and jewelry. And this was all I'd managed to spend? I frowned. Too slow. At this rate, I couldn't blow through even 100 million in 14 days. I needed bigger places. The kind where you could drop hundreds of thousands in one shot. I started the car, opened the GPS, and searched Hangzhou Fine Dining Upscale. A list popped up. I picked the highest-rated one, Jiangnan Spring. 3 kilometers away. The Wuling merged into traffic. Jiangnan Spring was tucked away in a standalone building in the Westlake district. Red lanterns out front, gray brick walls on either side, like some old mansion from a bygone era. I parked on the street and pushed the door open. Inside was another world. Warm amber lighting, deep red carpet, ink paintings on the walls. A faint trace of sandalwood drifted through the air, mixed with the smell of food. A girl in a dark green cheap house stood at the front desk. I stopped short. What a coincidence. It was Lin Shui. The slit in her cheapao was cut just right. Not too high, not too low, showing off her calves. Hair pinned up, 2 little pearls on her earlobes. Flawless makeup, earth tone eyeshadow, a rosy nude lipstick. Her face was plain to begin with, every feature ordinary on its own. But with the makeup and the cheap how, she cleaned up well enough. She looked up, saw me, and her eyes lit up instantly. Guji. The way she cooed it dripped with sweetness. She hurried over, slipped her arm through mine, and pressed her body against me. What are you doing here? Are you alone? I glanced down at her arm hooked through mine. That 10 grand at the bar last night wasn't wasted. This attitude, worth every penny. Alone, I said, just grabbing a bite. Coming to a fancy place like this all by yourself? Her smile turned suggestive. Were you missing me? I didn't answer. She wasn't fazed. She tugged at my arm, leading me inside. Come on, I'll set you up with a nice table. She didn't finish. The glass door flew open. A figure rushed in. It was Lu Ruyan. Later, I'd find out that from last night until now, she'd slept less than 2 hours. Every time she closed her eyes, those images came flooding back, along with my words. For the rest of your life, just be a good blood bag. She'd thought about calling the police. Picked up the phone, put it back down. That video, she didn't dare gamble on it. By afternoon, she needed someone to talk to. Lin Shui, her best. The text cuts off here. Let me know if you'd like me to continue translating once you have more. Here's the English translation. My girlfriend's best friend, the one who was drinking with her at the bar just last night. She walked up to the entrance, and through the glass, she saw Lin Shui with her arm looped through mine, smiling like she didn't have a care in the world. That string she kept taut all day just snapped. What the hell are you two doing? She stormed in and yanked Lin Shui away. Lin Shui stumbled back a couple steps, nearly falling. Rian? What are you doing here? If I hadn't come, were you going to try to get him into bed? What are you even talking about? I was just what? Just holding his arm? Just calling him Song Song? Lu Ruyan was shaking with rage. Last night's scene, the money transfer, it all blurred together in her head. She swung and slapped her. Smack. Lin Shui clutched her cheek, frozen for 2 seconds. Then she blew up. Lu Ruyan, are you out of your goddamn mind? I'm out of my mind. Where was this attitude when you took his 10 grand? He offered it to me. How is that my problem? He offered and you just took it? Do you even know who he is? He's your boyfriend. You can't keep him on a leash, and that's on me. I what? Playing all innocent every damn day. Like you've got any room to talk. I'm innocent. Do you even keep track of how many guys you've slept with behind everyone's back? The two of them tangled together. Nails, hair, ripping at each other's dresses. Lin Shui's updo came undone, and a pearl earring hit the floor. Lu Ruyan's dress got yanked sideways, exposing a strap. Everyone in the lobby just stared. Some people held up their phones to record, others backed away, and the waitstaff formed a ring around them, none daring to step in. I took a couple steps back, leaned against the bar, and crossed my arms. Enjoying the show. That's enough. A middle-aged woman's voice cut through, not loud, but heavy with authority. 2 security guards rushed over and pulled them apart. A woman in a black business suit walked up. Short hair, sharp, early 40s. The floor manager. She glanced at the two of them. Lu Ruyan, disheveled, eyes red-rimmed. Lin Shui, dress torn open, a handprint still fresh on her cheek. This is a place of business. If you have a personal dispute, please take it outside. Her tone was all professional. Lu Ruyan panted, pointing at Lin Shui. She was hitting on my boyfriend. Manager Tang, I was not. Lin Shui shrieked. I was just serving a customer. Serving a customer requires holding his arm? Getting that close. Enough. Manager Tang cut them both off and turned to me. Her tone softened instantly. Sir, are you here to dine? Let me set up a private room for you. From start to finish, she never once asked what happened. I looked at her. Smart woman. A private room, I said. Of course. Right this way, sir. Wait. Lu Ruyan rushed over in a few quick steps and planted herself in front of me. Her eyes were still red, but something in them had changed. They'd gone cold, full of hate. Li Chang'e. She lowered her voice. You've been hiding all day, not answering calls, not replying to my texts, and now you show up here to eat. I looked at her. That stunning face, tear streaks still fresh, makeup ruined. But the hatred in those eyes was real. She wasn't acting. Move, I said. She froze. She'd expected me to explain, to look guilty, to grovel like I always used to. But all I said was one word. You? Ruyan. Lin Shui came running over too, standing beside her, hand covering her cheek, glaring at me with that same twisted look. I looked at the two of them. A moment ago they'd been at each other's throats, and now they were standing shoulder to shoulder. Interesting. Lu Rian took a deep breath and let out a cold laugh. Li Chang'e, do you even know where you are? This is Jiangnan Spring, the most expensive Huayan cuisine in the whole city. You, a guy who tightens screws in a factory, how much do you make in a month? 5,000. 8,000. Do you have any idea how much one dish costs here? I didn't look at her. I looked at Manager Tang. Everything on the menu, 20 orders of each. How much would that run? Manager Tang blinked. Then her professional instinct kicked in and she calculated fast. Sir, we have 56 dishes total. One order of each comes to about 25,000. 20 orders would be 500,000. When Lu Rian heard that, she burst out laughing. It was a shrill laugh, sharp with vindictive pleasure. Li Chang'e, did you hear that? 500,000. Lin Shui chimed in, hand still on her face, voice shrill. Manager Tang, don't let him fool you. He's just a broke loser renting some rundown place in the slums. Where would he get 500,000? I took 10,000 off him last night, and I figured he must have won the lottery. Now I'm thinking he probably borrowed it from loan sharks. The two of them played off each other perfectly. I finally turned my head and looked at them. My gaze was calm as if I were looking at two corpses. Then I set the black duffel bag in my hand onto the counter. Thud. Heavy. I pulled the zipper open. Bundle after bundle of cash spilled into view. Red, crisp, wrapped in bank bands. I grabbed a few bundles and set them on the counter. Then more. 10 bundles. 20. 30. 100,000 each. 30 bundles. 3 million. All of it bright red, piled up like a little mountain. Manager Tang's pupils dilated slightly. She'd been in this business for over a decade. She'd seen rich people, but never anyone who carried cash like this. Lu Rian's laugh froze on her face. Lin Shui's mouth opened, closed, opened again, but not a single word came out. That's 3 million, I said softly. The food. Here's the English translation. 100 servings of every dish on the menu. I looked at Manager Tang. That enough? She took a deep breath and steadied her voice. Yes, sir. I'll arrange it right away. She turned to a waiter. Go tell Chef Zhang in the back. Pause everything else. This gentleman's order takes priority. The waiter jogged off. Manager Tang picked up the menu herself. Sir, 56 dishes, 100 servings each. That's 5,600 servings total. I'll give you a discount. 2,300,000. The kitchen will prepare it in batches, all finished by noon tomorrow at the latest. How would you like to handle the pickup? I nodded, satisfied with her attitude. I'll order a few now, to eat here. The remaining 700,000, that's your tip. Call me when it's ready and I'll come get it. Of course, sir. This meal's on the house, my treat. I'll set you up in our largest private room. Manager Tang smiled professionally. I nodded, then finally turned my gaze to Lu Rian and Lin Shui. The corner of my mouth twitched up. None of your damn business. With that, I followed Manager Tang toward the private room. Behind me, dead silence. The room was at the very back, its floor-to-ceiling windows facing a small courtyard. There was a rock garden, running water, bamboo. Manager Tang poured the tea herself, took my order, then stepped out and gently closed the door. I sat alone at the massive round table. Outside, the setting sun bathed the courtyard in gold. I pulled out my phone. Xiaomei had sent a few messages. Hangzhou Xiaomei. Li Ji, the frames arrived at the shop. Hangzhou Xiaomei. The 6-wheel drive chassis is out of stock domestically. I sourced one from Tianjin. Rush shipping's 30,000 extra, that okay? Hangzhou Xiaomei. Image. I opened it. A dark green Warrior chassis sat in the customization shop, workers unwrapping the packaging. I typed, Li, add 500,000. Make it fast. The reply came instantly. Hangzhou Xiaomei, got it. You're the man, Li Ji. I set the phone down. The food arrived. Scalded dried tofu strips, Wincy tofu soup, lion's head meatballs, sizzling eel, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. The whole table was covered. I picked up my chopsticks and took a bite. Delicious. Really delicious. 3 years in the apocalypse in my past life. I couldn't even get a mouthful of hot soup. Starved to the brink. I finally understood just how much a bowl of hot food was worth. Now, a table full of famous Huayan cuisine, eaten slowly, alone. Every bite, I chewed for a long time. Outside, the sky went dark. Lights came on in the courtyard. The phone buzzed again. Unknown number. I answered. Lu Chang's voice came through, cursing. Li Changa, you son of a bitch, just you wait. You screwed my sister and had the nerve to record it. I'll have someone kill you. I listened, hung up, blocked him, kept eating. And just 10 minutes earlier, after I entered the private room, Manager Tang walked to the restaurant's front door. Here's the English translation. Her voice was calm as if she were saying the weather was nice today. Lin Shui, you're fired. The color drained from Lin Shui's face in an instant. Manager Tang, what did you say? This month's wages. Finance will transfer them to your card. Manager Tang didn't even glance at her. Now, please leave. Lin Shui froze in place, her mind buzzing. She'd fought so hard to land this job. The pay wasn't great, but it was respectable and easy. Standing at the front desk in a cheap house, mingling all day with the wealthy people who came to dine. The one with the Porsche, the one with the Rolex, the one who treated her to French cuisine. She'd met every one of them here. Now it was all ruined. Manager Tang. Her voice trembled. Let me explain, No need to explain. Manager Tang finally looked at her, her gaze cold as ice. I don't care what personal grudges you two have, but throwing punches in my establishment, right in front of the guests, she paused. In this industry, no one else will hire you. Her high heels clicked against the floor, one strike after another, each one landing like a blow to Lin Shui's chest. The color still hadn't returned to Lin Shui's face. She slowly turned her head to look at Lu Ruyan. Her expression shifted, from shock, to panic, to despair, and finally, to hatred. This is all because of you. Lu Ruyan sneered. I ruined you. You did this to yourself, you cheap little. Your boyfriend. Lin Shui laughed, a shrill, piercing sound. Lu Ruyan, don't act like you don't know what you are. Those simps chasing after you. Which one aren't you bleeding dry? How much has Li Changa spent on you? Have you even slept with him? Playing the innocent little virgin. Lu Ruyan's face went livid. Lin Shui, shut your mouth. I won't. Lin Shui's voice grew louder, and the remaining guests in the lobby turned to look. You said I seduced him, right? Well, let me tell you. I took 10 grand off him last night. 10 grand. You've been with him this long. Has he ever spent 10 grand on you? Lu Ruyan's face turned white. A full 10,000. More than she'd squeezed out of Li Changa in an entire month. What? Lin Shui smirked. Does that hurt? Regret it now? You want to be a whore and build yourself a shrine at the same time. No wonder your men keep running. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, telling herself to stay calm. Security was still watching, just 3 meters away. But she couldn't hold back. Those men of yours, which one wasn't just after getting you into bed? That guy with the Porsche blocked you the second he was done, didn't he? The one with the Rolex stood you up 3 times, then went and found someone else, right? Lin Shui's face changed abruptly. Lu Ruyan. What? Hit a nerve. Lu Ruyan laughed, laced with vengeance. The satisfaction on his face. Let's see who else you can dig your claws into once you've lost this job. The two of them stood face to face, less than half a meter apart. Their glares could kill, but neither made a move. The security guard was just 3 meters away, watching like a hawk. Lu Ruyan pulled out her phone, scrolled through her contacts, and hit dial. The phone rang for a long time before it connected. Sis. The voice on the other end was drowned in background noise. She could faintly make out the word loan. Where are you? None of your damn business. Lu Chang's voice was jarringly loud. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath. Li Changa is at Jiangnan Chun. Get over here. The one in Shihu district. Hurry. The other end went silent for a second. Then Lu Chang's voice turned dangerous. Where's that jackass? She hung up, looked up at Lin Shui, and gave a cold smile. Just wait. Lin Shui's face went pale. She knew exactly what kind of guy Lu Chang was, a lowlife thug who didn't know when to hold back. She was starting to regret how harshly she'd cursed just now. Hangzhou International Trade Center. The elevator doors opened. Lu Chang, who'd just finished taking out his loan, charged in with his head down and nearly slammed into someone. Watch where the hell you're. He looked up and froze. Lin Wei, the woman he'd been set up with before. Both sets of parents had been happy with the match. They were just waiting for the wedding. Today she wore a light blue blouse, black slacks, and a white lab coat, her hair tied back in a low ponytail that showed off her smooth forehead. Behind her thin-framed glasses, her eyes looked at him calmly. Lu Chong, what are you doing here? Her tone was flat. I'm here to see a friend. Lu Chong instinctively puffed out his chest. A buddy of mine is a boss here. He's thinking about investing with me. The lies came without a second thought. Lin Wei nodded, saying nothing more. Lu Chong caught sight of the roll of blueprints in her hand, covered in dense lines he couldn't make heads or tails of. Doing drawings? This job must be pretty tough, huh? It's fine. Lu Chong slipped back into his cocky attitude. What's so great about drawing blueprints? 7, 8 grand a month. Boring. Once we're married, you can just stay home. Lu Chong. Lin Wei cut him off. I made myself perfectly clear last time. We're not a good match. The elevator reached the 28th floor. The doors opened, and Lin Wei stepped out. Lu Chong tried to follow, but a colleague at her side stopped him. Sir, this is the office area. Outsiders aren't allowed in. Through the slowly closing gap in the doors, Lu Chong saw Lin Wei walk toward the front desk. On the wall behind the reception desk hung a massive bronze plaque. China Academy of Building Research, East China Branch. Her colleague asked quietly, that guy just now, a friend of yours? Lin Wei didn't break her stride. Never seen him before. The doors shut. Lu Chong swore. What's with the act? It's just some crappy drawing. He slammed the button for the first floor. Today, he was bringing people to knock the crap out of that dumbass. Inside the private dining room, I set down my chopsticks. A whole table of famous Huayang dishes, mostly finished now. I wiped my mouth and pulled out my phone. On WeChat, Xiaomei had sent a few messages. Xiaomei. Broly, the frames assembled. Image. Xiaomei. Starting the armor welding tomorrow. 8 days max till delivery. I opened the image. On the dark green warrior chassis, the skeleton frame was already up. A worker in a face shield, welding sparks bursting across the lens. I typed good. I'll wire you the rush fee tomorrow. The reply came instantly. Got it. Get some rest, Broly. I put down the phone and picked up my teacup for a sip. Outside the window, lights lit up the rock garden and its trickling stream. Very peaceful. Then, a commotion came from the hallway. The sound of high heels, getting closer. Full of anger. The corner of my mouth curled up. The door wasn't shut all the way, left slightly ajar. Through that crack, Lu Rian's figure stood in the hallway, staring at me. I looked away, picked up the last piece of squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, and chewed slowly. There's one thing some people never learn their whole lives. A real hunter never rushes to pounce on his prey. Once I finished, I wiped my mouth and stood up. The hallway was empty, but I knew the quiet was just an illusion. Passing the front desk, Manager Tang was going over the accounts. She spotted me and paused. Mr. Li outside theirs. I know. Should I call the police? I turned to look at her. This middle-aged woman had genuine concern in her eyes, not an act. I gave a slight smile. No need. I pushed open the glass door. Outside, neon lights flickered. 7 or 8 punks with dyed yellow hair blocked the bottom of the steps, cigarettes dangling from their lips, all cocky attitude. Lu Chong stood at the front, a slap mark still on his face, swollen up like a pig's head. Lu Rian stood beside him, arms crossed. When she saw me come out, her eyes lit up. Li Chonga, you finally came out. I walked down the steps and stood in front of them. A crowd started to gather. Pedestrians slowed their pace. People from the milk tea shop across the street stuck their heads out, and some raised their phones. Lu Rian took a step forward, chin tilted up. Li Chonga, you took out a loan just to order all that food, didn't you? Trying to play the big spender in front of me? 1 million. What are you going to pay it back with? Don't even dream about being with me in this lifetime. You broke loser. I looked at her. That stunningly beautiful face, filled with smug, self-righteous satisfaction. A thought crossed my mind. How did a woman this stupid manage to live this long? Lu Chong couldn't wait any longer. He shoved her aside and pointed at me. Li Chonga, don't think you're walking away today. Get on your knees and apologize. Pay back that 280 grand. Delete the video of my sister. And maybe I'll let you off the hook. I smirked. You done? What? Not convinced. He waved his hand. Get him. 7 or 8 punks rushed at me. The first was a skinny guy, swinging a baton down at my head. I sidestepped. 1 punch. Bam. The skinny guy flew 3 meters, slammed into a trash can, and didn't move. The second one froze for a second. Just 1 second. I kicked him in the gut, and he dropped to his knees, retching. The third, the fourth, the fifth. I didn't even move my feet. One punch each. One kick took down a whole group. 3 seconds later, they were all sprawled on the ground, moaning and groaning everywhere. I brushed the imaginary dust off my hands and looked at Lu Chang. His mouth hung open, jaw practically on the floor. You. He backed away. Lu Rian stood frozen beside him, her mind completely blank. In her eyes, I'd always been a doormat, simple, honest, someone who wouldn't hit back when hit or talk back when cursed at. Now, the 7 guys on the ground proved just how wrong she'd been. Lu Chang backed into the corner, nowhere left to run. Li Changa, don't get cocky. You dare lay a hand on me. You can forget about ever being with my sister. I reached out with one hand, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. His feet dangled off the ground, his face flushed red. Let me go. I raised my hand. Slap, 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 slap. A dozen slaps later, the pretty boy's face was swollen like a pig's head. Lu Rian finally snapped out of it and rushed over, pounding on me. Let go of Xiaoqiang. I ignored her. After the last slap, I let go. Lu Chang crumpled to the ground, covering his face, tears and snot streaming together. Lu Rian threw herself at him, tenderly stroking his face. Xiaoqiang, are you hurt? Does it hurt? Lu Chang shoved her away. Get off me. Lu Rian froze. Lu Chang pointed at her, hatred practically overflowing from his eyes. This is all your fault. If you hadn't slept with him, would he dare hit me? It's because you're such a slut, giving him a taste, that he got this arrogant. Lu Rian stood there, her mind buzzing. From start to finish, she was the real victim. That night, she'd been drunk, forced against her will. And now her own brother was saying it was all her fault. She opened her mouth, but not a single word came out. Lu Chang was still cursing, but I'd lost all interest in listening. I turned to leave. Suddenly Lu Rian rushed over and blocked my way, her eyes red. Li Changa, apologize to Xiaoqiang right now, or I'll never speak to you again for the rest of my life. I stopped and looked at her. That stunningly beautiful face. This unbelievably stupid woman. I couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Lu Rian, you still haven't figured out the situation. ? She froze. Behind me, Lu Chang was still ranting. You son of a bitch, Li Changa. I'm gonna kill you one day. My eyes went cold in an instant. I turned and walked toward him. Lu Rian tried to stop me. I shoved her aside, and she stumbled and fell to the ground. I stepped up to Lu Chang, raised my foot, and pressed it down onto his chest. He couldn't move. I looked down at him. This face. In my past life, it had smiled just like this, right before shoving me into the horde of the dead. The memory flashed through my mind. My foot pressed down harder. Lu Chang's face turned bright red, and his eyes started rolling back. Li Changa, are you insane? Let go of Chang. Lu Rian shrieked. I was thinking, what would happen if I just crushed down right now? 13 days left until the apocalypse. Kill a man now, and I'd spend those 13 days on the run. Not worth it. But the killing intent in my chest wouldn't go down. Just then, sirens wailed in the distance. Closer and closer. A police car came screaming up and stopped right outside the restaurant. The doors opened, and a group of officers climbed out. Leading them was a woman. Short hair cropped at the ears, a single strand lifted by the night wind. Delicate features, but her eyes were sharp as knives. She walked over and scanned the scene. One by one, the punks on the ground lifted their heads. The moment they saw her, their faces went dead white. Oh shit, it's the Iron Lady. Get down now. 7 or 8 of them. Guys who'd just been lying there groaning in pain, suddenly, expertly clutched their heads and crouched down in a neat row, lined up like they'd rehearsed it 1,000 times. Zhou Bairan, the youngest rising star in the Hangzhou police force, nicknamed the Iron Lady. The number of gang bosses and rich brats she'd put in their place was easily in the hundreds. There'd even been some second-generation punk from the capital who'd thrown his weight around in Hangzhou. She'd beaten him down right there in the street, and he was still sitting in prison to this day. To these punks, seeing her was like a mouse spotting a cat. She didn't even glance at them. Her gaze landed directly on me. In the whole crowd, only one person hadn't crouched down. I stood there, my foot still resting on Lu Chang's chest, calm as could be. Why aren't you getting down? Her voice was ice cold. I looked at her. This face, I knew it. In my past life, The third year of the apocalypse. I'd heard how she ended up. It was brutal. Back then I'd even sighed over it. How could someone that formidable just die like that? And now, here she was, standing alive and breathing right in front of me. Some people's fates, maybe there was still time to rewrite them. Facing the pressure of Zhou Bairan closing in, I gave a small smile and slowly lifted my foot off Lu Chang's chest. Officer, this was self-defense. Lu Chang scrambled and crawled over to her, pointing at his own face, swollen up like a pig's head, snot and tears running down together. Officer, he hit me. Look at my face. He beat up all my boys. Arrest him now. Zhou Baiwan glanced down at him. That look, like she was staring at an ant. Then she pulled her gaze away and locked it back on me. Is what he said true? I shrugged. 7 or 8 guys jumped me outside the restaurant, and I fought back. Is that a problem? Her delicate brows furrowed as she stepped forward. Now less than 3 feet stood between us. I kept my spine straight and didn't give an inch. In that moment, I probably didn't look much like a suspect who'd been caught, more like a spectator enjoying a show. Whether it was self-defense, she said coldly, isn't your call to make. She raised her hand, about to signal her men to haul me away. Wait. A woman's voice came from the restaurant entrance. Manager Tang came jogging over, clutching a memory card, slightly out of breath. Officer, I can testify. This gentleman, Mr. Li, was acting in self-defense. She turned and glanced at the punk crouched on the ground, then looked at Lu Chang's face. These guys were staked out at the door for half an hour tonight. The second Mr. Li walked out, they swarmed him and started throwing punches. The security cameras at the entrance caught the whole thing. She held out the card. Here's the full video. Zhou Baiwan took the card, looked at Manager Tang, then looked at me. I stayed calm, as if I'd known all along this was how it would end. The edge in her demeanor slowly faded, and she turned to Lu Chang. You called the police? Lu Chang's face went white in an instant. Officer, I was just trying to play a joke on him. A joke? Her voice was calm enough to send a chill down your spine. Lu Ruyin came running over too, grabbing her arm. Officer, please, my brother just got carried away for a second. Zhou Baiwan looked down at the hand on her arm. Lu Ruyin let go like she'd been burned. Zhou Baiwan said nothing more. She just gave a small wave of her hand. Take them all back to the station. The officers moved immediately. The punks cooperated with practiced ease, clearly not their first time getting hauled in. Lu Chang was pinned down, struggling and yelling. What are you arresting me for? I'm the victim. Nobody paid him any attention. A pair of handcuffs clicked shut around Lu Ruyin's wrists. She stared down at the cold metal, her face ashen. I could imagine what she was cursing in her head. Li Chang'e, why couldn't you just hand over the money to Xiaoqiang? Why couldn't you just take the beating quietly? Why couldn't you just admit to the assault and let the cops take you away? She glared up at me with venom in her eyes. I didn't care. Manager Tang was off to the side telling the officers something, and they nodded, jotting it down in a notebook. Zhou Baiwan's gaze settled on me again. I turned my head, and our eyes met. She didn't say a word, but in those phoenix eyes, there was clearly. A few words were written on it. Kid, you'd better behave. Don't let me catch you. I read it and smiled faintly, a smile that was almost innocent. She looked away. Pack it up. The police car started up. As Lu Chang was shoved inside, he turned back and cursed. Li Chang'e, you just wait. This isn't over. From another car, Lu Ruyin watched me through the window. The neon lights washed over me, hands in my pockets. I stood there calmly, like a spectator at a play that had nothing to do with me. The cars drove away. Outside the restaurant, the crowd slowly dispersed. Manager Tang walked over to me. Mr. Li, are you all right? Thank you. She smiled. It's the least I could do. You spent $3 million at our establishment. When a big client runs into trouble, of course we step in. A clever woman. The memory card, I said. You've got a backup, don't you? She paused, then smiled. Mr. Li really is a sharp one. She pulled another card from her pocket and gave it a little wave. Of course there's a backup. Don't worry. I'm the only one who'll ever see it. I nodded and turned to leave. Mr. Li, she called after me, hesitating, a little shy. That woman, your ex-girlfriend? I didn't answer. I just smiled. In that smile was the answer she wanted to know, and the answer she didn't. She didn't ask again. I walked out into the night. The Wuling was parked in the alley. I pulled open the door and got in, but didn't start it right away. I leaned back against the seat and closed my eyes. My mind was full of Zhou Baiwan's face. Short hair, phoenix eyes, sharp as a blade. And that look in her eyes, "You'd better behave. Don't let me catch you." I laughed. This woman really was something. In my past life, during the 3rd year of the apocalypse, when I heard how she died, I actually felt a pang of regret. Someone that strong, gone too soon. But now, here she was, alive and standing right in front of me. In her uniform, righteous to the core. Outside the window, the night was deep, the neon flickering. 13 more days. In 13 days, the zombies would crawl up from underground. The city would turn to ruins, and order would collapse completely. By then, what would that sharp-eyed policewoman become? Would she still look at me the way she did now? I started the car. The Wuling pulled out of the alley and melted into the night. In the apocalypse, power is the only passport. No matter how formidable someone is, without power, they're just a slightly more formidable ant. I didn't want her to become an ant. I stepped on the gas, and the silver-gray van vanished into the city lights. May 3rd, 12 days until the meteor strike. The first thing I did when I opened my eyes was grab my phone. On the screen was a message Xiaomei had sent in the early morning hours. "Brotherly, the armor plating is all welded on. Starting today, interior fittings. Change the fuel tank to 350 liters, 50 more than planned. That's an extra 30K. Sound good?" I replied, "Do it. I'll come check out the truck the day after tomorrow." The other end fired back an "okay" in a second. Washed up, headed downstairs. The Wuling was parked outside the hotel, its silver-gray body giving off a cold sheen in the morning light. Today's mission: hit all 8 great cuisines of China, one sweep. The first place was on the north side of town. The sign read Guangdong Courtyard. It had just opened at 8 in the morning. A waiter was wiping down tables, and the smell of braised meat drifted out from the kitchen. Behind the register sat a woman in her 40s, perm in her hair, cracking sunflower seeds. "Eating? All we've got this early is buns and congee." I pulled a bundle of cash out of my bag, 10 grand, and slapped it on the counter. "Not eating. Placing an order." She froze, nearly choking on a seed. Order what?" "Every dish on the menu. 300 servings of each." Her mouth dropped into an O. She stood up and looked me up and down. White t-shirt, jeans, sneakers. "You messing with me, buddy?" I pulled out another bundle. 20 grand. "Deposit. How soon can it be ready?" Her attitude flipped in an instant, her face breaking into a grin. "Oh, hey, sit down, sit down. I'll call the kitchen right now." She snatched up the phone and hollered, "Lao Zhang, quit sleeping. We got a big order." 20 minutes later, a chubby chef in an apron came charging in, still groggy. The second he saw the cash on the counter, his voice caught in his throat. "This boss here wants to place an order. Every dish on the menu, 300 servings each." The chef scratched his head. "That'll take us till tomorrow." "Triple pay," I said. "Finish today, and everyone gets an extra 2 grand bonus." He spun around and bolted for the kitchen, shouting as he ran, "Firing up the stove right now. Honey, come help." The second place was in the Westlake district, called Yuegang Pavilion. Upscale decor, a few Benzes and BMWs parked out front. The TV in the lobby was playing the news. 3 major conglomerates were visiting China, planning to invest 300 billion in Hangzhou to build a super factory. The footage showed a fleet of Rolls-Royces. I smirked. The end of the world's practically here, and they're still dropping 300 billion on a factory. The hostess in a cheapao wore a standard smile. "Hello, sir. How many in your party? I need to see your manager." 2 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit walked over, not a hair out of place. When he saw my canvas shoes and jeans, some of the warmth drained from his face. "I'm the manager here. Chen's the name. What can I do for you?" I set my bag on the counter and unzipped it. Bundles of cash spilled into view. Manager Chen's expression changed. "Every dish on the menu. 300 servings of each." He drew in a deep breath. "Sir, we have over 100 dishes. Prepping the ingredients requires advance. 3 days. I'll pay 50% extra." He shook his head. "It's not about the money. Double it." He shut his mouth. 3 seconds later. "One moment, sir. Let me make a call." He walked to the corner and lowered his voice for a few words. When he came back, his professional smile had turned genuine. "I've reached out to 2 of our other locations. We'll focus everything on your order today. It'll all be done before 8 tonight. I wrote down the address of the suburban warehouse. Deliver it here. He glanced at it and didn't ask questions. I turned to leave. Wait, sir. He called after me. If you don't mind me asking, is this for a company banquet? A film crew's booked the whole thing. Realization dawned on him. No wonder. You're a producer, right? I didn't answer and pushed the door open on my way out. At noon, I ate at a Sichuan restaurant on the west side of the city. The place wasn't big, but there was a line out front. While waiting for a table, I overheard two people chatting nearby. Did you hear? Somebody bought out that whole northeastern place up north today. 300 servings of every single dish on the menu. No way. You serious? My cousin works there. Says the boss took a 30 grand deposit and the kitchen's still smoking. What kind of tycoon is this? I kept my head down over my noodles, the corner of my mouth twitching up. After I finished, I found the owner, a woman in her 50s, apron on, with a booming voice. Ma'am, I'd like to place an order. Every dish on the menu, 300 servings each. The rag in her hand dropped to the floor. She froze for 3 seconds, then grabbed my arm. You're that tycoon. I said nothing. She was already shouting. Old Lou, stop cooking. Come out here for a customer. A tall, skinny guy ran out of the kitchen, still gripping a spatula. This is the one who bought out the northeastern place. He wants to buy out ours. Old Lou laughed. Buddy, Sichuan food's complicated. We've only got 4 people back there. We couldn't finish by tomorrow. 1,000 yuan bonus per person. His smile froze. Say that again. Finish today, and it's 3 grand each. He spun around and bolted back to the kitchen. Everybody, no breaks. We're pulling an all-nighter. The woman stood beside me, wringing her hands, wanting to say something. You get a share too. She grinned until her eyes narrowed to slits. Have a seat, boss. Let me pour you some tea. May 4th, 11 days until the meteor strike. 2 in the morning, I drove past an old street on the east side of the city. One shop still had its lights on, its sign reading Hunan Flavor House. Hunan Cuisine. I'd already driven past it, but I backed up and parked out front. The door was closed, the lights were on, and someone was inside. I got out and pushed the door, locked. Peering through the glass, I saw someone at the front counter, slumped over, wearing. The uniformed clerk was fast asleep. I knocked. Nothing. Knocked again. Still nothing. I raised my foot. Bam! The door flew open. The clerk jolted awake, practically launching out of his chair. Who's there? We're being robbed. I walked in. What's your boss's number? His brain hadn't caught up yet. Who are you? I pulled a wad of cash from my bag and dropped it on the counter. His eyes shot wide open. Make the call, I said. Get your boss down here. 15 minutes later, a man in his mid-40s came bursting through the door. Pajamas, slippers, hair a total mess. Who kicked in my door? Then he saw me. Saw the cash on the counter. Froze. You're. I leaned back in the chair, a glass of water in my hand. Placing an order. He swallowed hard. 300 servings. I nodded. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. Buddy, it's 2 in the morning. I pulled out another wad. 2 stacks of cash, piled on the counter. His eyes glazed over. Could we maybe do it tomorrow? No. Today. He took a deep breath and grabbed his phone. First call. Oldly, get up, we've got work. Triple pay. The other end said something, and he snapped. I don't care what's going on at home. Get over here now. Second call. Chef Wong, I don't care if you're asleep. Triple pay, plus a bonus. Third call. Xiao Lu, grab that cook from the Shandong place next door too. Triple pay. 20 minutes later, the place was buzzing. 5 chefs, 3 helpers, pots and pans clanging away. The boss stood beside me with a fawning smile. Boss, this setup, you satisfied? I stood up and wrote down the factory address. When it's done, deliver it here. He took the note, bowing and scraping. You got it, you got it. Take care, boss. At the door, I glanced back. The kitchen blazed with light, steam, and smoke rising. Money makes the world go round. Turns out that saying is true. May 6th, 9 days until the meteor hits. These past few days, I've covered all of Hangzhou. Shandong, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Fujian, Hunan, Manhwarecap cuisine. Every famous restaurant, I walked right in. My excuses ran the gamut. Company year-end party. Wrap party for a film crew. Donation for a nursing home. Some owners got suspicious. Buddy, what company are you with? How come I've never heard of you? I'd pull out a wad of cash. Heard of me now? That shut them up. A legend started spreading through Hangzhou's food scene. There's a mysterious rich guy driving a Wuling minivan, and wherever he goes. Here's the English translation. He'd walk in, drop cash like it was nothing, and buy out the entire menu. Some said he was a secret rich kid. Some said he'd cashed out on a demolition settlement. Others said he was laundering money. I saw all these rumors and just smiled. Money laundering? The pile of cash sitting in my storage space was dirtier than any dirty money. Suburban Hangzhou, an abandoned factory district. I rented the unit farthest back, the one with a big yard, 3-meter walls, and a gate wide enough for large trucks to drive through. Paid the rent in full. 3 months. The landlord was an old man in his 60s, grinning ear to ear as he counted the cash. Setting up a factory here, young man? Yeah, a factory. I didn't say what kind. He didn't ask. As long as he got paid. May 7th. 8 days until the meteor hit. For in the morning, Hangzhou's biggest wholesale produce market was just coming alive. Vendors unloading, setting up stalls, hollering out prices. A silver-gray Wuling van pulled in and stopped dead center in the market. The door opened. I stepped out carrying a black plastic bag and walked up to the first stall. How much for the cabbage? $1.50 a pound. I'll take the whole load. The vendor froze. Huh. I set the plastic bag on the counter and pulled it open. Bundle after bundle of cash, all red and crisp. Deliver it to this address. I handed him a slip of paper. He looked at the paper, then back at the money. Buddy, you kidding me? I pulled out another bundle. He stopped talking and started loading the van, fast. 3 hours later, word had spread through the whole market. Some clueless boss in a Wuling was buying up everything in sight, paying cash, no haggling. Vendors came shoving their carts toward me. Boss, my radishes. Fresh. Boss, celery, picked this morning. Boss, look at these potatoes, top quality. I stood in the middle of the crowd like the god of wealth handing out cash. I'll take it all. Deliver to this address. Cash on the spot. That afternoon, I drove out to the rural outskirts. A field of cabbage by the road, ready for harvest. An old farmer came out of a greenhouse at the edge of the field, straw hat, face full of wrinkles. You looking for someone? I pointed at the field. The cabbage here, I'll take all of it. How much? The farmer's mouth hung open for a long moment. That's got to be over 20,000 pounds. How much per pound? Wholesale to the vendors, 120. I pulled out 3 bundles of cash and pressed them into his hands. Cut it all and deliver it to this address before tomorrow. The farmer clutched the money, his voice shaking. Boss, what exactly are you planning to do? I was already back in the van, starting a factory. In the rearview mirror, the old farmer stood frozen in place, staring at the money in his hands like he was dreaming. Every night, late, I went back to the factory. 1, 2 in the morning. Not a soul around. The yard was piled high with the supplies delivered during the day. Mountains of cabbage, walls of radishes, crate after crate of apples stacked up. I shut the door and stood in the center of the yard. A single thought. The mountains vanished. The walls vanished. The crates vanished. The yard was empty now, nothing but concrete and moonlight. I pulled out my phone and checked tomorrow's list. Vegetables were pretty much covered. Tomorrow, time to hit the slaughterhouse. May 8th, 7 days until the meteor strike. Hangzhou's biggest slaughterhouse sat on the north side of the city, spanning dozens of acres, processing tens of thousands of animals a day. I parked out front and walked in. A dozen or so big rigs were parked in the yard, forklifts weaving between them, the air thick with the smell of blood. I pushed open the office door. A man sat inside, mid-40s, bald, a gold chain around his neck, head down, scrolling through his phone. Who you looking for? You the owner? He looked up and sized me up. What do you want? I set my bag on the desk and unzipped it. Bundle after bundle of cash, stacked into a little hill. His eyes went wide. Brother, this is beef, lamb, pork. 100,000 pounds each. The words shot right out of him. Holy sh. Brother, you're the 300 portions guy? Looks like my legend had already reached this place. My face went flat. I nodded. 100,000 pounds each? He swallowed hard. Brother, do you know how much that is? 300,000 pounds of meat. This whole plant only processes like 10,000 head a day. I looked at him. Can you do it or not? He went quiet for 3 seconds, then stood up and shouted out the door. Zhang, get the accountant in here. 20 minutes later, the contract was signed. Total, 7.4 million. I glanced at the number. Rounded up. 8 million. I need it tomorrow. He froze. Brother, so that's how you round numbers? I handed him the address of the plant. Same time tomorrow. Deliver it here. He took it, his hand trembling a little. Don't worry, I'll ride along with the truck myself. I turned to leave. Hold on, brother. I turned back. He hesitated, then asked anyway. You buying all this meat? What's it for? Starting a zoo. The door closed behind me. I knew exactly what he was thinking right then. What kind of zoo needs 300,000 pounds of meat? Is it all tigers? That afternoon, I hit Hangzhou's largest snack and beverage wholesale market. Candy, cookies, nuts, spicy strips, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, all kinds of drinks. They had it all. I walked into the first shop. The owner was a heavy-set woman cracking sunflower seeds and watching a drama. What'll it be? Spicy strips. How many you got? How many do you want? All of them. 3 hours later, the entire market knew. There's this clueless boss driving a Wuling van, buying up everything in sight, paying cash on the spot. I stood in the middle of the market, people crowding all around me. Boss, my cookies imported. Boss, Xinjiang nuts. Boss, my iced tea. I'll sell it by the case. Boss, Coke and Sprite. I'll sell them by the ton. Boss, I'm the regional distributor for Red Bull and Scream. However much you want, I'll get it to you right away. I turn nobody down. I'll take it all. Deliver it to this address. Cash on delivery. 8 o'clock at night. I walked out of the market. My phone buzzed. A message from May. Hey Lee, the car's ready. Come take it for a spin tomorrow. Photo. I opened the pictures. A dark green warrior sat in the shop, its body gleaming jet black, with solar panels and a searchlight mounted on the roof, tires as big as a tank's. Sounds good. Tomorrow afternoon. I put my phone away and glanced into my space. That mountain of cash, you could actually see a corner of it was gone. 2 billion, and I'd blown almost $500 million already. 11 days left. I had to move faster. Meanwhile, Golden Ding nightclub, top floor office. Inoue Danji stood at the window, his back to the door, for men in black suits standing behind him. The air was heavy, tense as the sky before a storm. A knock at the door. Come in. A young man in a kimono walked in, knelt down, and bowed his head. Inoue-sama, we've found something. Inoue Danji didn't turn around. Speak. The guests who came that night, we screened 327 of them. There are 3 suspicious targets. Keep digging. Yes, sir. The young man backed out on his knees and closed the door. Inoue Danji turned around. He stared at the photo on the desk, the vault, completely empty. Gold, cash, jewels, weapons, all gone. None of it was his. It was strategic capital the empire had been quietly amassing in Hangzhou for decades. And now it was all gone. The divine son and divine daughter would be arriving in China in a few days to carry out a secret mission. If this got out, his eyes went cold and cruel, like a snake's. Whoever you are, I will find you. Outside the window, the city lights flickered. I got back to the hotel, took a shower, and threw myself onto the big, soft bed, staring at the ceiling. These past few days had been non-stop. Even my body, enhanced by my powers, was starting to feel it. I pulled out my phone. The moment I opened my messages, I was bombarded. All of them from Lu Ruyan. From last night to now, 47 messages. I scrolled up. 11 p.m. last night. Li Chang'e, you son of a bitch. If my brother gets locked up, I'm not done with you. 2 a.m. Where are you? Answer your phone. Early morning. 4 a.m. Please, just sign it, and it's done. 7 a.m. Lu Chang's about to be sent to the detention center. He's only 20. A record will ruin the rest of his life. 10 a.m. Chang'e, I was wrong, okay? Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Insults, pleading, sob stories, more insults, more pleading. I tapped the last voice message. A tearful, hoarse, exhausted voice came through. Li Chang'e, what is it going to take for you to let Xiaoqiang go? The latest one, 20 minutes ago. What exactly do you want? I looked at all of it, and slowly the corner of my mouth curled up. Her acting was as flawless as ever. It's only when people are cornered that they show their real hand. I typed, come find me at the Cloud 9 Hotel tonight. Then I dug a video out of my photos and sent it. I set the phone aside. 1 hour earlier, on the other side of Hangzhou, at the Emerald Restaurant. It was one of the finest French restaurants in the city, sitting right on the edge of West Lake. The nighttime view of the water spread out beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Private Room 308. Warm golden lighting, the soft strains of a violin drifting from the corner. On the table sat an elegant Western spread, foie gras, steak, escargot, and a bottle of Lafite. Lu Ruyan sat by the window, black tailored business dress, cut close to trace her perfect curves. The neckline dipped just enough to hint at her collarbone. Below the hem, a pair of long legs sheathed in stockings gleamed with a lethal sheen under the warm light. Her red lips parted slightly, her gaze fluid and inviting. She carried an effortless allure. Just sitting there, she was a sight to behold. But she wasn't looking at the view. Her fingers traced the rim of her wine glass, her eyes fixed somewhere outside the window, hollow and empty. 3 days ago, she'd walked out of the police station. Lu Chong was detained, at least 15 days, maybe even with a record. Her mother had called and cursed her out, saying it was all her fault, calling her a loose woman who slept around and dragged her own little brother down with her. She hadn't argued. She'd hung up and sat alone in her rented apartment all night. Then came the frantic texts. From venomous insults to groveling pleas. Li Changa, I hope you rot. Please, just delete the video, okay? Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Dozens of messages. He hadn't answered a single one. With nowhere left to turn, she had no choice but to look for another way. Across from her sat a middle-aged man. Wu Yuhong, vice president of Hongxin Group, a minor name in Hangzhou's business circles. Around 50, pot-bellied, thinning hair, a greasy shine to his face. His custom Armani suit strained against his gut, a Patek Philippe on his wrist, a fat gold ring on his finger. Miss Lu, what's on your mind? His voice pulled her back to reality. Lu Ruyan lifted her head, and in an instant a sweet smile bloomed across her face. Oh, nothing, Mr. Wu. This restaurant has such a nice atmosphere. Wu Yohong's gaze slid down from her face, her chest, her legs, her ankles, finally settling on those crossed legs. 3 seconds. He had 7 or 8 photos of saleswomen saved on his phone. All of them women he'd slept with this year. None of them measured up to the one in front of him. A knockout. After tonight, those legs would be his. The ambience here is one of the best in all of Hangzhou, he said, leaning in. A wave of cigarette smoke mixed with the sour tang of red wine washed over her. As long as you like it, Miss Lu. You look stunning in that outfit. Our company has uniforms too, but nobody can pull them off like you do. Lu Ruyan sneered inwardly. This old creep. How many women had he bedded with these same lines? But her face stayed soft enough to drip water. You flatter me, Mr. Wu. It's not flattery, it's the truth. He narrowed his eyes. A woman with your qualities, it's a shame you're stuck selling real estate. Come work for us, and I guarantee you'll own a home within 3 years. Lu Ruyan took a sip of her wine. Mr. Wu, I'm quite happy with my current job. He laughed, revealing a row of teeth stained yellow from smoking. Happy? Chasing leads, whining and dining clients, drinking till you puke. How much can you even make in a year? 500 grand. $1 million. He leaned back, crossed his legs, and put on the air of a self-made success. Our company's opening 100 new stores in Hangzhou this year. The procurement budget, he held up 3 fingers, 300 million. Something flickered in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Wu Yuhong caught it, and his smile deepened. If this deal goes through, have you done the math on your commission? She said nothing. She knew it was bait, but she had to bite. Mr. Wu, I'd have to report this to my supervisor. Ah, he waved a hand. Let's not talk business tonight. Let's just be friends. Come on, have another drink. Lu Ruyan took a small sip, then set down her glass. She pressed her slender fingers lightly to her temple, her brow knitting. Mr. Wu, I really can't drink anymore, my head's spinning. Her voice was soft and honeyed, lazy with the flush of alcohol. The warm yellow light fell across her face, bringing out the faint pink in her cheeks. Her almond eyes were half-lidded, lashes trembling. Wu Yohong's throat went dry. He swallowed hard, and even his voice came out hoarse. Miss Lu, that won't do. When you're dining with a client, how can you not drink? He paused, and his tone shifted. If your supervisor found out you couldn't even keep a client company properly, well, You know what that means, don't you? A threat. A blatant threat. First the business talk, then ply her with drinks, and if she resisted, coerce and bribe. 90% of saleswomen fell for this routine. By the time it was too late, those women could only chalk it up to bad luck. But this one was the finest of them all. Tonight, he'd have her for sure. Lu Rian's inward sneer turned even colder. First give her something sweet, dangle a carrot, then swing the stick. She'd seen this play 100 times. Most girls would have panicked by now, terrified of losing the deal. But she wasn't most girls. She knew what Wu Yuhong wanted, and she knew he'd never get it. Still, she lowered her head and put on a flustered act. Mr. Wu, I really can't hold my liquor. Wu Yuhong figured he had this in the bag. The fat on his face bunched into a smug grin. Fine, fine, no more drinks. Let's go somewhere else, get something to sober up. He stood. My company just opened a hotel over in Clearwater Bay. Nice place. Let me take you there, show you the ropes a little. Their coconut water gets flown in fresh from Hainan. Best thing for a hangover. He reached out to steady her. A hotel in Clearwater Bay? Lu Ruyan sneered inwardly. If she went, would she ever come back out? She braced herself against the table and rose slowly, her heels clicking crisp and sharp against the floor. Tap, tap, tap. Those legs, wrapped in black stockings, went a little weak from the wine, and she swayed with every step. Wu Yuhong's eyes glazed over. A knockout. An absolute knockout. His Adam's apple bobbed. His hand was already reaching out. You son of a bitch. The roar exploded through the room. Before Wu Yuhong could even react, someone grabbed him by the collar and flung him clean across the floor. Crash. He smashed into the next table over, plates and glasses shattering everywhere. A young man stood over him, face twisted with fury. Early 20s, decked head to toe in designer labels, the watch on his wrist catching a glint of light. Lu Fei, one of the top rich kids in all of Hangzhou. Behind him stood a pack of well-dressed young men, arms crossed, grinning as they watched the show. Who the hell do you think you are? Wu Yuhong scrambled up off the floor, face flushing purple. You dare hit me. He didn't finish. He got a clear look at the man's face. The words died in his throat. Lu Fei. His father was the head of the Zhujiang Merchants Association, his mother a board director at a public company. In Hangzhou's business world, nobody dared cross them. Wu Yuhong's bravado vanished in an instant. Oh, Lu. Mr. Lu, my ass. Smack. The slap landed hard. Wu Yuhong stumbled back, clutching his cheek. Mr. Lu, it's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Lu Fei sneered. You put your filthy hands on my girlfriend and call it a misunderstanding. Wu Yuhong froze. Girlfriend? He looked over at Lu Ruyan. She clung to the table, the picture of a startled doe. Eyes rimmed red, lips trembling, utterly pitiful. Wu Yuhong's mind went blank. He was done for. Mr. Lu, I honestly had no idea. I thought she was just some ordinary sales rep. Ordinary sales rep? Lu Fei kicked him again. You try to drag an ordinary sales rep off to a hotel? Wu Yuhong crumpled to the ground, arms wrapped around his head. Lu Fei went to hit him again, but the men behind him. He grabbed him. Fei, that's enough. Don't kill the guy. Zhou Baiwan, that she-devil, has been cracking down hard lately. Lu Fei was breathing heavily. He landed one more kick. Get lost. Wu Yuhong scrambled toward the door on his hands and knees. Just as he reached it, Lu Fei's voice chased after him. Next time I see you, I'll break your legs. The figure vanished out the door. Lu Fei turned around and looked at Lu Ruyan, the rage on his face melting instantly into tenderness. Ruyan, are you okay? She shook her head, her voice soft. Brother Lu, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would have done. Her eyes were red, tears clinging to her lashes. Lu Fei's heart just melted. She looked stunning tonight. That black dress, those long legs and black stockings, those delicate ankles and high heels. He'd seen plenty of beautiful women, but this one was different. He stepped forward, reaching out to put a hand on her waist. Lu Ruyan shifted slightly, dodging him. Brother Lu, I'm feeling a little dizzy. Lu Fei's hand froze in midair. It was awkward, but the fire inside him only burned hotter. Playing hard to get. Women like this were the hardest to crack and the most intoxicating. He pulled his hand back and said gently, let me take you home. Lu Ruyan was about to say something. Suddenly, a commotion broke out at the door. 7 or 8 people poured in. The young man leading them had a face dark enough to drip water, black t-shirt, and a watch on his wrist that flashed under the lights. Patek Philippe, limited edition, starting at 3 million. Lu Fei's gaze swept over, and his whole body froze. Zhao Tianhao, the young master of the Zhao family from the capital. His father was a high-ranking official there. Last month, Zhao Tianhao had come to Hangzhou and gotten into a fight with someone at a bar. Zhou Baiwan had hauled him away right off the street and locked him up for a long time. He'd only gotten out today. Lu Fei instinctively straightened his back, his arrogance vanishing as he put on an ingratiating smile and hurried over. Brother Hao, you're out? I was just saying I'd come see you these next couple of days. Zhao Tianhao glanced at him. That look, like he was staring at a fly. He didn't say a word. He just walked right past him. But as he passed Lu Rian's table, he paused for a second. Then he kept going, heading upstairs. Lu Fei stood there, sweat starting to bead on his back. A lackey with bleached blonde hair walked up to him, grinning, and clapped him on the shoulder. Hey Lu, your girlfriend's pretty cute. Brother Hao's got a party in a couple days. You know the deal. With that, the lackey headed upstairs too. Lu Fei stood frozen, his hands trembling, his face pale. Cold sweat had soaked through his shirt. He understood. He understood all too well. Zhao Tianhao had his eye on Lu Ruyan. If Lu Ruyan showed up at that party 2 days from now, what would happen next? He didn't need a genius to figure it out. He clenched his fists. Why him? I met her first. I was the one who played the hero. So why should she be handed over to that worthless piece of trash who just got out of jail? He glanced back at Lu Ruyan. She was still standing there, leaning against the table, fragile and helpless. The warm yellow light spilled over her legs, so tempting he couldn't tear his eyes away. Lu Fei's throat bobbed as he swallowed. A thought flashed through his mind. What if I made my move first? He gritted his teeth, turned, and walked toward the drink station in the corner. A waiter was cleaning up. He waved the guy away. He picked up a glass of water, slipping his hand into his pocket. That little packet had come from a friend last week, said he brought it back from overseas. Colorless, odorless. Half an hour after you drank it, you'd do whatever they wanted and remember nothing when you woke up. He hadn't planned on using it. But now, he pinched the packet and tapped a little into the glass. The white powder dropped into the water and vanished in an instant. He swirled the glass, took a deep breath, turned around. A gentle smile spread across his face. Ruyan, drink some water, sober up a little. Lu Ruyan took the glass. She was just raising it to her lips. Her phone buzzed. She glanced down. Li Chang'e, just one line. Come find me at the Cloud Hotel tonight. Below it was a video. The thumbnail was pitch black. She couldn't make out a thing, but she knew what it was. Her hand jerked violently, and the glass nearly slipped and shattered on the floor. In that instant, everything from that night came flooding back. The dizzying blur of alcohol, the pain in her body, those cold eyes as Li Chang'e pinned her down, and the smear of red on the sheets when she woke up. The color drained from her face in an instant. Her lips trembled, and something welled up in her eyes. Lu Fei froze. Ruyan? What's wrong? Lu Ruyan shot to her feet, the chair screeching across the floor. I'm sorry, Fei. My mom's seriously ill. I have to get to the hospital. She grabbed her bag and left. Lu Fei instinctively moved to stop her. Let me drive you. He stopped halfway through the sentence. At the top of the stairs, one of Zhao Tianhao's lackeys was looking this way. He didn't dare move. And in that split second of hesitation, Lu Ruyan had already rushed out the door. Her high heels clicked against the floor, tap, 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 growing fainter and fainter. Lu Fei stared at the spiked glass of water. Fuck, fuck. He snatched up the glass and smashed it against the floor. Crack. Glass shattered everywhere. Out in the night beyond the window, Lu Ruyan's figure disappeared around the corner. Lu Ruyan ran out of the restaurant, across the street, and ducked into a narrow alley. She leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The night wind swept past, chilling her to the bone. The phone was clenched in her hand, the screen still lit. That one video. She hadn't opened it, but she knew what it was. She stared down at the line of text. Come find me at the Cloud 9 Hotel tonight. She closed her eyes. 1,000 thoughts churned in her mind. Don't go? What if he sent the video out? If Lu Fei saw it, the flawless image she'd worked so hard to build would collapse in an instant. Go. And then what would happen? She didn't know. But she knew one thing. Not going wasn't an option. Some debts you can't run from. You think you can climb over other people and walk away clean, but one day, the ones you stepped on will be standing right in front of you. She opened her eyes and flagged down a taxi. Cloud 9 Hotel. The car pulled away. Neon lights flickered past the window. She leaned back against the seat, her mind a total blank. Cloud 9 Hotel, Presidential Suite. I sat in front of the sofa. On the coffee table, a laptop glowed. On the screen was the war rig video Xiaomei had sent. The dark green warrior, sitting under the moonlight like a slumbering beast. All the armor plating was welded on, solar panels mounted across the roof, the searchlight blindingly bright. Tomorrow I'd finally get to see this big boy in person. I felt a flicker of anticipation. Just then, bang, bang, bang. The knocking was so frantic it sounded like someone trying to smash the door in. I curled the corner of my mouth into a smile, stood up, walked over, and pulled the door open. Lu Rian stood outside. She'd clearly run all the way up. Her chest was heaving, beads of sweat clinging to her temples. Her black skirt suit was disheveled, the hem creased in several places, a few loose strands of hair plastered against her cheeks. Her eyes were red, not the red of someone who'd been crying, the red of someone holding back a fury. She glared at me like an enraged peacock, feathers flared, ready to lunge and peck at any moment. Li Chang'e. She shoved me aside and squeezed through the doorway. Don't push your luck. She spun around, chest still heaving. Sign the pardon letter. Now. Right now. I shut the door and leaned back against it, watching her. I said nothing. My silence only fueled her rage. Do you have any idea where Xiaoqiang is locked up right now? A detention center. Is that any place for a human being? He's barely in his 20s. If he ends up with a record, his whole life is ruined. Sign it now. At last I spoke, my voice perfectly calm. He's ruined. What the hell does that have to do with me? She froze. She hadn't expected me to say that. The old Li Chang'e would have done anything the moment she opened her mouth. But now, she drew in a deep breath, lowered her voice, biting down on every word. Li Chang'e, if you don't sign that letter, I'll drag you to court, even if it destroys my own reputation to do it. I looked at her. That stunningly beautiful face was full of threat, but her eyes betrayed her. She was scared that I really wouldn't sign. I smiled. It was a faint smile, barely there, but it sent a chill down her spine. Sue me, I said. With what? I pulled out my phone and gave it a little shake. That video. The color drained from her face instantly. I studied that face. In my past life, she'd smiled at me the same way. Chang'e, don't you love me? Give the origin fruit to Lu Chang. You're already an A-rank esper. The image flashed. She nestled against my chest, her voice soft as a spring breeze in March. I gave it to him. The SS rank purple flame origin fruit, the one I'd nearly died a dozen times to claim. I handed it to Lu Chang. Because I loved her. Another flash. The edge of the zombie horde. Lu Chang's hand, shoving me down. Brother-in-law, you're too naive. Not far away, Lu Rian leaned into another man's arms, smiling sweetly. I struggled in the swarm, staring at her. She stared back, like she was looking at a dead dog. I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, there was nothing but ice in them. I walked to the balcony and pulled back the curtains. Moonlight poured in, flooding the entire room. I turned around, my gaze settling on her. Head to toe, slowly, taking her in. That black skirt suit was a mess now, from all the running and struggling. A button at the collar had come loose somewhere along the way, exposing a sliver of collarbone, delicate, beaded with fine sweat, glimmering faintly in the moonlight. The dress cinched her waist even tighter, thin enough to snap between two fingers. Only a single lamp was lit in the hotel room. Lu Rian leaned against the edge of the bed, the hem of her skirt crumpled, one high heel missing, lost at some point. She'd been drinking. Those few glasses of red wine from the steakhouse were catching up with her. Her cheeks were flushed an unnatural red, her breathing quick, her eyes a little glazed. But she was still holding it together, still clinging to that proud shell of hers. Li Chang'e, she lifted her chin, her voice tight. I know you hate me. Back at the company, I looked down on you. But that's all in the past. My brother's situation, just sign this letter of forgiveness, and I'll give you anything you want. She pushed the paper across the table. A letter of forgiveness. One signature away, and her brother Lu Chang would walk out of that detention center. I looked at her. I said nothing. A scene from my past life flashed before my eyes. The day the zombie horde came, it was Lu Chang who shoved me out into it. And she stood on the roof of a car not far away, arms crossed, smiling as she watched. Watched that mass of black swallow me whole. That smile, I'd remembered it for 3 years. Give me anything I want, I said, my voice soft. She thought she had a chance. She edged half a step closer, pointing. She reached up to grab my collar. Right? I can be good to you. I lifted my hand and caught her by the wrist. Not gentle, not rough. Then I let go. I don't want your body, I said. You think I'm like all those guys who used to fawn over you? She froze. I pulled my phone from my pocket, opened a recording, and set it on the table. I hit play. A man's voice came out, Lu Chang's. Drunk, smug, bragging at the dinner table. That broke loser? One word from my sister, and I put him in the hospital. A release form? He wouldn't dare not sign it. I'll make it so he can't survive in this city. The recording played on, line by line. Lu Rian's face drained of color, bit by bit. That's your little brother, talking at the club last night. I shut off the recording. He factored you into the plan. He knew you'd come begging me, that you'd trade anything. To him, his big sister is just a tool to clean up his messes. Her lips trembled. She couldn't get a word out. You've protected him your whole life, I said, looking at her. And him. The room was so quiet you could hear the hum of the AC. Lu Rian slowly lowered her head. That arrogant shell of hers cracked. Tears slid down silently, dropping onto the tabletop. Not from humiliation, from clarity. The deepest pain isn't being knocked down by your enemy. It's being pushed from behind by the person you gave everything to protect. That's a lesson I learned with my life, in my last one. Tonight, it was her turn. Sign it, I said, pushing the pen toward her. This release form, I'll sign it. She looked up, her face streaked with tears. You'll help Chang? I'm not helping him, I said. I'm giving you a chance to see clearly exactly who you've been hollowing yourself out for. You save him this time. What about next time? And the time after that? You can save him for a moment, but not for a lifetime. The one who really needs saving, I paused, is you. She stared at me, dazed. After a long while, she picked up the pen. Her hand shook badly. Stroke by stroke, she signed her name on the release form. Not a name meant to clear Lu Chang. The name of a woman who had finally decided to stop being someone's stepping stone. I took the paper and put it away. I turned and headed for the door. Li Changa. She called out behind me. I stopped. Why? Why did you tell me all this? Her voice was hoarse. You hate me. You could have just left me in the dark. I didn't turn around. Because the cruelest revenge isn't dragging someone down into the mud. It's making her see exactly where she's standing. Where, and then, crawl out on your own. The door closed. I walked out of the hotel. The early morning breeze swept in, carrying the cool touch of early summer. I took a deep breath. In that breath, city exhaust, greasy smoke from the roadside breakfast stalls, the scent of coffee drifting from somebody's balcony, the smell of everyday human life. The sun had just risen from behind the clustered buildings, dyeing the sky gold. It was going to be a good day. I pulled out my phone. Xiaomei had sent a message. Hangzhou Xiaomei. Li, the truck's getting its final tune-up today. You can pick it up this afternoon. Hangzhou Xiaomei. Image. I tapped it open. The dark green off-roader sat in the center of the customization shop. The solar panels on the roof were installed, and the spotlights were blindingly bright. The tires were as big as a tank's. I typed, good. I'll be there this afternoon. I put my phone away. 4 days left until the apocalypse. At 9 in the morning, I parked the Wuling at the gate of Bedrock Manor. I hadn't planned on buying a house. When the apocalypse hits, earthquakes, tsunamis, only a handful of houses would survive. And besides, when that day really came, one fireball and even the sturdiest walls would collapse. The apocalypse would always belong to the espers. But looking at all that money left in my space, it just felt wrong. Buying a house to get through the first year wasn't a bad idea. With the few days I had left, a simple waterproofing and insulation retrofit, there was enough time. Bedrock Manor had tight security. A guard walked over and knocked on my window. Sir, who are you here to see? Viewing a house. I have an appointment. He checked the list and waved me through. But the flash of contempt in his eyes, he couldn't hide it. Driving a Wuling Hongguang. Coming to look at Bedrock Manor? The car climbed the mountain road. In front of a three-story villa halfway up the hill, a white BMW was parked. A woman in a business suit stood at the door, 27 or 28, impeccably made up. The textbook attractive saleswoman. When she saw my wooing, a flicker of distaste crossed her face. But her professionalism kicked in fast, and she came forward with a smile. "Mr. Lee? I'm Zhou Yutong, your agent." I got out of the car. Zhou Yutong's gaze swept over me. White t-shirt, jeans, sneakers, the whole outfit worth less than 500 yuan. The contempt in her eyes, she couldn't hide it. Another broke guy here to gawk. But the professional fake smile stayed plastered on her face. "Mr. Lee, please follow me. This one, today, it's the crown jewel of Bedrock Manor." She showed off the whole way there. Bedrock Manor is the only community in Hangzhou to pass national-level earthquake certification. The entire building sits halfway up Dragon Spine Mountain, at an elevation of 168 meters, with foundations driven 32 meters into the bedrock. Military-grade titanium alloy framing. Official testing, a magnitude 8 earthquake. Not a single crack. She pointed east. That's the mouth of the Qiantang River, 15 kilometers out in a straight line. The sea would have to rise 200 meters before it ever touched our doorstep. I listened, said nothing. In my past life, in the third year of the apocalypse, I passed through this place. By then, all of Hangzhou was rubble. Only these villas were still standing. Walls cracked, windows shattered, but the structures held. The survivors inside had held out for 3 years on their stockpiles and these walls. So that's why? Zhou Yutong showed me 3 units. The last one was halfway up the mountain, the best spot. Backed against the mountainside, open on 3 sides, only one road leading up. This one, floor space of 680 square meters, with a basement and garage. Her tone was casual. "If you're interested, Mr. Lee, we could look into a mortgage. 20% down, around 20 million. Of course, if that's beyond your budget, we do have smaller units." I cut her off. "What's the total price?" She hesitated. 108 million. "I'll take it." She thought she'd misheard. What did you say?" I didn't repeat myself. I turned, walked to my wooing, and pulled open the back door. She leaned in for a look and froze on the spot. Half the cargo space was stacked with cash. Bundle after bundle of 100 yuan bills, bright red, piled to the ceiling. Sunlight poured in and reflected off a dazzling wall of red. She'd been selling luxury homes for 5 years. She'd seen Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Patek Philippe's. But no one showed up in a Wuling Hongguang hauling 20 million in cash. When she looked up at me again, everything in her eyes had changed. The contempt was gone. In its place, shock, awe, and something else. She edged half a step closer, her voice going soft. "Mr. Lee, you're really too modest. I'll handle the whole contract for you. You won't have to worry about a thing." The smell of her perfume drifted over. I took a step back. "Bring me the contract. I'll sign here." 10 minutes later, it was signed. I pushed the money across. She bit her lip, her voice as soft as cotton candy. "Mr. Lee, living all alone in such a big house. Aren't you afraid at night?" "I don't live far. I could come keep you company, just to talk." Her hand landed on my arm. I glanced down at it, then pulled away. "No need. I'm very good with my hands. I can do all kinds of things." I looked at her, including hauling 20 million inside for me. She froze. I walked to the door, then turned back. "Do you know any contractors?" "For renovation." She nodded quickly. "Yes. There's a foreman named Sun. He did all the renovations at Bedrock Manor. Have him come now." The door closed. The wheel of fortune turns. Some people spend their whole lives. They notice what others wear, but never see who's actually holding the cards. 11 o'clock. Foreman Sun showed up with 3 men. 40s, bald, a face full of hard, ugly muscle. "Mr. Lee, how do you want it done?" I walked them through the place. "All the doors and windows get replaced." I pointed at the floor-to-ceiling window. "Swap the glass for bulletproof. Every window locks tight from the inside. Can't be opened from the outside." He took notes. "Add a layer of waterproof insulation to the roof, top-grade material. Then lay steel wire mesh over it. Impact-proof." "Impact-proof." He froze. "Mr. Lee, it's not like meteors are going to fall on us here." I gave him a look. Said nothing. He got the hint, shut up, and kept writing. "The basement, waterproof and moisture-proof on all the walls and floor. Add a row of steel shelving, heavy load-bearing. Replace the garage door with a roller shutter, also impact-proof, and put a workbench inside. He looked up. Mr. Lee, are you building a safe house? 3 days. Can you finish? He did the math in his head. Bulletproof glass had to be custom-made. The moisture-proofing needed to dry. The wire mesh had to be installed. The roller door had to be ordered. Normally, half a month at least. But looking me in the eye, he couldn't get the word no out. Triple pay. He gritted his teeth. 3 days, 3 nights, no stopping. I'll oversee it myself. Done. I pulled 5 bundles of cash out of my bag. 500 grand. Deposit. His eyes lit up. Don't you worry. I'll get the crew in right now. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I arrived at Xiaomei's custom shop. Out front, the Mengshi sat there quietly. Under the sun, the dark green body gave off a deep black sheen. The solar panels on the roof looked like a sheet of armor, fitted seamless and tight. The searchlights were huge, like 2 eyes glaring straight ahead. The tires were thick and heavy, the tread pattern crossing deep and shallow. One look, and you felt safe. Xiaomei stood beside the car. Work overalls, hair tied back, grease still on her face, but grinning ear to ear. Brotherly. Come on, inspect the goods. I walked over and circled the vehicle once. Xiaomei followed alongside, slapping the body as she walked, like she was showing off her masterpiece. The chassis, factory Mengshi 6-wheel drive, and I reinforced it with 3 extra layers. Head on with a fully loaded dump truck? The dump truck would back off crying. She crouched down and pointed at the steel plating underneath. Look at this, reinforced. Blast-resistant grade. We won't run into landmines, but if someone comes at you with a satchel charge, this thing'll take it too. I laughed. She stood up and gave the tire a pat. Run flat tires, military grade. Nails. The nails'll bend before they get through. Custom wheels, load capacities twice the factory spec. You could pack it full of gold bars, and it wouldn't even break a sweat. She walked to the front and flipped up the hood with a flourish. The heart's in. Here, V8 twin-turbo diesel. Sprayed with nano-blast-proof paint on the outside. Take a shell head-on, and it won't even flinch. 600 horsepower stock. I tuned the ECU. Now it's a conservative 700. Full tank gets you 500 miles. Added an auxiliary tank in the back. 350 liters total. 900 plus miles, easy. Lee, this fuel tank's bigger than your bathtub. I leaned in and took a look. The engine was jet black, thick tubing everywhere. Looked solid as hell. She circled around to the roof and pointed at the layer of solar panels. Flexible high-efficiency panels, blended right into the roof. Can't smash them with a hammer. I tried. A full day in the sun gives you 20 kilowatt hours. There's a port right here. You can even fire up a hot pot when you're camping. She pulled open the door. Interior, just like you wanted. Nothing fancy. No big screen, no backup camera, no fridge, no TV, no plush seats. She patted the center console. Just a manual. 6 forward gears, 1 reverse. Simple and brutal, everything for power and durability. Lee, you can drive stick, right? I climbed into the driver's seat. The steering wheel was huge, heavy in my hands. The shifter was thick as an arm. I gripped it and threw it into gear. Click. Solid. Firm. Metal on metal. No slop. No give. I nodded, satisfied, got out, and walked around to the back. She opened the trunk. Plenty of space. Half a month's worth of supplies. Fold down the rear seats, and it turns into a bed. Then she suddenly leaned in close, dropped her voice, and gave a wicked little grin. Lee, there's a hidden feature too. I put in a folding setup in the back. Lay it flat, and boom, you've got a 2 by 1.5 meter flat. She winked. Perfect for shaking things up in the car. I froze for a second, then laughed. You think of everything. Damn right. We do custom work. Gotta account for every need. What if you take your lady out camping in the wild, huh? I didn't answer, just made another lap around the car. This thing cost me over 3 million. Worth it. Xiaomei pulled out a thin booklet from off to the side, 5 or 6 pages, and gave it a wave. Lee, check out this repair guide. Simple, right? I took it and flipped it open. Page 1. Full vehicle structure diagram. Engine, transmission, drive shaft, suspension, fuel tank. Every part circled in red with a number beside it. Page 2. Common troubleshooting. What to do if it won't start, if a tire's leaking, if there's a short in the wiring. Every step had a picture, arrows pointing at which screw to turn, which plug to pull. Page 3, basic maintenance. Oil change, filter change, coolant change. Page 4, engine disassembly. Page 5, engine repairs. Every screw. How to remove it. What tool to use. Where to set it down. How to reinstall it and line it up. All laid out crystal clear with hand-drawn diagrams. Simple lines, but you get it at a glance. I looked up at her. So after reading this, even a total newbie could fix it? She thumped her chest. You bet. I redesigned every part of this vehicle. Ditched all the fancy, complicated engineering and swapped in simple, common, rock-solid parts. Walk into any repair shop with this booklet, and the mechanic will get it in one look. She leaned in and pointed at a page. This engine. I ripped out all the electronic sensors and replaced them with mechanical ones. Easy to fix if they break. Just a matter of turning a few screws. I nodded and flipped through those pages again. The texture felt off. I pinched it. This wasn't ordinary paper. She grinned smugly. Special explosion-proof paper. Fireproof, waterproof, insulated. Can't even light it with a lighter. She slapped the booklet. It made a hard clack, clack, like smacking a plastic board. And in a pinch, you can even whittle wood with it. I paused. Whittle wood. She stood the booklet up and lightly dragged the edge across the wooden crate beside her. A faint groove appeared. See? Sharp, right? Use it as a knife in an emergency. No problem. She let out a little snicker. This booklet alone runs $3,800. Even after the car's gone, you've still got this. I looked at the 5 or 6 thin pages in my hand. $3,800. I closed the booklet and looked at her. This girl, from the combat vehicle mods to the repair manual, she'd thought of everything. I reached into my bag and pulled out 5 gold bars. Bright and gleaming, thick as a finger, long as a palm. Slapped them down on the table. That's for you. She looked down, and her eyes went wide instantly. Holy crap. Broly, is this gold? For real? I said nothing. She bit one of the bars, leaving a clear tooth mark. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. She hugged all 5 bars tight against her chest, eyes crinkling into slits from grinning so hard. Broly, you're my brother from another mother. I'll mod your cars in my next life too. Where should I deliver the vehicle? I thought about it. The garage at Bedrock Manor wasn't ready yet. Just keep it here for now. I'll come pick it up tomorrow. She flashed me an okay sign. I got into the Wuling and started it up. In the rearview mirror, that warrior sat quietly in the sunset, like a slumbering beast. 9 o'clock at night. I parked the Wuling at the intersection of the East Side Food Street. I'd been down this street once before, but last time I only cleared half of it. Tonight, I'd finish the job. Fried chicken joints, burger places, fry shops, river snail noodles, malatang, spicy hot pot. One by one, I went in and cleaned them out, one after another. A small. When time was up, I walked out carrying bags of stuff. Behind me, the boss was still standing there in a daze. The Wuling drove off into the night. In the rearview mirror, the lights of that street grew more and more distant. 11 at night. The Wuling stopped on an abandoned dirt road on the west side of the city. The road ended here. I got out, grabbed my flashlight, and headed into the woods. The moon was bright. I could see the path clearly without the flashlight. 20 minutes later, the view suddenly opened up. Qinglong Lake. The lake wasn't big, shimmering silver under the moonlight. By my estimate, it was maybe a quarter the size of West Lake. But I knew this lake was deep, ridiculously deep. It had been converted from an abandoned mine pit. Hundreds of meters of mine shafts underneath, over 50 meters at the deepest point. I stood at the water's edge. A scene from my past life flashed through my mind. Year 3 of the apocalypse. Hangzhou base. A filthy woman knelt on the ground, clinging to a man's leg. I knew that face. Once the sweetheart of the whole nation, the pure, innocent queen. She'd been everywhere. Billboards, movie posters, variety shows. Now she knelt in the mud, hair matted, face streaked with tears. Please, just one bottle of water. I'll do anything. The man crouched down, gripped her chin, and gave a sleazy grin. Anything. Anything. He pulled a bottle of mineral water from his bag and gave it a little shake. Show me how much you mean it first. The woman lowered her head, hands trembling, and reached for her buttons. I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, the glittering surface of Qinglong Lake stretched out before me. After the apocalypse hit, the virus carried by the meteors would contaminate every open water source. Ordinary people who drank it turned into zombies. Espers wouldn't turn, but their abilities would stall out. No more leveling up, ever. In that world, a single bottle of clean water was worth 100 times its weight in gold. The ones who survived were never the strongest. They were the ones who'd prepared best. I stripped off my jacket and took a deep breath. Splash. The water closed over my head. Ice cold, cutting to the bone. But that ball of fire-type power inside me pulsed faintly, warmth spreading from my core out to my limbs, driving away the chill. I opened my eyes. Moonlight filtered through the surface, casting a hazy silver glow. Water plants swayed around my feet, and startled schools of fish scattered in every direction. I hovered in the water, sending my consciousness into the space. That region I'd deliberately set aside, a full 200 million cubic meters, empty and hollow, waiting to be filled. A single thought: absorb. In an instant, the water around me began to surge. Not a whirlpool, it was vanishing. With me at the center, the lake water was swallowed as if by some invisible giant mouth, visibly shrinking before my eyes. Inside the space, a spectacle unfolded. A vast body of water materialized out of nothing, in the dark. It spread out silently, like a suspended ocean. Fish and shrimp were mixed in, struggling, swimming, and then, still. The instant space and time froze. Every fish and shrimp locked in place, holding their swimming poses, like they'd been trapped in amber. I smiled. These fish and shrimp counted as a nice bonus. Kept absorbing. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. That ocean inside my space grew bigger and bigger. 100 million cubic meters, 150 million, 180 million, 200 million. Stop. I surfaced, gasping for air. Under the moonlight, the water level of Qinglong Lake had dropped noticeably, maybe by a fifth, from what I could tell. 200 million cubic meters of fresh water. Enough for 100,000 people to drink, cook, and shower once a week, for over 50 years. I swam back to shore, climbed up, threw on my jacket, and glanced back. Thanks. Then I turned and disappeared into the woods. 3 days left until the apocalypse. At 9 the next morning, I showed up at the biggest water purification equipment market in Hangzhou. 3 hours later, I walked out. Behind me, a few shop owners gathered to talk. Was that guy opening a water plant? Water plant, my ass. He cleaned out every industrial water purifier in my store. 20 units. Mine's empty too. 15 units. That's like 40 or 50 units total. I got into my wooling. Inside my space, the purifiers were piled up like a small mountain. Industrial grade, 5 tons of water purified per hour, with reverse osmosis and UV sterilization. Dirty water in, pure water out. 50 units. Enough. If one breaks, toss it. For $1,000,000 yuan. At 2 in the afternoon, I arrived at the pharmaceutical wholesale market. The biggest drug distribution hub in Hangzhou, an entire building full of pharmacies. I walked into the first one. Boss, you got antibiotics? Yeah, amoxicillin, cephalosporin, roxithromycin. Which one? All of them. The owner froze. I set my bag on the counter. 3 hours later, I walked out. Behind me, the owners of a dozen or so pharmacies gathered, chattering even louder than the crowd at the water purifier market. There's not a single box of antibiotics left in my store. My blood pressure meds are gone too. Wound care supplies, all gone. What the hell is that guy doing? I got into my wooling. Inside my space, the medicine was piled even higher than the purifiers. 100 boxes of antibiotics, 50 boxes of fever reducers, 50 boxes of painkillers, 200 boxes of wound care supplies, 500 first aid kits, 100 boxes of vitamins, 50 boxes each of blood pressure and blood sugar meds, plus a whole pile of thermometers, blood pressure monitors, and glucose meters. 20 million yuan. I checked the cash balance in my space. 350 million left. At 4 in the afternoon, I arrived at the biggest industrial electronics dealer in Hangzhou. The storefront. It wasn't big from the outside, but stepping in revealed a whole different world. A warehouse spanning 2,000 square meters, packed with all kinds of machines. The owner was a technician in his 50s, gray-haired, wearing reading glasses, in the middle of repairing a motor. He didn't even look up when he heard the door. What are you buying? Industrial air conditioners. He raised his head and sized me up. If it's for home use, I'd recommend the residential models. Cheaper, better looking. I shook my head. Industrial. Built to last. He pushed up his glasses, set down the screwdriver, and stood. Industrial units aren't much to look at. Big and clunky, but they're tough as nails. He walked over to a dusty machine and gave it a pat. This one'll run 10 years straight without breaking down. Cools just fine at 30 below, heats just fine at 50 above. Few electronic parts. Even an EMP couldn't kill it. I nodded. How many? He hesitated. How many do you want? Industrial air conditioners, 50. Industrial refrigerators, 50. Heaters, 50. Diesel generators, 50. High-efficiency storage batteries, 50. His mouth opened, closed, then opened again. Can you say that again? I set my bag on the counter and unzipped it. Bundle after bundle of cash piled into a small mountain. Can you do it? He stared at the pile of money and swallowed hard. Yeah, I can. Let me make some calls to bring in the stock. 2 hours later, all the equipment was loaded onto the truck. Total, 98 million. I rounded it up. 100 million. He didn't say a word, just nodded. The Wooling pulled out of the trading company. In the rearview mirror, the owner was still standing in the doorway, waving at the departing truck. At 6 in the evening, I arrived at the computer mall. Hangzhou's largest electronics hub, a 6-story building, all of it selling computers and phones. I found the biggest store there. The owner was a heavy-set guy in his 30s, surname Ma. His business card read Boss Ma. Hey buddy, what do you need? Custom build or brand name? Gaming laptop or office laptop? I looked at him. 500 high-spec gaming rigs, with monitors, keyboards, and mice. His eyes lit up instantly. Buddy, you opening an internet cafe? Something like that. 500 units. Now that's a big deal. He rubbed his hands together and started punching numbers into his calculator. 8 grand a unit, times 500, that's 4 million. Monitors at 2 grand each, times 500, another million. 5 million total. I nodded. What about games? Want me to install them for you? Offline Steam versions, all the AAA titles. I'll set them all up for you. I nodded, then added, install the online games too. The kind that can connect over a local network. Boss Ma froze. Buddy, online games need internet, man. How you gonna play with no connection? I looked at him. Don't you know a hacker? His expression shifted. How do you know that? I didn't answer. I set the bag on the table and unzipped it. Bundles and bundles of cash. Get in touch with him. Every popular online game. Crack them all into LAN versions. He swallowed hard. Which ones? Legend, CF, DNF, PUBG, LOL, everything on the market. All of it. He wiped the sweat off his brow. We need to set up separate servers. Buy them. Cracking fees aren't cheap. How much? He gritted his teeth. Let me make some calls. After a few phone calls, he hung up and looked at me. Everything cracked, servers included, 5 million. I nodded. Phones too. I pulled out another list. High-end Huawei phones, 1,000 of them. All the popular mobile games, cracked into LAN versions. Plus 100 high-end wireless mesh routers, each one covering a whole neighborhood. He held the list, his hands trembling. Brother, you're trying to build your own little kingdom here. I said nothing. I just pulled out another stack of cash. Grand total, 18 million. I paid up. Walking out of the electronics market, I drove to the biggest clothing wholesale market in Hangzhou. Every style I liked, I bought. Men's, women's, clothes for all 4 seasons. Enough to measure in tons. At 3 in the afternoon, Foreman's son called. Mr. Lee, the villa's finished. Want to come take a look? I drove to Bedrock Manor. At the entrance, Foreman's son stood waiting with a few workers. Mr. Lee, come inspect it. I pushed the door open. The entryway lights turned on automatically. In the living room, the cream-colored sofa gleamed, brand new, soft enough to sink right into. The floor-to-ceiling windows had been replaced with blast-proof glass, thick as bricks. Beyond them stretched the entire nighttime skyline of Hangzhou. Blast-proof. Rifle rounds can't even punch through it, Foreman's son explained. I walked into the kitchen. The refrigerator was new, empty. But tomorrow, it would be packed with food. Foreman's son trailed behind me, rattling on. Nano-level air filtration, PM 2.5, viruses, bacteria, all filtered out. 6 air changes an hour. Insulation layer, 20 below zero outside, still a steady 68 in here. Real wood-burning fireplace, firewoods, all stocked. Radiant floor heating throughout. You can walk barefoot in winter, no problem. I went up to the second floor. The master bedroom was huge. The bed was custom-made, 2 meters by 2.2. I slid open the floor-to-ceiling window and stepped out onto the balcony. The night breeze drifted in, carrying the cool of early summer. In the distance, the city lights flickered. In my past life, the third year of the apocalypse, I'd curled up in the rubble, dreaming of nothing more than a clean bed. Now I had one. I went downstairs and pulled out cash to settle the balance. Thanks for the hard work, son. The foreman was grinning ear to ear. You need work done, you call me anytime. Then they left. The door clicked shut, and the whole world went quiet. I sank onto the couch and let my mind slip into the space. In that vast emptiness, supplies were piled up like mountains. I floated in the middle of it all. All around me were mountains of stuff. A mountain of cooked food, a mountain of vegetables, a mountain of medicine, a mountain of electronics. And that floating ocean, 200 million cubic meters of fresh water, hanging there quietly like a giant sapphire. Fish and shrimp were sealed inside, frozen mid-swim, like insects in amber. I froze. I'd collected all of it with my own hands, but I'd never once looked at the whole thing like this. And now, seeing it all together, even I was stunned. This was a goddamn city. A self-sufficient city. Suddenly, I remembered the third year of my past life. Gnawing on tree bark, my biggest dream being nothing more than one hot meal. Now, looking at those mountains of fried chicken, malatang, and crawfish, I laughed. Cooked food. All 8 major Chinese cuisines. Tens of thousands of servings. Warming boxes stacked layer upon layer. Sichuan, Cantonese, Hunan, you name it, I had it. Fried chicken, burgers, snail rice noodles. Enough to eat something different every day for 3 years. Fresh meat, beef, pork, and mutton, 100,000 pounds each, frozen solid. Next to it, a happy accident I'd pulled from Qinglong Lake, several 100,000 pounds of fish and shrimp. Produce, cabbage stacked into mountains, radishes into walls, apples into forests. Snacks, spicy strips by the ton, instant noodles by the roomful. Enough to stock 10 convenience stores. Medicine, antibiotics, fever reducers, wound care, first aid kits, piled into a small hill. Electronics, industrial AC units, refrigerators, space heaters, diesel generators, and energy storage batteries, 50 of each. Enough to build an industrial base. Tech, 500 computers, 1,000 phones, 1 server, 100 networking units. Enough to prop up a digital kingdom. Freshwater, 200 million cubic meters, suspended deep in the space. Fish and shrimp motionless as fossils. Clothing, every season, men's and women's, all of it covered. I pulled my mind back. 14 days. From having nothing to having everything. But I was still short 2 things. First, rice, flour, and cooking oil. Second, fuel. Gasoline, diesel, natural gas. I hadn't stockpiled a single drum. Because I had a better plan. Fuel is a state-controlled resource. An individual can buy a few drums at most, not even enough to keep my warrior running for a couple of months. In my past life, I'd seen too many examples. People who'd hoarded a few tons of gasoline in their garages, then got targeted after the collapse. More than one of them died over a few drums of fuel. Gasoline takes up space, it's flammable and explosive, and it just invites trouble. Better not to stockpile it at all. When the apocalypse hits, I'll just go take it. I walked over to the window and looked out at the night. Around Hangzhou, there were at least 20. Massive oil depots, thousands of little gas stations. In the early days of the outbreak, nobody's guarding those places. The workers either bolted or turned. By then I'll just roll through in the warrior, hit them one by one, sweep everything into my space. No evaporation, no explosions, totally safe. Not enough. Xiaoshan's got one of the top petrochemical plants in the country, dozens of giant storage tanks. Enough to keep me running for 100 years. Once the chaos dies down, I'll just help myself. Free of charge. Natural gas? Propane tanks are all over the streets. See one, grab one. Energy's not a problem. The real main event is food. In my last life, third year, I passed through a place, the outskirts of Hangzhou, Xiaoshan. the Central Grain Reserve's Hangzhou Regional Depot. By then, it had already become a massive survivor stronghold. The walls were the depot's original concrete, tall and thick, machine guns mounted on top. The line at the gate stretched 2 kilometers. People selling water, people selling their bodies, people brawling over a single bowl of porridge. I heard the guy running that base started out as an ordinary warehouse clerk. Day 1 of the apocalypse, he and a few co-workers held the grain depot, and off that one warehouse full of grain, he recruited an army and built it into a top 10 Esper stronghold in the entire country. Top 10. Out of tens of thousands of survivor factions, cracking the top 10, do you have any idea what that means? All off one grain depot. Back then I saw those silos from a distance, building after building, like factory blocks, each one tens of meters tall. Word was the reserves could feed all of Hangzhou for 10 years. It was built on high ground, waterproof to hell and back, and rock solid. In my last life, that catastrophic earthquake and tsunami drowned more than half of Hangzhou, but that depot came out without a scratch. I closed my eyes. Last life, a warehouse clerk seized the moment and became someone people bowed to. This life, that grain depot is mine. 2 more days. Right now it's definitely guarded. National Grain Reserve, 24-hour surveillance, armed police at the posts. But the second the apocalypse hits, order collapses. The guards either turn into zombies or run home to save their wives and kids. The chaos window is only a few days. Who's going to spare a thought for a grain depot? What I'm going to do is empty it out during that 1 or 2 day window. 31 hours until the end of the world. A little past 11 at night, I lay on the soft king-size bed in the villa, staring at the ceiling. Couldn't sleep. Close my eyes and it's all scenes from my last life. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, screaming and wailing. I sat up, took a deep breath, and sank my mind into the space. Supplies piled into mountains. Over 10,000 servings across the 8 great cuisines, 100,000 pounds each of beef, mutton, and pork, produced by the ton, medicine filling the storeroom, 200 million cubic meters of fresh water. Enough, but I still couldn't sleep. Some fears can't be filled by stockpiling. It grows into the bone. The only way to cut it out is to rewrite the ending with my own hands. I walked to the window. Outside, Hangzhou blazed with light, traffic flowing endlessly. Nobody knew that in 31 hours, all of this would be reduced to rubble. I glanced at my phone. 11:30. I threw on a jacket and headed out. The Wuling roared to life and slipped into the night. 20 minutes later, I pulled up in front of Xiaomei's custom shop. The door was open, the place lit up bright. Xiaomei sat on the steps, scrolling through her phone. When she saw me get out, she stood and brushed the dust off her butt. "Haley, coming to pick up the car this late?" I nodded. She jerked a thumb toward the shop. "Been waiting on you." The dark green warrior sat quietly in the center, its body gleaming pitch black under the lights. Xiaomei patted the hood. "Tank's full, 350 liters. Solar panels are all dialed in. 1 day in the sun gives you enough juice for 3 days of hot pot. Threw a mattress in the back seat too, 2 meters by 1.5. She winked. "You know what I mean." I ignored her, pulled open the door, and slid into the driver's seat. The steering wheel was huge, heavy in my hands. The gear shift was thick as an arm. I shifted into gear. Click. Solid. Powerful. Ignition. The diesel engine growled low, like a slumbering beast jolted awake, the whole frame trembling faintly. I stepped on the gas, and the warrior rolled out slowly. Xiaomei called after me. "Haley, remember to bring it back when you're done." I didn't look back. Hangzhou at 2 in the morning, the streets were empty. Red light. Couldn't be bothered to wait, so I just blew right through it. The warrior sat high, the view wide open. Sitting inside felt like being on the 2nd floor. The sedans along the roadside, one after another, looked like toys. I pressed the gas. VRRMM. The speed shot to 120 in an instant, the cityscape rushing backward. Gripping the wheel, a smile slowly curled at the corner of my mouth. In my past life, 3rd year in, I was being chased by zombies in a beat-up pickup. That thing leaked oil, had no AC, and the wheel shook like a tractor. Now, I gave the steering wheel a pat. This car? Worth it. Test drive done, I got ready to head back and sleep. That was when a wave of unease hit me. It was the instinctive reaction that comes when danger approaches. The source of that unease was, strangely, the origin fruit of space that had long since fused with me. A chill rose up from the depths of my soul. Nemesis. The word surfaced in my mind. Why did I feel this way? This fated hostility seemed to be coming from a certain direction. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. In my past life, there'd been rumors. The higher tier the origin fruit, the more mutually exclusive its powers. Fire was a natural counter to water. The greater the potential, the stronger the repulsion. Two tigers can't share one mountain. That's exactly what it meant. But what kind of power could be mutually exclusive with an SSS rank space ability? I followed that direction and the gas pedal hit the floor. Whatever it was, I had to see it with my own eyes. I had the advantage of being reborn. If I could strangle danger in the cradle, all the better. The Warrior SUV swung around and headed for the Golden Ding downtown. 29 hours and 30 minutes until the apocalypse. Outside the Golden Ding nightclub, neon lights flickered and crowds streamed in. The women wore revealing gowns, heavy makeup, and stiletto heels, strutting like a flock of gaudy peacocks. The men were decked out in tailored suits, watches glinting, arms around the women's waists as they laughed and chatted. Lu Rian stood in the crowd like a white swan that had wandered into a flock of peacocks. She wore a teal off-the-shoulder evening gown, the hem reaching the floor, tracing the curve of her slender waist. Delicate collarbones, a long neck, diamonds sparkling at her earlobes. Her hair was pinned up, revealing a smooth forehead. Light makeup, the kind that said, "I just woke up this beautiful." Pure, elegant, achingly lovely, completely out of place among all that heavy glamour. But she knew she was nothing more than merchandise. A night breeze blew past, and she shivered. The way Lu Fei had looked at her last night, she knew that look all too well. Same as Wei Yuhong. Same as countless other men. She'd thought she could control everything, that she could weave her way between these men. But now, she didn't even know who she'd be spending tonight with. Lu Fei stood beside her in a flashy suit, impatience written all over his face. Last night he'd tried to force himself on her, but she'd gotten away. Now this pure, top-tier beauty was going to end up pinned beneath that bastard Zhao Tianhao tonight. He gritted his teeth. Lu Ruyan asked quietly, "Brother Lu, who's coming tonight?" He didn't even turn his head. "Don't ask. Just do your job and behave yourself. Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong." A flash of panic crossed her eyes. She wasn't stupid. Anyone who could make Lu Fei, one of Hangzhou's most powerful young playboys, nervous was no ordinary man. She looked toward the entrance. Even Ichiro Hanma, the general manager of the Golden Ding, was standing off to the side, waiting, a man in his 40s, in a crisp suit, hair combed to perfection. Someone who normally looked down on everyone, now standing there like a doorman. Seeing all this, Lu Rian's heart began to race. Suddenly she thought of those cold eyes, of those nights when she'd been taken by force. She bit her lip. This was her chance. If she could just latch onto that man. The roar of engines came from the distance. Supercars approached, one after another. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, all top of the line. But leading them was a black Hongqi state limousine. The red flag emblem on its hood stood out sharply against the night. The real kicker was the license plate, Beijing A. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. "They're here." He straightened his clothes and was about to step forward to greet them. "Hama." Ichiro's phone rang. He picked up, listened for a few seconds, and his face changed instantly. He scrambled to explain. "Boss, there are customers at the entrance, a Beijing A license plate." A roar came through the phone, loud enough that even Lu Fei could hear it. "I don't care who they are. Clear the road for me. The goddess is above all else. From this moment on, no vehicle gets in. The goddess arrives in 10 minutes. Fanjian Ichiro's face went white. He hesitated for a moment, then barked into his walkie-talkie. "Everyone, clear the entrance. No cars come through." The words had barely left his mouth when a squad of black-suited bodyguards rushed out and physically blocked the road. Lu Fei froze. What the hell? Had the Jinding boss lost his mind? He strode forward and grabbed Fanjian Ichiro by the collar. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" Fanjian Ichiro dodged the question. "Mr. Lu, it's not that I won't let them in. There's been an emergency safety incident inside, and we're doing repairs for the customer's safety. Just give us 10, 15 minutes. Lu Fei's face turned the color of pork liver. "You'd better not be bullshitting me." If you're jerking me around, Jinding will never do business in Hangzhou again. He took a deep breath, turned, and jogged toward the Hongqi. Reaching the car, he bent down and gently tapped on the window. The window lowered a crack. Lu Fei bent even lower, the smile on his face as fawning as a dog's. Mr. Zhao, I'm so sorry. There's been a small safety incident inside Jinding, and they're doing repairs. Just a few more minutes. It'll be ready soon. No response from inside. Lu Fei snuck a glance in. Zhao Tianhao lay half reclined in the back seat, eyes half closed, saying nothing. But that oppressive presence sent a cold sweat rolling down Lu Fei's back instantly. Mr. Zhao, it really is for safety reasons. The window rolled back up. Lu Fei stood there, his back already soaked through. The rich kids in the sports cars behind him started climbing out and gathering around. Fei Ji, what's going on? Why won't they let us in? Lu Fei wiped away the sweat. Hang on. Something happened inside Jinding. They're doing repairs. Fuck. What a garbage place. The rich kids cursed and grumbled, but they still waited where they were. Because the person in that Hongqi hadn't said a word. Nobody dared to leave. 10-odd minutes passed. Lu Fei grew more and more anxious. He glanced at Fan Jianichiro, who stood at the entrance like a wooden post. Then he glanced at the Hongqi, its windows sealed tight. He gritted his teeth. Just then, the front doors of Jinding opened. A man in his 50s stepped out. Kimono, wooden clogs, back ramrod straight, his gaze fixed on the street in the distance. Lu Fei froze. That was the owner of Jinding, in no way Danji. The most mysterious in all of Hangzhou. He's a big shot. Rumor has it his connections reach all the way to the top, and even senior officials treat him with kid gloves. And now he was standing at the door himself, like he was waiting for someone. Lu Fei suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to the group of rich kids and said, "See that? That's the boss of Jinding. He's got serious pull here in Hangqing. And today he came out to greet us personally, all thanks to young Master Zhao." He gave a thumbs up. The rich kids all nodded. Someone started laying on the flattery. Young Master Zhao is just built different. People from the capital really are on another level. Lu Fei glanced at the Hongqi. The windows were still up, but he felt like the pressure radiating from inside had eased a little. Just then, the roar of engines came from the distance again. A whole fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Leading the pack was a Rolls-Royce White Crane, the top-tier custom edition, the only one in the world, worth over $1 billion. Behind the White Crane, the Phantoms rolled in a neat row. The rich kids craned their necks to look, but nobody took it seriously. No matter how impressive a Rolls-Royce was, it couldn't hold a candle to a Hongqi in China. Someone started to sneer. Nice motorcade they've got. Big show, so what? Look at the plates. That Beijing A tag says it all. Yeah, they'll be the ones waiting in a minute. The next second, the smiles froze. The White Crane didn't slow down. It drove straight toward the entrance of Jinding. Lu Fei turned to look. Inoue Danji and his squad of black-suited bodyguards rushed forward like a pack of lapdogs, physically blocking the road and shoving Lu Fei and his crew off to the side. The rich kids were stunned. Lu Fei's face instantly turned the color of raw liver. You son of a bitch. The rich kids erupted too. The hell? They're blocking us to clear the way for that motorcade. Is Jinding out of their damn minds? Do they even know who's sitting in that Hongqi? Lu Fei's mind went blank. Soon, a chill crept up his spine. If he mishandled this and ended up offending Zhao Tianhao, it wouldn't just be the end of him. The entire Lu family could be wiped out. He glanced back at the Hongqi. The windows were still up, but he could picture the expression on Zhao Tianhao's face right now. Lu Fei gritted his teeth, turned, and walked toward his own Porsche. He yanked the door open and got in. His hands gripped the wheel, still shaking. He was the host here in Hangqing. He had to make a statement. He had to show Zhao Tianhao that he wasn't useless. Lu Fei stared hard at the Rolls-Royce White Crane not far away. He clenched his jaw and floored the gas pedal. Virum. The Porsche shot forward like an enraged beast, smashing through the barrier and plowing into the crowd. Screams broke out everywhere. The heavily made-up women scattered in a panic, high heels flying off across the ground. The men cursed and dove out of the way. Bam! The front of the Porsche slammed hard into the side of the White Crane. The airbag exploded, slamming into Lu Fei's face and sending stars swimming across his vision. The White Crane lurched half a meter sideways, its tires screeching against the pavement with an ear-splitting shriek. Screech. The sound scraped across everyone's nerves like a knife. Then, everything went silent. The Porsche was wedged in front of the white crane, smoke curling up from its crumpled hood. The white crane's body bore a fresh dent, glaring under the lights. Everyone was frozen. The rich kids stood there gaping, jaws practically hitting the ground. The women by the entrance covered their mouths. Lu Rian had gone white as a sheet, staring at Lu Fei in the driver's seat, her mind completely blank. Lu Fei struggled out from behind the airbag, his forehead split open, blood smearing half his face. He stared at that white crane, trembling all over. If he let this damn white crane get into the golden ding first today, then tomorrow he, Lu Fei, would be finished. He glanced at the Hongqi. The window was still up, but he knew the man inside was watching. The Hongqi state limousine slowly pulled forward, rolling through the barrier Lu Fei had smashed, and stopped at the golden ding's entrance. The window slid down a crack. Lu Fei rushed over, hunched low, blood dripping down his face. He didn't even bother wiping it. Zhao? Young Master Zhao. No voice came from inside. Just a single hand, extending out to give him a thumbs up. Then the window rose again. The Hongqi turned around and disappeared into the night. Lu Fei stood rooted in place, his back soaked through with cold sweat. He didn't know whether to feel happy or terrified. Zhao Tianhao was satisfied, but he'd left Lu Fei alone here to clean up the mess. But that was enough. The white crane was still parked ahead, its dent glaring under the lights. He looked back toward the golden ding's entrance. Inoue Danji stood there, his face shifting from ashen to liver red, then from liver red to deathly pale. Lu Fei's legs began to give out. Inoue Danji stared at that dented white crane. That was the goddess's car, forced to a stop by a Porsche right at the golden ding's entrance. It was like a slap across his face. Bakairu. His voice was like the howl of a beast. The dignity of the empire. The dignity of the goddess. All of it, trampled underfoot by these Chinese pigs. He spun around and roared at his bodyguards. These people, beat every last one of them to death. Before the goddess, any offense can only be washed away with blood. The black-clad bodyguards lunged forward like rabid dogs. At first, the rich kids were still laughing. The hell, these Japs think they can block us. Try laying a hand on us. I'll have the golden ding shut down by tomorrow. Come on then. Then the bodyguards charged in. One punch, one man down. One kick, a whole group down. Those rich kids spent their days drinking, whoring, and gambling. Their bodies had long since been hollowed out. Up against these retired Japanese special forces from the self-defense force, they couldn't even. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Not the face. I'm sorry. One of the rich kids was pinned to the ground, face pressed into the pavement, still cursing. Fuck your mother. A bodyguard stomped down on his face, and the voice cut off instantly. Another one tried to run, but got caught by two bodyguards. A punch to the kidney sent him curling up like a shrimp, retching on the ground. Screams, pleas, the crack of breaking bones, all blended together. The entrance of the golden ding was pure chaos. Women shrieked and ran back into the restaurant. The doorman hid behind a pillar, too scared to come out. Lu Ruyin stood frozen, trembling all over. She stared at the rich kids writhing on the ground, at the bodyguards gone rabid, at the kimono-clad Japanese man with a face dark as thunder. Lu Fei stood beside her, legs shaking. He wanted to run, but couldn't move. His legs felt like lead. Then he saw the white Rolls-Royce Wraith. The car door opened. A foot stepped out. Stiletto heel, red. Lu Rien saw it too. She rose up on her toes, trying to catch a glimpse of who was inside. But right then, the Wraith's door closed again. The engine started. The dented Rolls-Royce slowly turned around. I kept my eyes locked on that dented white Wraith not far away. The closer I got to the golden ding, the more restless the power inside me became. It wasn't fear. It was a sense of recognition. That person was inside the Wraith. My eyes went cold. I had to eliminate this threat tonight. I glanced at the rich kids rolling around on the ground, then swept my gaze over Inoue Danji, standing at the entrance with a face like iron. No more hesitation. I floored the gas pedal. The modified warrior let out a deep, rumbling tremor. The six-cylinder engine roared with a deafening howl, like a demon dragon returning from hell. The 5-ton frame shot forward in an instant. its titanium alloy crash beam glinting cold under the streetlights. Xiaomei's words echoed in my ears. Going head-to-head with a dump truck? Not a chance. This thing's rival is a tank. Inoue Danji turned his head and saw the dark green steel behemoth charging straight at them. His pupils dilated instantly. If that thing slammed into the wraith, he couldn't even imagine it. Stop him. Stop him now, he screamed, his voice cracking. The bodyguards around him were rooted in place by the warrior's roar, as if frozen solid. The rich kids froze too, forgetting to even scream, mouths gaping as they stared at the monster. As much as they'd seen in their lives, they'd never seen a car this vicious. The Rolls-Royce convoy also spotted the warrior barreling toward them at full speed. Several phantoms fired up and swung in front of the wraith to block it. Useless. Bam! The first phantom flew off like a kite, tumbling through the air. 2 full circles, then it slammed into the curb. Bam! Bam! The second car. The third. This was raw tonnage and horsepower, crushing everything without mercy. The warrior plowed through like a battering ram, and everywhere it went, 3-ton Rolls-Royces got tossed aside like toy cars. Inoue Danji felt his insides turn to ice. If the goddess got hurt on Chinese soil, he wouldn't even earn the right to atone through seppuku. His family would be struck from the registry, his parents banished from their homeland, his children stripped of their surname. The whole family would be dumped in the most remote fishing village in Hokkaido, left to rot like stray dogs. He'd rather die. The warrior's engine was still roaring. 6 cylinders of brutal power, closing in on the white crane. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. I could even make out the dent in the white crane's door. Next second, impact. And then, a ripple suddenly spread through the air. The whole world went silent. Not ordinary silent. Absolute, dead stillness. The warrior's roar gone. Danji's screaming, gone. The rich kid's shrieks, gone. Even the wind had stopped. The steering wheel wouldn't turn. The gas pedal wouldn't move. Even my heartbeat seemed to freeze. Only my eyes could still move. I watched, helpless, as the white crane slowly turned around. The front end pivoted, the body slid sideways, and then it merged onto the main road. The whole thing played out in slow motion, like it was being guided by an invisible hand. I wanted to move. Couldn't. Wanted to scream. Nothing came out. I tried to trigger my powers. Space, fire, they were both still there, but completely frozen. Teleportation wouldn't activate. I couldn't summon a single flame. Power suppression. My heart lurched. My space ability had gone into defensive mode on its own, which meant that for the duration, all I could do was take the hits. Something capable of suppressing my SSS rank space ability. Next second, the warrior's roar exploded back to life. Time resumed. Bam! The front end slammed into empty air. No, into the spot where the white crane had just been. But there was nothing there. My vision blurred. The white crane that had been right in front of me was now 50 meters away. And my steel behemoth, on a perfectly flat road, couldn't catch up to it. My heart sank to the bottom. This wasn't a hallucination. This was a power. My hands trembled on the wheel. Not from fear. From shock. 3 years in my past life, I'd seen countless espers, speed types, strength types, elemental types, psychic types, but I'd never seen anything at this level. Stronger than me, even. Suddenly, I remembered a rumor. Before the apocalypse hit, there had already been awakened ones in the world. Those people were called Godspawn. If that goddess was one of the Godspawn, then I'd have to rethink my entire plan. The warrior SUV screeched to a halt outside the Golden Cauldron. The roar of its engine slowly died down, but the sense of menace still hung over the entire street. I shoved the door open and jumped out. A pair of eyes locked onto me. Lu Rian. She froze, rubbing her eyes as if she couldn't believe them. That face, I knew it all too well. She'd once catered to my every whim, then turned cold as ice. I could guess what she was thinking. She probably figured I'd stolen the car. She probably thought I'd come here just to save her. She was probably sneering inside. Li Chang'e, you think showing up in some stolen car is going to win me back? Her expression was a tangle of things, contempt, mockery, and a flicker of something even she wouldn't admit to feeling. But I couldn't be bothered to look twice. Surround him. Inoue Danji screamed from the doorway, his face livid. Beat him to death. A pack of black-suited bodyguards lunged at me like a pack of wolves. The first one came in fastest, throwing a punch straight at my face. I slipped to the side and drove my knee up. Thud. He dropped to his knees, clutching his stomach, his face turning a purplish red while spilling from his mouth. The second charged in from the flank, swinging a baton down at my head. Without even turning, I whipped an elbow back. Crack. The baton flew from his grip, his jaw dislocated in an instant, and he crashed to the ground, motionless. Third, fourth, fifth. Side kicks, knee strikes, elbows, chokeholds. Nothing fancy, just the most efficient way to take a man down. 10 seconds. 8 bodyguards littered the ground. Some groaned, some screamed, clutching broken arms. Some were just knocked out cold. I clapped my hands together. The remaining bodyguards all took a step back in unison. Nobody dared come at me again. Inoue Danji's face went from livid to deathly pale. Not far off, a man in a suit watched with his eyes lighting up. He straightened his crooked collar and swaggered forward, jabbing a finger at Inoue Danji as he cursed. Fuck you, Danji. Even if God himself showed up today, I'd still tear this golden cauldron to the ground. Then he turned to me with a condescending air. Hey, you, whose crew are you with? Nice work. He pointed at Inoue Danji. Come on, help me pin down this Jap first. I want to slap him a few times myself. I looked at him. That face. In my past life, it was this exact face that had blocked the base entrance with his lackeys, robbing me of the crystal cores I'd risked my life to hunt. This was the face that had mocked me right in front of Lu Ruyan. A simp like you thinks he can compete with me? This was the face that had shoved me into a dead end, time and time again. Lu Fei. Without a word, I stepped forward and slapped him. Smack. He clutched his cheek, stunned. What the fuck? Smack. I'm Lu Fei. I'll make you. Smack. Smack. I swung both hands, backhand and forehand, putting every ounce of strength into each slap. All that bottled-up rage from my past life, all those brushes with death, I poured it all into these blows. His face swelled up before my eyes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lu Ruyan froze for a second, then suddenly rushed forward, throwing her arms out to shield him, her eyes rimmed red. Li Chang'e, that's enough. Her voice was shrill and grating. This is Brother Fei. Do you have any idea who he is? Don't think that just because you drove some junker over and pretended to save me, I'd be grateful. Let me tell you something. There is no way, not in this lifetime. You're just a broke-ass loser. Stop being a toad lusting after swan meat. I looked at her, that stunningly beautiful face, filled with self-righteous conviction. I laughed, genuinely laughed, at how stupid she was. Even now, she hadn't figured out what was going on. She thought she was still protecting her sugar daddy, thought I was still that same simp. I glanced at Lu Fei. He was cowering behind her, clutching his face, his eyes full of hatred, not a shred of gratitude. An idiot paired with scum. A match made in heaven. I looked away, not bothering to waste any more energy on them. Just then, sirens wailed in the distance. Flashing red and blue lights tore through the night. A dozen police cars came screaming in, surrounding the golden cauldron in an instant, sealing off every exit. The car doors flew open in unison, and dozens of officers poured out. The lead vehicle, a black SUV, rolled to a stop. The door opened, and a long leg wrapped in a police uniform was the first to step out. A woman got out, ear-length short hair, a strand lifting in the night breeze. Her phoenix eyes flashed like lightning, sweeping across the scene. Those second-generation rich kids, so arrogant and domineering just moments ago, suddenly went silent like chickens with their necks wrung, the words dying in their throats. She wore a crisp police uniform, her belt cinched tight around a slender waist. Her leather boots struck the ground, each step carrying its own gust of wind. She was like a blade drawn from its sheath, cold, sharp, untouchable. The moment the rich kids saw her, their faces fell apart. Holy shit, it's the female Grim Reaper. Why is she here? We're done. We're so done. Some backed away, some ducked their heads, not daring to meet her gaze, and some had their legs shaking. Zhou Baiwan, the one who dared to beat down even Zhao Tianhao. Word had it that during the days Zhao Tianhao was locked up, someone from the capital came to bail him out, and she cussed them out so hard they turned right around and left. Inoue Danji's expression changed too. But then a thought crossed his mind. The goddess had already left. As long as she wasn't here, what did he have to fear? Zhou Baiwan strode forward, her phoenix eyes sweeping across the scene. The bodyguards groaning on the ground, the smashed-up Rolls-Royce by the roadside, the beaten and bruised rich kids. She let out a cold laugh. Cuff them all. Take them back to the station. Dozens of officers sprang into action. Inoue Danji stepped forward, straightening his back. Officer Zhou, I am a Japanese citizen. You have no right to. Before he could finish, a boot slammed into his chest. Bang! He flew back a full meter and crashed onto the ground. His kimono splayed open, looking utterly wretched. The entire scene fell silent. Zhou Baiwan stepped forward, pressing her boot down on his chest, staring down at him. A Japanese citizen. Her voice was cold as ice. Beating up a Chinese citizen on Chinese soil? Who the hell gave you the nerve? The pack of rich kids who'd been lying on the ground moaning heard this and scrambled to their feet, one after another, like they'd been shot full of adrenaline. The she-devil is a badass. Beat these sons of bitches to death. Show him whose turf this is. Some threw punches with faces black and blue. One gave a thumbs up with his good arm since the other was broken. Another grinned like an idiot through the blood streaming down his face. Just moments ago, they'd been getting the crap kicked out of them, and now they were acting like they'd won a war. Zhou Baiwan pulled her foot back and turned to face them. All of you, shut it. We'll settle your business back at the station. The rich kids instantly deflated. The cops started making arrests. Inoue Danji was cuffed, the bodyguards were hauled off, and the rich kids were led away with their heads hanging low. When it was my turn, a young officer came over. You, hands behind your head, crouch down. I leaned against the door of the Humvee and gave a little smile. Officer, I'm a law-abiding citizen. That gang of Japs just attacked me. That's self-defense. Any problem, whether it's self-defense or not, we'll sort that out at the station. I didn't move. Tomorrow was the apocalypse. No way was I spending a few days locked up. The young officer reached out to grab me. I sidestepped and slipped away. He froze. Zhou Baiwan noticed the commotion. She turned her head and saw me, leaning against the Humvee. White t-shirt, jeans, a calm little grin on my face. She recognized me. That day outside the restaurant, same smooth-talking, smart-ass look. She strode over, radiating authority. You again? I looked at her, smiling like I couldn't hurt a fly. Officer Zhou, long time no see. You look even prettier tonight than you did that day. Her eyes went cold. Cut the crap. Hands behind your head. Crouch down. I shook my head. I really can't come with you. I've got things to do tomorrow. What could possibly be more important than cooperating with a police investigation? I thought about it, then said seriously, the end of the world. She paused, then laughed, not out of amusement, but because I'd pissed her off. Fine, then I'll take you in personally. She reached out and grabbed my wrist. I twisted my wrist around and locked hers instead. Her eyes sharpened, and her knee shot up. I turned aside to dodge. In an instant, we'd traded 3 moves. Her offense was fierce, every strike a textbook grappling and combat maneuver. Top 5 in her police academy tournaments. Countless arrests over the years, never once losing. But to me, it was all too slow. The life and death fights of my past life were 10,000 times more practical than these drills. She threw a punch. I dodged to the side, tilting my head, and swept my leg at her lower body. She jumped to avoid it, and in that split second, airborne, I closed in, grabbed her wrist, twisted, locked it. She was pinned from behind, completely immobilized. The whole place froze. The second-generation rich kids who hadn't been hauled off yet stood there slack-jawed, their chins practically hitting the floor. That was Zhou Baiwan we were talking about. The Iron Lady. The woman who'd punch out even Zhao Tianhao without blinking. And now she was locked in the arms of some random guy who drove a warrior? Zhou Baiwan herself was stunned. She struggled once, but my grip was ridiculously strong. She couldn't budge. I lowered my head, leaning close to her ear. My warm breath brushed against the curve of her ear, and her body went rigid. Officer Zhou, I said softly, a smile in my voice. I really did just come to watch the show. She gritted her teeth, her eyes cold. Li Chang'e, let go of me. I didn't. This close, I could take in every detail of her. Strands of jet black hair clung damply to her temples and neck, trembling faintly with her suppressed breathing. Her exquisite face, skin like jade, was flushed a captivating red from anger. But the most striking thing was her eyes. Even trapped in this humiliating position, they were like stars over a frozen lake. Deep, bright. her pupils burning with defiant rage. More dazzling than any jewel. I suddenly laughed. Officer Zhou, you're so beautiful. What are you going to do if the apocalypse hits? She ground her teeth. What the hell are you trying to say? I leaned even closer, my lips almost touching her ear. What I'm trying to say is, in a few days, if you're willing to take good care of me, I might just give you a pack of instant noodles. She froze. A pack of instant noodles? She, the goddess of the police force, daughter of a high-ranking provincial official, was worth a single pack of instant noodles? Li Chang'e. Her furious scream tore through the night sky. She was trembling with rage, but pinned in my grip, she couldn't move an inch. I let go and stepped back. She spun around, ready to lunge at me, but several officers grabbed hold and dragged her back. Captain Zhou, calm down. You can't beat him. A young officer muttered under his breath behind her. Zhou Baiwan whipped her head around and shot him a vicious glare. That look was pure fury, not directed at the officer, but at me, the bastard who'd humiliated her in front of everyone. She shook off the officer's hands, took a deep breath, and her eyes turned sharper than ever before. She gathered her strength, threw a punch, fast and brutal, aimed straight at my face. I twisted aside, frowning. This woman, was she ever going to quit? Her assault came like a storm. Fists, elbows, knees, kicks, every move desperate. She'd stopped caring about winning or losing. She just wanted to make me pay, even if it meant taking one punch from me, landing one kick. The surrounding officers wanted to help, but our fight was too fierce for anyone to get involved. I got fired up too. I could have easily walked away, but this woman's stubbornness was getting under my skin. She left herself wide open, guard down, a punch swinging into thin air, weight pitched forward. I flipped my palm and slapped her chest with a light, calculated force. Not a grope, just a shove to push her back. But she froze completely. She looked down at her own chest, then back up at me, her eyes going red in an instant. You? Her voice was trembling. I didn't mean to. She wasn't listening anymore. Rage had burned away the last shred of her reason. She lunged at me with a snarl, her form falling apart. No more grappling techniques, just raw desperation. I sighed. Sidestep, wrist lock, spin, and once again I had her pinned against me. This time I used my full strength, leaving her completely unable to move. A dozen or so officers closed in around us. The tension in the air stretched to its breaking point. She struggled in my arms, going nowhere, eyes bloodshot, biting her lip almost hard enough to draw blood. I looked down at her. This woman, stubborn enough to give anyone a headache. I was about to speak. Then I stopped. The air turned thick, as if something were pressing down from overhead. In the distance, packs of dogs erupted into frantic barking, one after another, wild with terror. Then came the howling of wolves. But this was a city. Where would wolves come from? I looked up. She felt it too, and stopped struggling. Everyone lifted their heads. The pitch-black night sky was bleeding a strange, dark red. The clouds churned as if stirred by an invisible hand, rolling and twisting, spiraling into a massive vortex. And then, a blinding streak of light tore across the heavens. A meteor, a burning meteor, trailing a long tail of flame. It plunged straight down from beyond the atmosphere. It was enormous, big enough that you could make out its shape with the naked eye, like the eyeball of the Grim Reaper, carrying a heat that would incinerate everything, hurtling toward the horizon. My pupils contracted sharply. In my past life, I had seen this exact scene. It was the dawn of the apocalypse, the death knell of human civilization. But the timing was wrong. There were supposed to be 28 hours left. The pack of spoiled rich kids stopped their jeering, every one of them craning their necks, mouths hanging open. What is that? A meteor. It's a meteor. Someone screamed. Someone started to run. Lu Rian stood rooted to the spot, her face ghost white, instinctively grabbing Lu Fei's arm, only to find that Lu Fei was shaking too. His face was swollen like a pig's head, but right now he couldn't spare a thought for the pain, just muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Inoue Danji, held down by two officers, had forgotten to struggle as well. He stared at the meteor, terror flashing through his eyes, and something else, faint and hard to catch. Excitement? The meteor fell lower and lower, growing larger and larger, crashing down in the direction of the Pacific Ocean. The next second, Heaven and earth shook. The ground beneath our feet trembled violently. This isn't an ordinary earthquake. It's a tremor that can rip everything apart. Outside the golden cauldron, luxury car alarms blared in unison, their piercing shrieks rising and falling like a symphony of despair. A thunderous roar sounded in the distance, skyscrapers collapsing, bridges snapping, the entire city groaning. Everyone's phone buzzed at the same instant. A shrill alarm cut through the night sky, the highest level disaster alert. There was just one line of text on the screen. Red alert. Meteor impact in the Pacific Ocean has triggered a mega tsunami and chain earthquakes, estimated to reach coastal areas in 3 hours. All residents evacuate to high ground immediately. Below it, an endless stream of push notifications. Total eruption along the Pacific Ring of Fire. Magnitude 9.8 earthquake on Honshu, Japan. Hawaii swallowed by tsunami. Each one more terrifying than the last. Each one more hopeless. Zhou Baiwan froze. She forgot to struggle, forgot her anger, forgot she was still in my arms. She stared at the screen, her face draining of color bit by bit. This is... I let her go. She stumbled a step, then turned to look at me. In that moment, my expression was unlike anyone she'd ever seen. No terror, no panic, no despair, just a complexity she couldn't decipher. Like nostalgia, like relief, like welcoming something. I lifted my head and gazed at the burning sky. In my past life, I fought to survive beneath this very sky, and in the end I died at the hands of the person I loved most. This time, I'd spent 15 days preparing, stockpiling enough supplies to keep 100,000 people alive for 50 years. Now it was here, 28 hours early. But early or not, here it was. I pulled my gaze back and looked at her. Officer Zhou. My voice was calm as if I were commenting on nice weather. The apocalypse is here. She opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. Chaos had already erupted around us. The rich brats scattered and fled. Police officers clutched their phones helplessly. Lu Rian crouched on the ground crying. Lu Fei clutched his head and cursed, and Inoue Danji was ushered back into the golden cauldron by his bodyguards. I turned, yanked open the car door, and climbed into the warrior. The engine roared. She rushed over and pounded on the window. Li Chang'e, where are you going? We need everyone right now. Get to the nearest civil defense shelter. I glanced at her, a trace of mockery in my eyes. Officer Zhou. My voice carried through the window. I told you, in the apocalypse, a single pack of instant noodles can buy your life. If you take good care of me, I might just give you one. And I keep my word. Her hand froze in midair. I stepped on the gas. The warrior roared into the night, plunging into the panicked crowds, into that collapsing world. She stood there alone. The ground fell away as I watched that steel behemoth vanish around the corner. Behind me, sirens wailed, the earth shook, and the sky burned. She glanced up at that patch of dark crimson, pushed her thoughts aside, and barked orders at the panicked officers. Move. Evacuate the crowd. Find the nearest underground shelter, any civil defense bunker. And me? I was gripping the steering wheel, veins bulging on the back of my hands. The world outside the window was collapsing. The warrior lurched violently. 5 tons of steel, tossed around like a rowboat in a storm. The tires couldn't grip the road, screeching against the pavement. Fuck! I slammed my fist against the wheel. Boulder Manor was at least an hour away. There was no making it back. The 30-story tower up ahead looked like it had been sliced clean through by a giant. The top half tilted slowly, then came crashing down. Dust erupted dozens of meters into the air, a gray mushroom cloud. I could even see the figures in the windows, people clinging to the edges, waving desperately. People flung out like kites with cut strings. People still screaming, their voices swallowed by the roar. Then everything vanished into the dust. The road tore apart like shredded cloth, splitting into bottomless cracks. Asphalt curled up, exposing the broken pipes beneath. In the distance, a bridge collapsed with a thunderous crash, rebar and concrete tumbling into the river like toys. The whole city was groaning, weeping, dying. The ground ahead suddenly caved in, a fissure cutting straight across from north to south. I stomped on the brakes. The tires locked, skidding a dozen meters before barely stopping at the edge of the crack. Dead end. My mind raced. This was downtown Hangzhou. The buildings that could survive a cataclysm-level quake like this, you could count them on one hand. My eyes swept across the swaying towers and finally locked onto a 30-story building. Hangzhou International Trade Center. An image flashed from my past life. The third year of the apocalypse, I'd seen it from a distance. The most solid structure in all of Hangzhou. Earthquakes, tsunamis, nothing could shake it. Later it became the Frostflame Princess's territory, the largest survivor stronghold in the city. A building built to last. I cranked the wheel hard. The tires smoked as I drifted the car into a full turn. Target, the ITC. A collapsed wall blocked the way ahead. I floored it. The six-cylinder engine let out a deafening roar. 5 tons of steel plowed straight into it. Bang! The wall shattered like it was made of paper, bricks and stones flying, clattering against the car's body. The Warrior didn't have a scratch. It kept charging. This was a true steel beast. The quake wasn't stopping. The ground kept trembling. But it didn't care. The tires rolled over rubble, over snapped rebar, over anything that stood in the way. Ahead was another collapsed pit. I yanked the wheel hard. Half the truck went airborne, but I scraped past the edge of the crater and made it through. That's when it happened. Help! Somebody help me. An old man's voice cried out from the rubble. I caught it in the corner of my eye. An old-timer in a security guard's uniform, his lower body impaled by rebar, pinned beneath a slab of concrete. He stretched out a bloody hand, waving at me, his eyes desperate for life. I didn't slow down. In the rearview mirror, his figure shrank smaller and smaller, until it vanished into the smoke and dust. Survival was never about mercy. It was about making cold, clear-headed choices. My death in that other life had taught me that much. Up ahead, a pile of boulders blocked the road, massive rocks that had tumbled down from the mountain, each weighing several tons, stacked into a natural wall. The truck couldn't get through. I stopped, pushed the door open, and climbed out. Standing before the rubble, I raised my right hand. The ball of flame in my dantian pulsed wildly, and heat surged down my arm and into my palm. A fireball took shape, not ordinary flame. This was energy compressed to the extreme. The color shifted from red to orange, from orange to white, until it was nearly transparent. The air around it warped in the heat, shimmering like a desert mirage. I locked my eyes on the pile of boulders 30 meters away and thrust my hand forward. The fireball screamed out, trailing a long tail of flame. Boom! The explosion was deafening. The rocks blew apart, leaving a gaping hole. Debris scattered in every direction, and dust rose dozens of meters into the air. I covered my nose and mouth, ran back to the truck, and started the engine. The truck roared through the smoke and shot through the gap. 3 seconds later, I burst out the other side, and the view suddenly opened up. The World Trade Center tower stood just 300 meters ahead. I got out, stored the truck back in my space, and looked around. There was almost no one here. When the earthquake hit, everyone had instinctively fled from the high-rises. The evacuation points that should have been packed with people now stood completely empty. Only I knew the truth. They'd made a mistake. After the earthquake came the tsunami. I glanced back toward the east, toward the Pacific. The sky was still a dark red, like it had been stained with blood. I knew that beneath that ocean surface, waves dozens of meters high were already forming. In just over 2 hours, they'd reach Hangzhou and swallow everything left in the city. All those people huddling in plazas and open fields would be swept away. Only buildings with foundations sunk deep into bedrock would survive. In my past life, this tower had made it through. This time it would too. 2 hours until the tsunami. I rushed into the building. The moment I stepped into the lobby, my phone buzzed. I pulled it out, a text from the Disaster Warning Center. Cataclysmic tsunami to reach coastal regions in 90 minutes. Initial wave height exceeds 1,000 meters. All residents evacuate to high ground immediately. Urgent. Reply. Initial wave height exceeds 1 kilometer. My eyes narrowed. Initial wave height, 1 kilometer. By the time it reached the coastal cities, it probably wouldn't be less than 100 meters. I looked up at the ceiling. 30 floors, 3 meters each, 90 meters total. Close enough. Hangzhou isn't right on the coast. By the time the wave got here, it'd probably still be 70 or 80 meters. I shoved my phone back into my pocket and looked around. The lobby was a wreck. The chandelier had crashed to the floor, glass scattered everywhere. The marble walls had split open, exposing the rebar behind them. The elevator doors were warped and twisted, their indicator lights long dead. I didn't linger. I headed straight for the stairwell. I pushed open the fire door, and a wave of mildew and dust hit me in the face. Inside the stairwell, the emergency lights flickered with a sickly pale glow. Boom! Crack! Crack! The sound from the sky wasn't thunder. It was more like the death knell of hell. That muffled roar came again and again, until the very air trembled with it. I knew what it was, the sound of the tsunami compressing the air as it surged forward. The prelude to death. The aftershocks of the earthquake finally died down, and the whole city fell into a deathly silence. But this silence was more terrifying than the quake itself. It meant something far more devastating was closing in. I stood in the stairwell of the World Trade Center, the emergency lights above me casting their sickly pale glow. The elevators had failed long ago. I had no choice but to climb on my own two legs. My powers had enhanced my stamina far beyond that of an ordinary person, but after 20-some flights in one go, the muscles in my thighs began to burn. 28th floor. Panting, I pushed open the fire door and glanced out through the window. Hangzhou was gone. The once bustling city had become a field of burning ruins. In the distance, several skyscrapers had snapped clean in half, their upper halves crashing down onto neighboring buildings, steel and concrete strewn about like shredded toys. Firelight danced among the wreckage, thick smoke billowing up to blend with the dark red sky. In the direction of the Qiantang River, a thin white line was slowly advancing, swallowing everything in its path. That was the leading edge of the tsunami. I pulled my gaze back and took a deep breath. There was still time, but not much. I turned and walked into the corridor. It was pitch black all around. My footsteps were light, but every step was steady. In the end times, sound could get you killed. Then I stopped. It was too quiet. Not the dead silence you'd expect from ruins, but the kind of quiet that comes from someone deliberately holding their breath, trying to hide even their heartbeat. My eyes swept across both sides of the hallway. Shattered glass, workstations toppled every which way, computers smashed on the floor. Only one office door stood open, and inside, I could just make out a dark figure huddled in the corner. A brass plate hung by the doorway, faintly visible in the dim light. China Academy of Building Research, East China Branch. I turned sideways and squeezed through, my gaze landing on the archive room at the very back. The door was open. There's a pair of eyes staring at me. It's a woman. She's curled up in the corner, a thick stack of building code manuals piled in front of her, shielding her head and chest. A very professional protective posture. Her light blue shirt is smudged with dust, a white lab coat over it. Her hair tied back in a low ponytail with a few loose strands stuck to her cheeks. Behind thin-framed glasses, those eyes are locked on me. Terrified, wary, but with a forced calm underneath. Her right hand grips a utility knife. The blade is trapezoidal, thin, but sharp enough. Her hand is shaking, but the tip is pointed at me. A dozen meters apart, we just stare at each other. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, a minute. Grrrr. A long, low growl of a stomach, especially clear in the dead silence. Her face flushes instantly. I freeze for a second, then laugh. Hungry. She doesn't say anything, but the knife tip dips a little. Not out of trust, just pure embarrassment. I don't step forward. I just reach into my backpack, pull a pack of compressed biscuits out of my space, and toss it toward her. The biscuits arc through the air and land by her feet. She glances down, then back up at me. She doesn't move. Eat, I say. Then take me somewhere safe. Somewhere what? Her voice is hoarse, like she hasn't spoken in a long time. You work here, right? I point at the brass plaque outside the door. You know this building better than anyone. The earthquake just hit. The tsunami's coming. Where's the safest place? Her pupils contract slightly. How do you know there's a tsunami coming? I saw it. How did you get up here? Took the stairs. Your bag. Why do you have compressed biscuits in it? I look at her. You ask a lot of questions. She falls silent, staring at the pack of biscuits by her feet, then back up at me. This guy talks flat, but he doesn't seem like a bad person. If he wanted to hurt me, he wouldn't waste his breath. She slowly lowers the utility knife, picks up the biscuits, tears the pack open, and takes a bite. Hard, dry, but filling. She chews slowly, letting it dissolve in her mouth. 3 bites in, she suddenly speaks. There's a partition room in the middle of the 28th floor. I designed it. She swallows the biscuit and pushes up her glasses, a habit she can't shake even in a situation like this. It's connected to the building's main load-bearing axis. Concrete shear walls on all four sides. Highest waterproof rating, well-sealed too. If the tsunami really comes, that should be the safest place. She looks up at me. I look at her too. This woman just took one bite of a biscuit and is already coolly analyzing the building's structure. There was dust on the lenses, but the eyes behind them, at that moment, weren't just filled with terror anymore. There was also something I recognized: focus. The kind of look a professional gets when they start talking shop. What's your name? She was silent for a second. Lin Wei. I paused slightly. That name. I felt like I'd heard it somewhere, but I couldn't place it. In my past 3 years, I'd heard so many names. Most of them ended up dead in the rubble, or turned into something far worse than dead. I didn't dwell on it. I just nodded. Li Chang'e. She nodded back. Introductions done. She stood up, her legs a little unsteady, and braced herself against the wall. Then she bent down, picked up the half-eaten pack of crackers, and carefully tucked it into the pocket of her lab coat. There were a few pins clipped into her chest pocket, red, blue, black, all lined up neatly. Follow me. She led me across the trashed office floor to the middle of the hallway. There was a fire door there that blended almost seamlessly into the wall. You'd never spot it unless you looked hard. She pushed it open. Inside was a room barely 20 square feet, concrete on all four sides, no windows, just a few ventilation ducts. It was mostly empty, one metal cabinet, a couple of chairs. The floor was lined with waterproofing, and I could still see traces of sealant in the corners. I looked around and nodded. And suddenly she felt like maybe she wasn't so scared anymore. This is a good spot. The corner of her mouth turned up slightly, the unconscious expression of a professional getting recognition. Of course, there was a hint of pride in her voice that even she didn't seem to notice. Unless the whole building comes down, this is the safest corner in the place. She pulled the crackers back out of her pocket, broke off a small piece, and popped it in her mouth, chewing slowly, but she didn't stop talking. Hangqing Tower has the highest seismic rating in all of East China. The foundation goes 32 meters down into bedrock, and the main structure uses military-grade steel. During the official testing, they simulated a magnitude 9 earthquake. It didn't budge an inch. I leaned against the wall and watched her. This woman was a completely different person when she talked about her field. That shadow of a girl curled up in the corner, trembling with a box cutter in her hand, gone. In her place was a quiet but genuine confidence. What other projects have you worked on? Bedrock Manor. She pushed up her glasses. I raised an eyebrow. That villa complex? I worked on the foundation inspection. She took another bite of cracker. The ground conditions there weren't great. Honestly, halfway up the mountain, landslide risk. But the developer was willing to throw money at it. Foundation went 32 meters, plus a titanium alloy frame. I was even on site last year doing settlement monitoring. And then, mid-sentence, she suddenly stopped. Because the look in my eyes had changed. Not the way a man looks at a woman, more like the way someone looks at something valuable. What? She instinctively leaned back. Nothing. I looked away. Go on. She eyed me suspiciously, but kept talking. The cracker slowly dissolved in her mouth. Every now and then she'd push her glasses up or use her hands to sketch out the shape of a building in the air. I listened, but my mind was somewhere else. What's most valuable in the apocalypse? Food, medicine, weapons, all valuable. But the truly most valuable thing is talent. Especially someone like this, who understands architecture, can design, can reinforce structures. When it comes time to build bases and construct defenses, one of her is worth 100 espers who only know how to fight and kill. Just as I was thinking this, she suddenly stopped. Cough, cough. The cracker was too dry. It got stuck in her throat. She tried to hold it back, but the more she held it in, the worse she coughed, her face turning bright red. I frowned and reached into my backpack. She was still struggling to catch her breath when a bottle of water suddenly appeared in front of her. She froze, then looked up. Drink. She took the water, twisted off the cap, and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls. Water trickled down the corner of her mouth. She wiped it away with the back of her hand and let out a long breath. Thanks. Her voice was still hoarse, but at least she'd stopped coughing. I said nothing. I took the bottle she'd been drinking from and took a sip myself. She froze. That was the one she'd been drinking from. She opened her mouth, but couldn't get any words out. 2 square meters was just too cramped for a partition room. After I finished drinking, I sat down across from her. The two of us were almost face to face, our knees nearly touching. A sliver of light from the emergency power source filtered in through the vent, dim enough that we could only make out each other's outlines. Linwei suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Not afraid. That fear had long since been washed away by the cracker and the bottle of water. It was because he was too close. Close enough that she could smell the man across from her. Not sweat, not smoke, a scent she couldn't quite place. Her heart inexplicably skipped a few beats. She lowered her eyes and pretended to organize her pockets. The pens were still there, red, blue, black, all neatly lined up. She touched the caps, then the half-empty pack of crackers. But that scent lingered. She couldn't help but sneak a glance up. In the dim light, Li Chang'e leaned against the wall, eyes half closed, as if resting. The profile of his face was sharply defined, his nose straight, a faint stubble on his chin. His clothes were smudged with dust, yet he didn't look the least bit disheveled. Instead, there was something. She searched for the word in her mind. Composed. This man was too composed. So composed he didn't seem like someone who'd just survived an earthquake and was waiting for a tsunami. I suddenly opened my eyes. She couldn't look away in time. Our eyes met. What are you looking at? Her face turned red in an instant. And nothing. I was just thinking about that tsunami you mentioned. I didn't respond. I just looked at her. Her face was hard to make out in the dim light, but I could trace the outline. An oval face, features that weren't stunning but easy on the eyes. Her skin was very pale, with a faint indentation from her glasses on the bridge of her nose. Her hair was a little messy, a few strands loose against her cheeks, which gave her a softness she usually didn't have. The most striking thing was her eyes. A moment ago she'd been blushing and looking away, but now she raised them again, watching me through her lenses. There was nervousness in that gaze, curiosity, and something else she was trying to hide. My eyes drifted down a little. The collar of her white coat was slightly open, revealing the buttons of the light blue shirt underneath, all fastened neatly. Below the shirt, I pulled my eyes back, but she noticed. Her face went even redder, and she instinctively shrank back, only to find the wall right behind her, nowhere left to go. That was when, boom, the entire building shook violently. She lost her balance instantly and pitched forward. Ah! She squeezed her eyes shut, hands clawing at the air, and then slammed into my chest. My arms clamped around her waist like iron bands. She couldn't afford to care about embarrassment anymore. Her arms locked around my neck, and at some point her legs had wrapped around me too. She clung to me like an octopus. The building was still shaking hard. Boom! Another crash, closer than the last. It was the sound of the waves slamming into the building, enough to make your scalp crawl. The whole tower trembled, the concrete walls groaning low, as if they might shatter at any moment. Linwei buried her face in my chest, shaking all over. Don't let go. Please don't let go. Her voice was muffled against me, thick with tears. I said nothing. I planted both feet hard against the floor, one arm around her waist, the other braced against the wall, steadying us both. The walls roared. The sea howled. But as long as I was still standing, this wall wasn't going to fall. Boom! The third wave. The whole building shook like it was being crushed in a giant fist. A thin crack split open in the sealant at the corner, and dust rained down. Linwei hung on to me, swaying with the tremors, but never once shaken loose. It wasn't that she was steady. It was that I was. Her face pressed against my chest. I could feel her trembling, and I could feel her counting my heartbeat. 1, 2, 3. Steady. Steadier than this building. Her body stiffened for a moment, her face flushing all the way to her ears. She was a 23-year-old woman. She understood everything she was supposed to. But she didn't move, didn't pull back. She only held me a little tighter. Boom! Another wave. The sea crashed, one wave after another, as if it would never stop. But her breathing, buried against my chest, gradually steadied. When people are terrified, what they need most isn't a thicker wall, it's a steadier heartbeat. I don't know how long it lasted, but she fell asleep, curled up like an octopus, arms hooked around my neck, legs wrapped around my waist, face buried in my chest. I didn't move. When I opened my eyes again, it was morning. Not a normal morning. It was a gray, dark red kind of light, like coagulated blood smeared across the sky. Linwei woke, as if it would never stop. But her breathing, buried against my chest, gradually steadied. When people are afraid, what they need has never been a thicker wall, it's a steadier heartbeat. I don't know how long it took, but she fell asleep, curled up like an octopus, arms hooked around my neck, legs wrapped around my waist, face buried in my chest. I didn't move. When I opened my eyes again, day had broken. Not a normal dawn. It was a hazy, dark red glow, like congealed blood smeared across the sky. Linwei woke too. She froze for 3 seconds before realizing she was still curled up in my arms. Ah! She scrambled to let go of me, shrinking back. But this partitioned little space was barely 2 square meters. There was nowhere to shrink to. All she could do was lower her head, tugging at her wrinkled white coat and tucking loose strands of hair behind her ear, absolutely refusing to look up. I leaned against the wall, watching her. Her face was as red as a tomato. "You're up?" I said, my tone calm, as if nothing had happened the night before. Her voice was as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. "Then let's go." I pushed the door open. She took a deep breath and followed, muttering something like, "I'm a master's student in architecture. How could I possibly be embarrassed?" Probably trying to salvage a little dignity. When we reached the window, her footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Outside, it was another world entirely. The seawater was receding. The whole city had been swallowed into a vast marsh. Cars, furniture, billboards floated on the murky surface, and bodies. Some, bloated and pale, drifted on the water. Others were wedged into the rubble, limbs twisted at grotesque angles. In the distance, a high-rise, half-collapsed, was still burning, thick smoke billowing up to blend with the dark red sky. The downpour was dense as a wall, hammering the water's surface, kicking up countless splashes. In the air, salt, rot, and burnt charm mingled together, boring straight into your stomach. Now and then, you could hear faint wails from far, far away. Very soft, mostly drowned out by the rain. But Linwei heard them. She knew. Those were people still alive, crying for help. A chill ran through her whole body. Last night, I was still working overtime, drafting plans, thinking about the proposal I had to turn in tomorrow, she murmured. And today, the whole city is gone. The plans. Was there even anything to turn in anymore? She thought about it, then kicked a shard of glass away from her foot. "The apocalypse," I said. "The real apocalypse. It's here." She turned to look at me. There was no fear on my face, no grief either. I'd already seen all of this once before. What do we do now?" Her voice was hoarse. "First, we find food and water," I said. "There should still be supplies in this building. Convenience store, employee cafeteria, break room. We search everything we can. You go." "You're not coming?" "You go." "Lower floors. I'll take the upper ones." We split up, moved fast. I pointed at the stairwell, then added, "If you run into anyone, back off immediately. Don't engage. Doesn't matter if they're old, young, man, or woman." She nodded, turned, took a couple of steps, then stopped. "Thank you." She didn't look back. "For the crackers last night. And the water." Then she vanished into the stairwell. I pulled my gaze back, straightened a chair, dropped into it, and kicked my legs up onto the table. Scavenge for supplies? I had enough stashed in my space to feed 100,000 people for 50 years. But I let her go anyway, not out of coldness. She needed to learn to face the ruins, the corpses, and the people lurking in the shadows on her own. I couldn't protect her forever. The skills that actually keep you alive can only ever grow from within. Besides, I needed a moment to think. 14 days since my rebirth. I'd raided space fruits, hauled out vaults, hoarded supplies, bought a villa, modified a car, hadn't stopped for a second, done more than most people accomplish in a lifetime. Now the tsunami had passed, and I could finally slow down and think. The grain depot. That Central Reserve grain depot. In my last life, the warehouse manager built one of the top 10 bases in the Dragon Nation off of it. This time around, it's mine. Then there was the mysterious woman in the white crane car. Who was she? And what was her ability? And Lu Ruyan, Lu Chong, Lu Fei, and no way Danji. What they owed me last life, they'd pay this time. My thoughts were still turning when a sudden heat surged through my body. Not ordinary warmth, a scalding heat welling up from the marrow of my bones, like something was waking inside me. The next instant, a red-hot iron nail drove straight into my brain, like countless knives scraping against my bones, like someone sawing open my skull and pouring molten lava inside. My face went taut, veins bulging on my forehead. But my eyes stayed calm. I knew this pain too well. It was the prelude to an ability awakening. I'd been through it once before, last life, cornered against a wall by zombies, my brain exploding, pain dropping me to my knees, nearly bitten to death. Then I awakened as an A-rank fire user. But I'd come back reborn, already carrying my ability from before. So why awaken again? A second awakening? No time to think it through. The pain came in waves, each fiercer than the last. That bright yellow flame in my dantian, once quietly dormant, suddenly erupted, thrashing around like a startled beast. At the same time, a brand new energy was taking root inside me. Wilder, hungrier, like some massive creature bent on tearing apart and devouring everything. The two energies waged war inside me. The battlefield was my meridians. Bright yellow and orange-red chased and clawed at each other through my veins, meridians rupturing wherever they passed, then forcibly healing again. The pain like being cut apart over and over. The battlefield was my own brain. Every impact felt like someone was swinging a sledgehammer at my skull. My vision flashed black, then red. My eardrums buzzed. The whole world spun. I clamped down on the armrests, my eyes blazing crimson, two balls of burning fire. My skin temperature spiked, and the leather seat beneath me began to smolder, sending up wisps of scorched smoke. But I didn't scream. Not because it didn't hurt, because screaming was useless. In my past life, over 3 years, I'd been through this kind of pain too many times. This was the price of a life-changing leap. If you wanted to reach a higher rung, you first had to tear yourself apart. I closed my eyes and sank all my willpower deep inside. No interfering. Just wait. Wait for them to wound each other. Wait for them to burn out. Wait until they had no choice but to fuse. Taming two wild horses, you can't force them. You wait until they collapse from exhaustion, then slip on the bridle. 10 minutes. Felt like a year. The riot finally died down. The bright yellow flame gave up its resistance and was swallowed whole by the orange-red. The two energies merged into one, spinning slowly in my dantian like a newborn star. I opened my eyes. My pupils were still black, but deep in their depths, a thread of crimson flickered. I raised my right hand. One flick of thought. Pop. A tiny flame leapt from my fingertip. Not the warm orange of my past life. Not the bright yellow from before, either. Crimson. Like lava. Like a setting sun. Like light burning at its absolute limit. No bigger than a fingernail, yet I could feel the terrifying power packed inside it. The air around it started to warp. On the window pane several meters away, a fine film of water beaded up. The temperature difference was so extreme it condensed on the spot. I stared at it for 3 seconds, then flicked it away. The flame shot out and landed on a sheet metal cabinet 3 meters off. Hiss. No explosion. No fire. Just a fist-sized hole in the cabinet. The edges were smooth, as if vaporized clean through by pure heat. I froze for a second. Then I smiled. S-rank. The S-rank I never touched, not even in death, in my last life. Back then I'd awakened as an A-rank fire user. Later I fought through hell to snatch an SS-rank purple flame source fruit, only for Lu Ruyan to con me out of it and hand it straight to Lu Chang. I'd thought I'd never reach that threshold again in this lifetime. Now my A-rank had evolved into S-rank. A second ability evolution, 1 in a million. But once it happens, there's a chance for a second time. A third, which meant I could get stronger still. Stronger than S-rank. I stared at that crimson flame on my fingertip, the corner of my mouth curling up. The apocalypse? Bring it. Just then, the stairwell filled with the sound of chaotic footsteps. Not one person, a whole group. And there was a metallic clang against the railing. Noise made on purpose, like an announcement. They're coming. Everybody stay the hell back. My eyes went cold. I rose quietly, slipped sideways behind the fire door, and looked down. More than 20 flights below, a group of people were climbing up. The one in front, I recognized him. Lu Chang. Lu Chang. What was he doing in Hangqing Tower? The next second, it hit me, Lin Wei. She was his blind date. In my past life, Lu Chang and I were like brothers, but I'd never once met this woman. So this was where the story branched off. Interesting. Lu Chang wore a wrinkled floral shirt, collar hanging open, exposing his bony collarbone. His face was plastered with a fawning grin, back bent like a shrimp, a baseball bat dangling from his hand. He climbed and panted, neck twitching side to side, nose suddenly sniffing twice, lips trembling. His sugar craving was kicking in. Behind him trailed a dozen or so punks, hair dyed every color of the rainbow, clothes half undone, but their eyes all identical. The wild look of men who'd started robbing, burning, and killing the moment the apocalypse hit. Bringing up the rear was a bald man. His face was a mass of thick muscle, a knife scar running from the tip of his eyebrow down to the corner of his mouth. He walked slowly, but every step landed solid. Thud, thud, hammering against the stairs. My gaze settled on him. This guy, something was off about him. Not intuition. Instinct, honed over 3 years surviving among crowds in my past life. The kind that spots a dangerous man at a single glance. Lu Chang, oh Lu Chang, there's a road to heaven, and you won't take it. I sneered and quietly backed away. Bang! The fire door on the 28th floor was kicked open, slamming hard against the wall. Lu Chang gripped the doorframe, gasping, legs shaking. 20-some flights of stairs. His lungs felt ready to burst. But he couldn't afford to rest. Hunched over, he scrambled to the bald man and dropped to his knees. Scar, it's this floor. My girlfriend's on this floor. She told me herself. She worked on building the Hangzhou commercial bank's base. She's got a copy of those blueprints too. I'll get her to hand them over, no matter what. And then, he swallowed hard, nose twitching again. The rock candy. Scarface looked down at him and gave a single nod. He said nothing. The smile on Lu Chang's face was as pitiful as a dog wagging its tail. 28th floor, the storage room by the stairwell. The emergency lights were a sickly white, casting flickering shadows across the crumbling walls and debris. By the faint light, Lin Wei searched through the tilted shelves. Most of the contents had already spilled across the floor. A few bottles of mineral water. Dust coated the bottles. She unscrewed one and sniffed. No strange smell. A few packs of crackers too. The packaging read, best before March 2028, 2 months expired. Expired still beat, starving to death. She gathered the items into the hem of her white coat, bundling them into a makeshift sack. Just as she was about to stand. Wei, where are you? It's Ah Chang. I'm here to save you. A drawn-out shout echoed through the stairwell. Lin Wei's hand froze. Her face darkened in an instant. It was Lu Chang. She'd seen right through him from their very first blind date. Slimy to the core, calculating, a bully to the weak and a coward to the strong. He'd bragged over dinner about all the big shots he knew, sizing her up with his eyes like she was some product on a shelf. She'd turned him down on the spot. But her grandfather had a bad heart, and the whole thing upset him so much he ended up in the hospital. She had no choice but to agree to date Lu Chang, just to keep the old man's condition stable. Right before the earthquake, Lu Chang had shamelessly insisted on keeping her company while she worked late. Then the sky fell. The fluorescent tubes exploded, filing cabinets toppled over, and the entire floor was screaming. In the violent shaking, Lu Chang had been the first to run, never once looking back, leaving her alone in the crumbling archive room. Now he was back. Lin Wei tightened her grip on the box cutter in her pocket. Bang! The door was kicked open, slamming into the wall with a deafening crash. Lu Chang's face appeared in the doorway, a phony smile in his beady, triangular eyes. Behind him trailed several thugs with sleazy, menacing faces. Seeing her alone, Lu Chang's eyes lit up. He threw his arms open and strode toward her. Wei, I finally found you. It's not safe here. I came back just to take you somewhere safe. Lin Wei backed away, her spine hitting the shelving unit. Came back for me? Her voice was cold as ice. When the earthquake hit, you ran faster than anyone. Lu Chang's smile stiffened for a moment. I want to get help. Look, Scar and his guys. I brought them in as backup. Just hand over the blueprints for Hangzhou Commercial Bank, and Scar guarantees he'll protect us. Lin Wei's heart went cold. So the blueprints were what he was after. Lu Chang stepped aside, revealing the bald man behind him. Scar walked in. He was over 6 feet tall, packed with muscle, a green dragon tattooed on his neck. its tail creeping out from his collar, hideous and terrifying. His gaze landed on Lin Wei, sweeping slowly from head to toe. The dust-streaked white lab coat, the eyes behind those thin-framed glasses, no fear in them, only disgust. Scar licked the corner of his mouth. Women like this, the educated type who looked at him like he was trash, those were the most satisfying to break. He shoved Lu Chong aside and grinned, bearing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Hey there, little lady. Don't be scared. Give me the blueprints, and I'll make sure you live the good life." He reached out to touch her face. Lin Wei didn't flinch. She snapped her hand up. The blade shot out from between her fingers, a flash of cold light slicing across Scar's wrist. SHK. Blood sprayed out. Scar screamed and jerked his hand back. A deep gash ran across his wrist, the skin peeled open. "You." His eyes went wide. Eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Wei gripped the knife, staring him down coldly. Blood on the blade glistened dark red under the emergency lights. Her hand was steady, not a single tremor. "Take one more step, and the next cut goes across your throat." The storage room fell silent for a beat. Lu Chong stumbled back, his face going pale. Scarface glanced down at his wrist, then looked up again, and his eyes had changed. No longer flippant, but genuinely vicious. Like an enraged beast. "Now this is interesting." He casually grabbed the handle welded onto the steel filing cabinet, an iron pipe as thick as a thumb. Creak. He crushed the pipe flat with one hand, twisting it out of shape like a softened noodle. He clapped his hands together. "See that? That's called a power. That crappy little knife of yours. It can hurt me once, never twice." He took a step forward. Lu Chong circled around, lowering his voice. Wei, Scar's a superhuman. We only survive with him protecting us. Just hand over the blueprints. In a disaster like this, nobody's gonna come asking questions." "Shut up." Her voice wasn't loud, but every word landed like a nail driven into the floor. "There's no way you're getting the blueprints. That's the line no draftsman crosses." She fixed her eyes on Lu Chong. "You'd rob a bank? Aren't you scared they'll trace it back to you someday? I'm telling you, walk away right now." Lu Chong lost it. He sniffed hard, his face beginning to contort, the corner of his mouth twitching, like some kind of withdrawal kicking in. He fished out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep drag. "Lin Wei, you had your chance to do this the easy way. In a world like this, the only way to survive is to stick with the strong." Smack. Her palm cracked across his face. The sharp sound echoed. The cigarette flew from his mouth, sparks scattering across the floor. "Get lost." Lin Wei held the knife, its tip pointed at the door. Scarface suddenly laughed. "Interesting. Really interesting." He waved a hand, his tone offhand, like he was discussing something trivial. "Take her. If we can't find the blueprints, we take the girl. The blueprints are in her head, so we'll just dig her brain out." Behind him, several big men flicked away their cigarettes and closed in. Their footsteps were heavy and chaotic, echoing in the cramped space. Lin Wei backed up until her spine pressed against the cold wall. The utility knife gleamed cold under the light. But she knew. This blade couldn't hold off this many men. Her breathing quickened. Her heart pounded like a drum. "Fine. If it comes to it, I'll go down fighting." And just then, a rush of hurried footsteps came from the stairwell. Lu Chong spun around, his expression changing in an instant. "Who's there?" The footsteps stopped at the door. A cold voice cut through the air. "Lu Chong, looks to me like you're trying to sell off your own girlfriend." I stood in the doorway, backlit. Lu Chong whipped his head around. He knew that voice, knew it so well it had sunk into his bones with hatred. "Sell." Lin Wei saw me, and her eyes nearly welled up with tears, the raw impulse of someone who'd just survived. But a second later, fear crept back across her face. There were more than a dozen of them across the room, and that scar-faced guy had powers. Just me alone. She opened her mouth, about to scream at me to run. I didn't look at her. My eyes swept over the thugs, like I was counting heads. Bam! Nobody saw how I moved. A dull thud, and the guy up front gripping the machete went flying. The second one had just raised his steel pipe when my knee drove into his gut. He curled up like a shrimp, dropping to his knees and dry heaving, the pipe clattering into the corner. The third one reacted faster, slashing his dagger toward my back. I didn't turn around. I twisted aside. The blade grazed across my shirt and slammed my elbow back into his temple. Thud. His vision went black, and he crumpled to the floor. The fourth one spun to run. I lunged forward, grabbed him by the collar, and yanked him back. His feet left the ground, and the back of his skull cracked hard against the concrete. Sidekick, knee, elbow, chokehold. Nothing fancy, just the most efficient damage. Every strike clean and precise. 3 seconds. For men lay on the ground, moaning. The rest froze. A few instinctively backed away. Lu Chang's grin stiffened on his face. The scar-faced man's expression changed too. He stared at me, then slowly stepped forward. Not bad, brother. A vicious glint flickered in his beady, triangular eyes, a wolf eyeing its prey. But do you have any idea? In a world like this, knowing how to fight isn't enough. He clenched his fist, knuckles cracking, veins bulging along his arm. Before he'd even finished, he lunged at me like a cannonball. Frighteningly fast, one fist smashing straight for my face. That fist was coated in a layer of grayish-brown rock. The stone crept from his knuckles up his forearm, like he was wearing a suit of hard armor. The punch howled through the air, heavy with crushing force. I didn't take it head-on. I slipped to the side, and the fist grazed my ear and slammed into the wall. Bam! Thin cracks spread through the concrete, chunks of plaster raining down, dust filling the air. The scarred man spun to strike again. Then he stopped, because I'd raised my right hand. At my fingertip, a small flame flickered, fiery red, no bigger than a fingernail. But the moment it appeared, the temperature in the entire room shot up. The thugs standing closest started to sweat, like a furnace had suddenly been lit right in front of them. The wave of heat washed over everyone, tightening their skin. The scarred man's pupils contracted violently, his menace turning to shock. You're one too. His voice came out dry and rasping, like sandpaper scraping glass. I ignored him. With a flick of my finger, the flame shot out, drifting lightly to land at Lu Chang's feet. Hisses! A scorched mark appeared on the concrete floor. A black pit, its edges smooth, as if vaporized instantly by intense heat. Less than 10 centimeters from the tip of Lu Chang's shoe. His legs buckled, cold sweat pouring out, the back of his white shirt soaked through. Scarface stared at the flame dancing on my fingertip, his expression shifting again and again. Behind him, his thugs backed away one by one. 3 seconds later, he spoke, his voice low and probing. Hey man, which crew are you with? Seeing Scarface speak up, Lu Chang got his nerve back. He saw Lin Wei edging toward me, and his eyes went red in an instant. Li Changa, you pathetic simp. He lunged forward and grabbed Lin Wei's wrist, yanking her back. Lin Wei stumbled, her shoulders slamming into a shelf, and she winced. But she didn't scream. Instead, she whipped around with a knife. The blade snapped out, a flash of cold steel, and stabbed into Lu Chang's arm. Arg! Lu Chang screamed, and his grip loosened. Blood ran down his arm, blooming into a dark red flower in the dust. Lin Wei broke free and retreated into the corner, her hands covered in blood. She looked at me and nodded. It was a silent understanding. I'm fine, you can make your move now. Lu Chang looked down at his blood-soaked hands, the red in his eyes turning to madness, the corner of his mouth twitching. You filthy. I didn't waste any more words. I raised my right hand. Flames erupted from my fingertips. No longer a tiny flicker, but a violent, blazing torrent that seemed capable of burning everything to ash. The fire gathered in my palm, compressing, stretching. The shape of a long sword slowly took form in the firelight. The blade was a semi-transparent crimson, like lava heated to its absolute limit, and along its edge, the very air distorted. The temperature soared to a suffocating degree. Lu Chang froze. His mouth hung open, his mind blank, and he'd even forgotten to cover his wound, blood dripping down drop by drop. I brought the sword down. Thunk. His entire arm was severed clean at the shoulder, falling to the ground. There was no blood. The cut had been instantly cauterized by the fire's extreme heat, charred black like burnt charcoal. The stench of seared flesh filled the air, mixed with the smell of blood, nauseating. The severed arm lay on the ground, its fingers still twitching faintly. Lu Chang's eyes went wide as he stared at the arm on the floor, the one that, moments ago, had been gripping Lin Wei's wrist. Then the pain hit, an agony that cut straight to the bone. Ah! A scream like a pig being slaughtered. Then his eyes rolled back and he passed out, collapsing limply to the ground, the charred stump facing up like a scorched wooden post. The room fell silent for a moment. The thugs looked at Lu Chang on the ground, then at the fire sword in my hand, their faces going pale. Some began inching toward the door, their legs so weak they could barely stand. Scarface made his move. He let out a roar, and his entire body became encased in a layer of grayish-brown rock. Shoulders, his chest, arms, and fists looked like they were sheathed in heavy stone armor. The surface was rough and cracked all over, like a dried-up riverbed. A fist came crashing toward me, its wind carrying the crushing weight of stone. I sidestepped. The punch slammed into the iron rack behind me. Bam! The whole rack collapsed with a thunderous crash, steel pipes and junk scattering across the floor. I slashed backhand, my blade aiming for his neck. The flaming sword bit into the rock armor. Hiss! Stone chips flew, but it only sank in half an inch before getting stuck. The rock layer covering him was too thick, like a stone wall. I yanked the sword back and retreated, eyeing that stone armor. When the cataclysm hit, the earlier someone awakened, the greater their potential. This guy with the scar had probably awakened even earlier than me. Lichanga had bitten off more than he could chew. Scarface sneered. Useless. This stone body of mine. Bullets can't even punch through it. He lunged again, throwing punch after punch, every one of them lethal. I dodged and watched. 3 seconds. I found the weak spot. His rock armor didn't cover his whole body. The armpits, the backs of the knees, the nape of the neck, the joints were where the stone was thinnest. Especially when he threw a punch, a fine crack would split open beneath his armpit. I stopped dodging. A flick of will, my body blurred and vanished on the spot. Scarface's fist punched into empty air. He froze. Where'd he go? The next second, I appeared behind him. The flaming sword thrust out from an impossible angle. Squelch. It drove precisely into that hairline crack at the nape of his neck and burst out through his throat. You awakened early? You think you awakened earlier than me? Scarface's eyes went wide, a gurgling sound rising from his throat. The stone armor shattered piece by piece, and he toppled over like a crumbling statue, crashing to the ground. His head rolled 2 meters away, that moment of shock still frozen on his face. The storage room went dead silent. A few thugs in the corner didn't move a muscle. Lu Chang lay sprawled on the floor, clutching his severed arm, staring at the still rolling head like he'd been struck by lightning. Scarface was dead? The guy who could bend rebar with one punch, who didn't even fear bullets after turning to stone, the one he'd knelt down and called Big Brother. Just like that, taken out in a single move? A warmth spread through his crotch, trickling down his thigh, the stench of urine mixing into the smell of burnt flesh. The thugs exchanged a glance, then dropped to their knees all at once, kowtowing desperately. Mercy, boss. Please. Lu Chang tricked us into coming here. I didn't spare them a look. I walked straight toward Lu Chang. He was trembling all over, banging his forehead against the ground so hard it thudded, blood seeping out and staining the concrete red. Lichanga. No, Master Li. I was wrong. I was blind. You're a bigger man than me. Spare this dog's life. He kowtowed, groveling like a dog. But no one noticed. His chest was heaving violently. That wasn't the panting of fear. Something was. Something stirred awake inside him, snaking through his veins. From the charred edge of his severed arm, eerie gray threads began to spread. I saw it all, clear as day. In my past life, I poured endless resources into this man-eating flower, watching him claw his way up from a nobody to one of the 4 heavenly kings. I knew exactly what kind of scum he was. Begging on his knees was just an act. There was always a knife hidden behind the smile. Sure enough, his chest heaved violently. Lichanga, I'll kill you. A massive man-eating flower burst out of his chest, gray-brown vines writhing, blood-red pistils pulsing, its petals lined with barbed hooks. Its gaping maw, big as a wash basin, lunged straight down at my head. Lin Wei cried out, "Look out!" I didn't even lift an eyelid. My flaming sword slashed sideways. SHHK? The flower split clean in 2. Gray-green sap sprayed everywhere. The severed petals hit the ground still twitching, then withered to ash in the flames. A gash tore open across Lu Chang's chest, blood gushing out. He looked down at himself, then back up at me, his face frozen in disbelief. You, how did you know? I raised my foot and drove a brutal kick right between his legs. Crack, like an eggshell shattering. The scream never made it out. He'd already passed out cold. This man, I had better plans for him. Letting Lin Wei do the killing might be more interesting. I turned and walked toward the few thugs still on their knees. The first was the yellow-haired punk who'd been running his mouth the loudest. My sword rose, and his head dropped. The rest scattered, screaming. I swept both hands back, and a dozen flaming daggers shot out from my palms, one after another, each one punching cleanly through their backs. Bodies slammed to the ground in succession, blood spreading wide, the stench of scorched flesh and gore churning in the air. Lin Wei huddled in the corner, trembling all over. She'd seen dead bodies before. The day of the earthquake, corpses had piled up below her building. But that had been a natural disaster. This was murder. Her mind was still stuck in that civilized world from before everything collapsed. Watching my back, the very man who'd just saved her, she saw a demon god crawling straight out of hell. I turned around and looked at her. In my past life, I'd seen too many people like her. In the early days of the apocalypse, they overflowed with compassion, took in strangers, and got stabbed in the back for it. They couldn't bring themselves to kill prisoners, and got killed for their mercy instead. They believed people were good at heart, and they died the worst deaths of all. In this world, kindness without teeth was just a label that said, "Slaughter me." Lin Wei instinctively backed away. Li Chang'e, her voice shook. I ignored her, walked over to Lu Chang, and gave him a kick. He groaned awake, looked down at the pool of blood between his legs, his face a mask of despair. Lu Chang hadn't even recovered from the agony before he lifted his head and bared a mouthful of bloody teeth at Lin Wei. Lin Wei, you filthy whore. You service Li Chang'e good, get him to spare me. You hear? You see that? Lin Wei opened her mouth, but not a single word came out. I looked at her, the corner of my mouth curling up. What? You want to plead for him? He's your fiancé, isn't he? Her hands were shaking. She remembered the day of the earthquake, Lu Chang's back as he shoved his way out first, saving his own skin. She remembered what he'd said just moments ago, when he dragged her toward Scarface. She should hate him. But watching him kneel there on the ground like a dog, what rose up inside her wasn't sympathy, it was disgust. Still, she spoke, her voice as faint as a mosquito's whine. He's already like this, can't you just... Before she could finish, I laughed. Let him go. I took a step forward. Do you have any idea what he was just trying to do? He wanted to use that man-eating flower to kill me. If I hadn't been ready for it, I'd be the one lying on the floor right now. And you want me to let him go? Lin Wei's lips trembled. I've seen too many people like you, I said, my voice turning cold. Soft-hearted, kind, can't stand the sight of death. Call it compassion if you want to be nice about it. Call it not being able to read the situation if you want to be honest. In the end times, people like you don't last 3 days, and you don't just get yourself killed, you drag down everyone around you. I picked up the box cutter from the floor and held it out to her. I'll give you one chance. Kill him, and you come with me. Prove you're not just a pretty face. Prove you're not dead weight. Prove you're worth something. Otherwise, I paused. You don't get to stay either. Lin Wei looked down at the blade. It glinted cold under the emergency lights, still slick with the sweat from her clenched fist. Slowly, she reached out. Her fingertips touched the handle, ice cold, cutting to the bone. She raised her eyes to Lu Chang. He was sprawled on the floor, his pants soaked through, a wet, gurgling sound coming from his throat, like a dying dog. Lin Wei. Lu Chang's expression suddenly changed, snot and tears streaming down his face. We've known each other since we were kids. We were about to get engaged. You can't kill me. Engaged? Lin Wei's voice quivered. The day of the earthquake, when you were trampling over people to get out. Did you remember we were supposed to get engaged then? Lu Chang choked on his words. Lin Wei's hand was still shaking. The tip of the blade wavered, unable to line up with his throat no matter how hard she tried. 3 seconds later, clang. The knife hit the floor. She stepped back, tears rolling down. I can't do it. I stayed silent for 3 seconds. Then I smiled. Can't do it? Is it because you're kind, or because you're still thinking by the rules of the old world? Lin Wei backed away until her spine hit the desk. I braced one hand on the edge of the desk and looked at her. A life for a life. Every human life is sacred. That stuff is carved way too deep in your head. My voice was soft. But that world? It's already gone. Out there, people will stab you over half a loaf of bread. They won't follow any rules. In the end times, the weak don't get to choose. But me? I get to make the rules. Tears streamed down Lin Wei's face. I straightened up and took a step back, giving her space. I'm not going to force you, I said. But think it through. Spare him today, and tomorrow he'll wait until you're asleep. Then use that man-eating flower to devour you inside out. I'm not trying to scare you. That's just who he is. Choose. The rules of the old world or staying alive. Outside, the rain came down in sheets. Lin Wei stood frozen, tears sliding down silently. Seeing her hesitate, Lu Chang's face twisted again, his voice turning cold and venomous. Lin Wei, you think you've got the guts to lay a finger on me? Even if I die today, I'll come back as a ghost and haunt you. Let me tell you something. You were born a spineless coward, and you'll be one year whole. Shut up. Lin Wei suddenly spoke. Her voice was quiet, but it made Lu Chang freeze. She bent down and picked the knife back up. This time, her hand didn't tremble. 3 hours of rain, fading from a downpour to a drizzle. I leaned against the window and didn't turn around. I knew that when someone crosses that line, it's never because someone pushes them. It's because they figure it out for themselves, that the order of the old world is buried under the rubble, and the new world recognizes only one word: survive. Behind me came Lu Chang's final scream, cut short. Then the sharp clang of the steel pipe hitting the floor, and a long breath, like she was letting go of her entire past life. I turned around. Lu Chang lay in a pool of blood, silenced for good. Lin Wei stood there, covered in blood, her white coat splattered dark red. But her eyes, for the first time, they were bright. It wasn't the madness of killing. It was someone who had finally seen the world clearly and seen herself. I killed him, she said, her voice hoarse but steady. So, can I come with you now? I looked at her and nodded. From today on, you're not the Lin Wei who cowered in the corner, shaking anymore. Outside, the rain had stopped. The first pale ray of daylight broke over the ruined city. The first day of the new world had only just begun. Lin Wei stared at that face that made her sick. Just a few hours ago, she'd still been debating whether to accept this man. Her family had been pushing hard. Sure, he was a jerk, but maybe he'd change once they got married. Then the earthquake hit. Lu Chang was the first to run. He never looked back, leaving her behind in the cold darkness. When he came back, he brought a gang of thugs with him. His words still echoed in her ears. Once we're done with you, I'm going to have my way with you 100 more times. Were those words a human being could ever say? Lin Wei stepped barefoot onto the freezing floor and walked toward him, one step at a time. Lu Chang was still cursing. You filthy whore. You think Li Chang's going to treat you right just cause he screwed you? Wait till I get out of here. I'll get both of you. Lin Wei suddenly smiled. Li Chang's words echoed in her mind. That old world is gone. Yes, gone. The Lin Wei who wrote reports about a single crack in the ground. The Lin Wei who kept herself chaste and pure. The Lin Wei who flinched at the sight of blood. They were all dead. She walked up to Lu Chang, bent down, and gripped the steel pipe. Lu Chang froze, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. What are you doing? Lin Wei didn't answer. Her eyes were hollow as she raised the pipe with both hands. And brought it down hard. Crack. Lu Chang's head snapped to one side, blood trickling from his temple. You bitch, don't you dare. Crack. The second blow. His eyes bulged, his lips twitched, but all that came out was a mouthful of bloody foam. Again. Blood splattered across her face, until Lu Chang finally stopped moving. Is this proof of loyalty good enough? Her voice was hoarse. As the words left her mouth, she collapsed as if every ounce of strength had been drained from her, sinking to the floor and sobbing uncontrollably, her cries dissolving into the rain. I sat a short distance away, eyes closed, not looking at her. From start to finish, my attitude toward her never changed. I saved her because she was useful. I gave her food because she was useful. Useful, she stays. Useless, she goes. That's the first lesson of the apocalypse. Night fell, and the downpour hammered on like a drumbeat that would never stop. I don't know how much time passed before a bone-deep chill jolted me awake. I opened my eyes. Lin Wei was curled up in the corner, her whole body coated in a thin layer of ice crystals. The pale glow of the emergency light struck the frost, scattering into glittering shards, like some eerie suit of armor. Li Chang'e. She used the last of her fading consciousness to call my name. I crossed the room quickly, crouched down, and pressed my hand to her forehead. The moment my fingertips touched her skin, a biting cold shot up my arm. My fire ability instinctively fought back. A small flame flickered to life in my palm, instantly driving the cold away. But I didn't pull my hand back. Her lips were purple, her teeth chattering, her eyes unfocused, nuzzling mindlessly into my palm. That faint warmth from the flame was the only thing she could hold onto right now. So cold, so cold. Watching her, I actually felt relieved. Her ability had awakened. Ice type. In my past life, I'd seen countless ice type ability users, but never an awakening like this. Frost covering the entire body, body temperature plummeting, as if she were freezing herself into a corpse of ice. Save her, or not. Experience from my past life told me. If there's no outside intervention during an ability awakening, 9 out of 10 don't survive. And an extreme attribute like ice. The awakening was especially brutal for her. The process itself was a threshold between life and death. But how to intervene? Even I wasn't sure. That's when her eyes snapped open. There was no reason left in them. Only the most primal instinct, to survive. She grabbed the hem of my clothes. Save me, save me. Her hand was cold as ice. I stayed silent for a second, then leaned down, close to her ear. Are you sure? She couldn't make out the words, only felt the warm breath brushing against her ear. Save me, Li Chang'e. Save me hard. She nodded desperately, tears rolling down and freezing into beads of ice on her face. I looked at her. 3 seconds later, I moved. I don't know how much time passed. I channeled my flame into her body, like slipping in a swimming serpent to coil around that rampaging cold. Ice and fire, natural-born enemies, warring, colliding, tangling inside her. With every collision, she curled up in pain, nails digging into her palms. I pinned her wrists down, my forehead drenched in sweat, brow locked tight. That cold was too fierce. It nearly surged back through my meridians to devour me. I gritted my teeth and pressed the fire deeper, steadier. At some point, the war became something else. Not devouring, merging. Ice and fire, life and death, destruction and creation, coiling and spiraling inside her, loop after loop, like some ancient ritual. Her breathing gradually evened out. I let out a breath too. Dawn hadn't broken. The storm was still pouring. The emergency lights still cast their sickly pale glow. When Linwei opened her eyes, the cold was gone. She looked down at her hands. The ice crystals had faded. Her skin had regained its color, and only a wisp of pale blue light lingered at her fingertips. A thought stirred in her mind. A crystal of ice sprouted from her fingertip. Not a spike, a flower. 6 petals, crystal clear, edges tinged with deep blue, slowly rotating between her fingers as if it were alive. She froze. Ice crystal grass, I said. One of the rarest abilities in the apocalypse. She turned to look at me. Support type. It can heal wounds, cure poison, and slow the spread of injury, I said. The meaning behind it is, even in the deepest freeze, hope can still bloom. I paused, then curled the corner of my mouth. Of course, it's still an ice ability, so it can freeze into little spikes to hurt someone too, just with limited power. Linwei looked down at the ice flower. Healing. Hope. She remembered the feeling of those two forces merging inside her just now. So destruction and creation really could coexist. She was quiet for a long while before she asked, why did you save me just now? I looked at her and smiled. Didn't you beg me to? You told me to save you hard. Forgot already? Her face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head. But she knew the rule by heart. If it's useful, you keep it. Now that she'd awakened her ability, she was finally useful. I frowned slightly. I could sense it, a sliver of cold energy inside me now, faint, but real. That merging just now had triggered some kind of resonance between the two forces. I couldn't say exactly what it did. I only knew my fire ability felt a shade more solid than it had yesterday. I looked her over again. Architect. Ice crystal grass ability. Neither was her greatest value. Ability feedback, that was it. I thought of Lu Chang's face. No wonder that useless bastard's powers grew so fast in my last life. Turns out he'd stumbled onto a treasure like this. Outside the window, the rain kept falling. Linwei was quiet for a long moment, then asked, "So, what do we do now?" I gave her 2 words. Sleep. The next day, the downpour hadn't let up, but the tsunami had receded, the water dropping by more than half. Rooftops broke the surface here and there, scattered figures huddled on top of them. Hangqing Tower was massive. On the 15th floor, mid-level, refugees packed the space wall to wall. White-collar workers in suits, residents still in their pajamas, mothers clutching children. People pressed together, fighting the cold with body heat, fighting the fear with silence. Then a woman in the crowd screamed, clutched her head, and collapsed. Everyone shrank back. She convulsed on the floor, foaming at the mouth, clawing at her own face like she'd lost her mind, raking out streak after streak of blood. A snarl tore from her throat, nothing human about it. 2 minutes later, she went still. Dead silence. Then she stood up. Her posture was crooked, like a marionette hauled up by strings, head lolling, neck twisted at an impossible angle. Her eyes were a cloudy gray-white, foam dripping off her chin. She lunged at the nearest man, a big guy. He threw up his hands to shove her off, and couldn't. The strength she had after turning was unnatural. All 160 pounds of him, and she pinned him solid. She bit down on his face and ripped. Af! A chunk of flesh tore free. Blood sprayed the wall, spattering across one horrified face after another. He hammered his fist into her. She felt nothing. She swallowed the flesh, her throat giving a wet gurgle, and lunged again, biting clean through his neck. Blood gushed out. He struggled, weaker and weaker, until he stopped moving. The place erupted. Screams, sobbing, cries for help all blurred together. The crowd scattered, people knocked down, people trampling others to get ahead, people whose legs gave out until all they could do was crawl. The same scene was playing out across the entire building at once. On the 17th floor, a man clutched his head and howled, his eyes clouding over gray. No one nearby got away in time. One had his calf bitten through. On the 23rd floor, a mother shielded her child with her body. Behind her, the neighbor who'd been helping her just moments ago had opened a bloody mouth. I could only drop my child and run for my life. The sound of chewing flesh coming from behind me. On the rooftop of the 30th floor, a few survivors worked together to shove a mutated companion off the building. But one of them had a bite mark on his arm, blackening and festering right before our eyes. He stared at his own hand, his face full of despair. Across the entire city, the corpses soaking in the seawater were rising, one by one. Bloated, ghastly pale, some with half their faces gone, some with their abdomens torn open, entrails dragging along the ground. They stiffly turned their necks, their hollow eye sockets fixing on the distant whales, then stepped forward, moving toward the sound. Synchronized across the globe. The age of the undead had officially arrived. Over the next 2 days, I was in no hurry to leave Hangqing Tower. The rainstorm carried the virus. It couldn't harm the awakened, but it would disrupt the growth of the power inside them. I was waiting. The moment the extreme cold descended was the time to move. During those 2 days, I had Lin Wei pile every heavy object we could move against the entrance of the emergency stairwell on the 28th floor. Filing cabinets, desks, water coolers. Even the broken copier got stacked on top, layer upon layer, sealing it up tight. Lin Wei looked wounded. I'm a smart, beautiful woman, you know. You order me around all day long. Doesn't that bother you at all? I didn't even turn around. The apocalypse doesn't feed dead weight. She pouted, but did it anyway. I'd told Lin Wei to go haul things, and she hadn't argued back. Strange. Ever since her power awakened, she'd gotten stronger. Moving cabinets wasn't a struggle anymore. Or maybe it was that after that night, the way she looked at me had changed. She finished moving the last cabinet and leaned against the wall, panting. I handed her a bottle of mineral water, a clean one. She froze for a second, then took it. Her voice was very small. Thanks. I didn't answer. I turned back and kept welding the door. That iron door was one I'd welded myself, with fire. Rebar as thick as a thumb, melted into the frame 1 bar at a time, more solid than any welding torch could manage. Outside the door was the passage leading downstairs. Inside the door was this small patch of the 28th floor, this little pocket of the living. The water was cold. I knew that. Right now, This man probably didn't seem so terrifying in her eyes. What was truly terrifying was the things outside that door. May 20th, the fourth day of the apocalypse. The survivors in Hangsheng Tower had dropped sharply from over 3,000 to fewer than 300. Infection, flight, death. Bodies lay in every stairwell, some still twitching, some completely still. Those who survived climbed upward, dodging the wandering undead, until at last they reached the 28th floor. And then they saw that door. The dense mesh of rebar, faint light seeping through the cracks. People. There are people in there. The crowd surged forward like madmen, pounding on the iron door. Open the door. Open the door. Now, there are zombies behind us. Let us in. Please. I'm begging you. I'll get down on my knees. The shouting woke me up. Annoyed, I peeled Lin Wei off me. She was clinging like an octopus and walked to the door. What's all the yelling about this early? I peered out through the gaps in the steel bars. Dozens of people were crammed together, filthy and disheveled, faces twisted with terror. Some crying, some screaming, some shoving desperately forward, like they wanted to press their faces right through the bars. Farther down the stairwell came the snarling of zombies. They were climbing up. A man, his face streaked with tears and sweat, pounded on the door. Hey man, please, let us in. This door's solid. The zombies can't get through. I stared at him coldly. Why should I? He froze. Why should I? My eyes swept over the crowd outside. Human nature never changes. Whatever people were before the apocalypse, they only became more so after it. Then my gaze settled on a filthy woman, Lu Rian. Her hair had matted into clumps, her face caked with grime and sweat. That once expensive dress clung to her body, wrinkled, the hem stained with someone else's blood. But those eyes, still just as bright. Bright enough to make your skin crawl. She recognized me too. First she stiffened, then the corners of her mouth slowly curled up. I could practically read her mind. There was a steel door, a safe zone, and a man. She glanced at Lin Wei, contempt written all over her face. In her eyes, I would always be that pathetic simp. She told me to lend her money. I lent it. She told me to kneel. I knelt. She told me to give her my life, and I gave that too. Even if all that was in a past life. She leaned in and whispered into the ear of a man beside her. His eyes lit up, and he pushed his way to the front, an unmistakable arrogance on his face. Li Chang'e, it's me, Lu Fei, the guy who'd slapped me at the entrance of the Golden Ding. No hard feelings, right? He yanked Lu Ruyan up to the front. Look who this is, Lu Ruyan, the one you used to chase after. She's with me now, but hey, we all go way back. You can't just leave us out here to die. Lu Ruyan, shoved to the front, looked flustered for a split second before slipping into the pitiful, wounded expression she did best. Chang'e. Her voice softened, quivering with a sob. I know I wronged you before, but it's the apocalypse now. Can't we just let the past go? Let us in and I'll do whatever you say. The tears actually started falling. Real or fake, I didn't care. I looked at her, then at Lu Fei, and turned my gaze away. You done? Both of them froze. If you're done, then get lost. My voice was perfectly calm, like they were commenting on nice weather. Lu Fei's face flushed crimson. Li Chang'e, don't push your luck. There's nothing but zombies out there. You don't let us in, and if we die, you're going down with us. Trembling, he pulled a black card from his jacket and held it high. Under the emergency lights, the surface gleamed matte, a few gold letters catching the glow, Centurion Black. I'll give you 1,000,000. No, 10,000,000. His voice echoed through the stairwell. You'll never see that kind of money in your whole life. Open the door, and this card is yours. He tossed it onto the floor, like he was tossing scraps to a beggar. Every survivor's eyes locked onto that card. Someone swallowed hard without thinking. The legendary black card with no spending limit. Something they'd only ever seen on the news. And then, ha ha ha. I laughed. Laughed until I doubled over. Laughed until my eyes watered. Everyone froze. I straightened up, looking at the card in his hand, a smile still on my lips. Money. My voice dripped with contempt. It's the end of the world, and you're still talking to me about money? Lu Fei stiffened his neck. This is a black card. 10,000,000. I bet you've never seen that much money in your goddamn life. I ignored him. I turned to the crowd outside the door and raised my voice. Everyone out there, listen up. The stairwell went dead silent. All eyes on me. I held up one finger. One loaf of bread. every word crystal clear. Whoever kills this man for me gets one loaf of bread. Dead silence. Lu Fei blinked first, then laughed even louder than I had. Bread? Haha. Li Chang'e, are you insane? You think you can buy my life with one loaf of bread? He spread his arms and turned to the crowd behind him. You hear that? One loaf of bread, and she wants you to kill me. Me, Lu Fei, of the Lu family of Hangzhou. My father's the chairman of the Zhujiang Merchants Association. My mother sits on the board of a public company. This disaster will end someday. And when it does, you'd better think long and hard about what happens to anyone who crosses the Lu family. His words were full of confidence. The crowd stayed silent. Nobody moved. They glanced at each other, then at Lu Fei, then back at me. Some lowered their heads. Someone took a step back. Right. The disaster would end someday. And when it did, the Lius would still be the Lius, and they'd still be ants. Not worth the risk. Lu Fei looked at me smugly. See that? With nothing but a lousy piece of bread. I cut him off. One loaf of bread. I repeated it, my voice still calm. I keep my word, no matter how far off that day is. Bring me Lu Fei's head, and I'll give you one loaf of bread. My gaze swept across the crowd. Still, no one stepped forward. I wasn't in a hurry. Of course I could kill him myself right now, but no need. Cat and mouse. I plan to drag this out a few more days. Unnerved by my stare, Lu Fei quickly snapped. Cut the crap and let us in. If we die, you think you'll make it out. The crowd flared up again, everyone hurling accusations at me. I curled my lip. I won't make it out. I pointed at the iron door welded shut behind me, then gestured toward the snarling that was getting closer and closer deep in the stairwell. This door can hold back the zombies. You out there, you can draw them away from me. Once you're dead and the zombies are full, maybe they won't bother climbing any higher. So tell me, why would I ever let you in? Lu Fei's face changed. So did Lu Ruiyan's. The stairwell went dead silent, except for that snarling, drawing nearer and nearer. I turned and walked back, tossing one last line over my shoulder. Stop banging. Keep it up, and this door becomes your coffin lid. Behind me, the pounding stopped cold. Some cried, some cursed, some fought desperately to push their way up the stairs. Lu Fei roared. Everybody calm down. We'll go up to the 29th floor, find stuff, and barricade the door. Just then, bam, a massive crash from downstairs. Then came the screams, the wailing, and that spine-chilling snarl. Everyone spun around at once. At the far end of the stairwell, the fire door had been smashed open. A black mass of zombies came flooding in like a tide. Ashen faces, hollow eyes, mouths gaping and full of black blood. Run, run for it. The crowd exploded instantly, turning and sprinting up the stairs. Lu Fei and Lu Ruiyan were swept up in the surge, stumbling as they scrambled higher. The zombies flooded up to the iron door. The one in front had worn a suit in life. Half its face was gone, exposing a stark white jawbone. It rammed headfirst into the door, and the entire frame shuddered. The second, the third, the fourth. They lunged like madmen, slamming with their heads, biting, nails scraping against the steel bars. Screech, screech. Like fingernails on a chalkboard, like bone grinding against bone. Lin Wei kept backing away, her face ghostly pale. She watched a zombie's teeth snap off, black blood pouring out, and still it kept biting. Her legs started to give. I gave her rear a slap. Smack. She stiffened all over, clutching her backside as she whirled to glare at me. I stayed perfectly calm. Get to work, sweetheart. She was about to curse me out, then she saw me raise my right hand. 5 fingers splayed, a tiny flame flickering to life on each fingertip. Fiery red, small, like 5 blossoming flowers. I gave a casual flick. 5 flames shot through the gaps in the door, landing dead center on the foreheads of the 5 zombies in front. Pop. A very soft sound. All 5 zombies froze at once. The next second, their heads burst from the inside. No noise, just a black mist of blood gushing from my sockets, ears, mouths. 5 corpses crumpled softly to the ground. Lin Wei froze. Through the mist of blood, she saw something hit the floor with a faint, scattered clatter. She squinted. A few white crystals, no bigger than grains of rice. What is that? I didn't answer. I raised my hand again. 5 more flames, 5 more corpses. One after another. I stood behind the iron door like a precision killing machine. Every wave of my hand dropped 5 zombies. The flames seemed to have eyes. Each one landed dead center between the brows. Each one took a life. If you could still call it a life. While I was killing them, I knew my face was blank. No excitement, no fear, no disgust. Just going through the motions of the most ordinary job in the world. I don't know how long it lasted. Eventually, everything outside went quiet. Beyond the iron door, corpses were piled high. Black blood pooled across the floor, running down the stairwell, and the air reeked of rot and scorched flesh. I lowered my hand and rolled my wrist. Lin Wei stared at the heap of bodies, then suddenly asked again, "What was that just now?" "A crystal core." I pushed the door open, just a crack, and squeezed through sideways. I walked to the nearest corpse, crouched down, and pinched a small white grain out of the black blood with 2 fingers. Rice-sized, translucent, faintly glowing under the emergency lights. I looked at it, and, without warning, smiled. "A core this low-grade," I said softly. "It's been a long time. A long time." It was only the 4th day of the apocalypse, but to me, that already belonged to a past life. I slipped the core into my pocket, nudged aside a body that was still relatively intact, drew my knife, crouched, and lined up the blade against its forehead. "Watch." The tip went in, driving down from between the brows, and I pried up hard. Crack. The skull split open. I flicked the blade, and a white crystal, slick with blood and brain matter, popped out and hit the floor. Lin Wei's stomach lurched. She clapped a hand over her mouth, turned away, and gagged. I stood, picked up the core, gave it a little shake in front of her face, then tossed the knife down at her feet. "See how it's done?" I said. "The rest are yours to harvest." Lin Wei looked down at the knife, coated in blood and brain matter. Then she looked up at the pile of corpses outside the door, 40-some bodies, some with heads blown apart, some still whole. Her face went even paler. "I'm not doing it." She took a step back. "I can't." I looked at her. I knew my eyes were calm enough to make your skin crawl. My voice was just as calm. "Lin Wei, what do you think the apocalypse is? You think you get to hide in a safe room and wait for someone to bring you meals? You get to see a little blood and puke, faint, and say you won't do it. Ow. There'll be more and more zombies out there, and the crystal cores will only get more valuable. If you don't take them, you'll never have resources. Without resources, you'll never get stronger." I paused. "And if you don't get stronger, you'll become one of them." Her lips started to tremble. She knew I was right, but she was still scared. I sighed and grabbed a stack of plastic bags from the side, wrapping her fingers layer by layer, thumb, index finger, middle finger, until they looked like little dumplings. Then I dug through my backpack for disposable masks. 1, 2, 3. I put them all on her, until only her eyes were showing. She looked down at her dumpling hands, then touched the thick pile of masks on her face and mumbled, "I can't even bend my fingers anymore." "You can bend them," I said, stepping back to admire my handiwork. "Good enough." She glared at me, but there was no choice. She could only crouch down, pick up the knife, and walk toward the nearest body. The first cut was too shallow, just breaking the skin. Crimson blood seeped out. She took a deep breath and stabbed again. This time it went in, but she couldn't find the spot. The blade twisted around inside and dug out nothing. She stood up, ran to the side, and started dry heaving. I leaned against the door and said nothing. When she finished, she wiped her mouth and walked back. Second body. Third. Fourth. Slowly, she got the hang of it. Where to stab, how hard to pry, what angle to flick it out. When the 6th crystal core dropped into the plastic bag, I saw her freeze for a second. She wasn't throwing up anymore. She looked down at the little blood-stained white pellets in the bag, then at her dumpling hands, then at the pile of bodies. A few hours ago, she was a woman who trembled at the sight of killing. Now she was digging things out of corpses' heads. 40-some crystal cores took her nearly 2 hours. She tossed the last one into the bag and plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. After a short rest, I placed a crystal core in her palm and closed her hand around it. "Focus your mind. Feel it." She closed her eyes. A moment later, the core glowed faintly, and a thin thread of energy flowed up her arm and into the space between her brows. She opened her eyes, thrilled. I felt it. I nodded. Not bad talent. A single level 1 crystal core took her 20 minutes to absorb. It took me only 2. Once she finished, her powers ticked up a notch. "You're level 1 now." It only takes 50 cores to hit level 2, I said. And out there, level 1 zombies are everywhere. Outside the window, the rain poured down, thunder crashing and lightning flashing, like a real apocalypse. It wasn't until late into the night that she finished absorbing. Starting tomorrow, we go out and kill zombies, I said. There's still more in this building. There are plenty of stragglers wandering around out there. Now's the time. Kill one, and it's pure profit. Go out there. She froze. I could tell she didn't want to. Those things outside made her legs go weak just looking at them. But what I said next silenced her. Right now, those survivors don't know there are crystal cores inside the zombies' heads. That's our edge. By the time they figure it out, the zombies will already be picked clean. And here's the thing. The zombies are getting stronger by the breath. We espers need crystal cores to level up, but they evolve every single day. If we don't kill them now, once they hit higher levels, you won't be able to kill them even if you want to. Remember, this is the apocalypse. There's no time to ease into it. She stayed quiet for a long moment. So then, how do we split the work? I thought about it and said seriously, you throw the ice spikes and collect the cores. I'll handle. I paused. The cheering. Her eyes went wide. And I'll train you while I'm at it, I added. No need to thank me. That night, she was so furious she was grinding her teeth. What did handle the cheering even mean? What did train you mean? She worked herself to the bone killing zombies and digging out cores, while I just stood there with my arms crossed, watching. She decided to teach me that a woman isn't someone to mess with. As for how that turned out, the next morning, she crawled off the makeshift bed, clutching her lower back, and shot me a vicious glare. I kept a straight face. Who started it last night? Her face went red, and she ignored me. During the day, we hunted down the stray zombies in the building. She threw ice spikes and dug out cores until she was worn out like a dog. I handled the cheering. On your left. Yeah, one behind you, nice. Every time she heard my voice, she wanted to throw an ice spike in my face. But strangely enough, her powers really were growing fast. In just 3 days, she went from not being able to land a single ice spike to being able to form 3 at once. At night, she absorbed the crystal cores while I kept watch beside her. Every now and then I'd hand her a bottle of water or a cracker and say, "Good work today." And then, the next morning, she'd get up clutching her back again. After a few days, she broke through to level 2. Me? I was already level 3. Once you hit level 3, Tier 1 cores become useless, I said, gazing out the window. The real test is just beginning. I did the math. The extreme cold would arrive in the small hours of tonight. Who knew how many people would freeze to death this night? I'm a fire type, she's an ice type. Extreme cold wasn't really a problem for us. But I still had her go collect all the cotton coats in the building. Better safe than sorry. What do we need these for? She asked. You'll find out tonight. May 26th. The downpour had finally stopped. The water outside had receded by 2/3, and the city's outline was faintly visible again. The survivor on the 29th floor. The survivors breathed a sigh of relief. Luck had been on their side these past few days. They'd stumbled onto a Livestream retail company, its warehouse still packed with snacks that never got shipped out. Chips, cookies, self-heating hot pot kits. Enough to feed dozens of people for a good while. And Liu Fei, with the silver tongue and swagger he'd honed as a rich kid, had talked his way into becoming the group's leader in just a few sentences. Everyone, these are extraordinary times. Supplies have to be managed centrally. That's the only way we all survive. He swept his gaze across the crowd. I'm Liu Fei, of the Liu family in Hangzhou. Trust me, and once this disaster is over, every one of you gets this much. He held up 3 fingers, chin lifted with arrogance. 3 million. Some believed him. Some didn't. Some were thrilled. Others carried worry in their chests. But no one stood up to object. By evening, the downpour had let up. They gathered together to celebrate. The apocalypse is finally ending. Once the water goes down, we can go home. Some laughed, some cried, some clutched the last of the snacks, too reluctant to eat them. Liu Fei stood by the window, watching the receding floodwaters, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Once this disaster passed, he'd still be Hangzhou's top rich kid. As for that promised 3 million, But in a corner no one was watching. A man who'd been crouching motionless the whole time suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were a pale, ashen gray. He lunged at the nearest person and sank his teeth into their neck. Ah! The scream tore through the room. After the rain, the virus spread more viciously than ever. Meanwhile, in the government office building not far from Hangzhou Tower, Zhou Baiwan sat on the muddy floor, her police uniform long since faded past recognition. She remembered yesterday when an old man had pointed at her face and yelled, "Aren't you cops supposed to protect the people? The people are starving to death right now. What are you doing about it?" She had no answer. Because the truth was, she hadn't accomplished a single thing. She closed her eyes. "Dad, if you were here, what would you do?" The brightness in her eyes was gone, replaced by nothing but a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. When the tsunami hit, many people had fled to the government building for shelter. The construction here was solid. The tsunami couldn't bring it down. After the virus broke out, more than half the survivors turned into zombies. Thankfully, the building had an armory, and her colleagues had fought fearlessly, buying them a brief window of safety. But a new crisis had already arrived. The food was running out. The resources here had reached their limit. Zhou Baiwan couldn't bring herself to abandon these people, and every day she worked to keep order. But the human heart is a fickle thing. As the food dwindled, more and more people began to turn against her, some even forcing her officers out to scavenge for supplies. This morning, 2 more of her colleagues had gone out looking for provisions. They still hadn't come back. She knew the odds were they never would. A bang, bang, bang suddenly erupted from the hallway. Her eyes snapped open, and she grabbed her baton. Everyone went silent, their faces filled with terror. They knew that sound all too well, zombies. "Keep quiet," she whispered, signaling for a few of the more experienced ones to barricade the door. They nodded and quietly began stacking furniture against it. The pounding gradually faded. Someone let out a sigh of relief. But she frowned. Something was wrong. Zombies didn't give up that easily. Unless... Crash. The window shattered. 3 zombies lunged in from outside, soaking wet, their skin bloated and pale, their eye sockets clouded with a murky gray. They hit the floor and were instantly back on their feet, throwing themselves at the nearest person. Ah! A man was tackled to the ground, his throat torn open, blood spraying everywhere. A mother clutching her child stumbled backward, but a hand seized her ankle. Screaming, she threw the child clear just as she was dragged into the swarm. Zhou Baiwan's brow knotted tight. These things were getting harder to deal with. It wasn't just their intelligence, their strength, their speed, everything was skyrocketing. She raised her gun and fired. Click, click, click. 3 empty clicks. Out of bullets. Gritting her teeth, she gripped the baton and charged at the nearest one. Sidestep, drop low, swing, all in one fluid motion. The baton smashed into the zombie's knee, sending it pitching forward off balance. She followed through with a blow to the back of its skull. Crack. The bone split, and black blood splattered across her pant leg. The second one was already on her. She twisted aside and drove her heel into its gut. It staggered back 2 steps, then lunged again. Instead of retreating, she pushed forward, swinging the baton up from below, right into its jaw. Crack. The zombie flipped backward onto the ground. She rushed in, took aim between its eyes, and brought the baton down. Third, fourth. Around her, the survivors went from screaming and fleeing to actually pitching in. Someone grabbed a chair to help. Someone else finished off a downed zombie with a steel pipe. A young man hoisted a water cooler and slammed it into a zombie's back, while a middle-aged woman pinned another's neck with a mop, holding it down for dear life. By the time the last one dropped, Zhou Baiwan was drenched in blood, black and red mixed together. Impossible to tell what was the zombie's and what was her own. She slumped against the wall, chest heaving. The baton slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor. "Captain Zhou, are you hurt?" A young officer ran over, his face tight with worry. But most of the survivors kept their distance, watching her warily, afraid she'd been bitten too. She shook her head, unable to speak, and braced herself against the wall as she made her way to the window. The glass was long gone. Cold air poured in, carrying the rank stench of the aftermath of the rain. Through the broken window, she watched the floodwaters recede. Then, out of nowhere, a voice spoke inside her head. "Officer Zhou, so beautiful. What happens if the apocalypse actually comes? If you serve me well for a few days, maybe I'll give you a pack of instant noodles." At the time, she'd taken it as an insult. She was Zhou Baiwan, the rising star of the Hangqing Police Department, daughter of a high-ranking provincial official. A pack of instant noodles? What a joke. But now, she glanced back at the group huddled behind her. That mother clutching her child. The kid hadn't eaten in 2 days. His little face had gone gray, eyes half open, half shut. She couldn't tell if he was asleep or had fainted from hunger. That old man who'd cursed at her yesterday now sat curled in the corner, lips cracked, eyes hollow. He wasn't cursing anymore, just staring blankly at the floor like a corpse that hadn't finished dying. And then there were the co-workers who died. In their final moments, they'd still been screaming, "Captain Zhou, run!" before being tackled, torn apart, and turned into one of those monsters. Her eyes stung. A pack of instant noodles. No, maybe it wasn't just noodles. Maybe it was a lifeline. That bastard, cruising around in his modified car, well-fed, well-supplied, so calm and collected. He had to be hiding something she didn't know. He had to have a way out. She closed her eyes and drew in a deep breath. When she opened them again, something in her gaze had shifted. Not resignation. Resolve. She stood, shook out her numb legs, and looked out the window. Not far off, the Hangqing Tower rose from the rubble like a single, solitary pillar. She remembered. That was the direction the bastard had driven off in. Hangqing Tower. 28th floor. Bang, bang, bang. The iron door shook under the pounding. Chang'e, Chang'e, please, save me. It's me, Rian. Lu Rian's sobbing voice was shrill and grating. Lu Fei. That animal. He's going to violate me. I barely escaped with my life. Chang'e, can you hear me? I leaned back in my chair, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of my mouth. Lin Wei stood beside me, glancing from the door to me and back again. Her lips parted, then closed, like she wanted to say something but held it in. What? I raised an eyebrow. The saint act flaring up again? She shook her head awkwardly. I walked over to her and tilted her chin up. Want to make a bet? Bet on what? I leaned close to her ear and lowered my voice. Outside, it's all Lu Fei's people. The second I open that door, they'll swarm in and grab everything. If I'm right. I paused. Tonight, you make the first move. Her face flushed instantly. She wanted to snap at me, but the words died on her lips. She'd learned it well these past few days. Cursing was useless. She couldn't win a fight, and there was nowhere to run. And besides, it wasn't really that hard to accept. Maybe she was even a little looking forward to it. She turned her face away, cheeks burning, and said nothing. I laughed under my breath, let go, and walked toward the iron door. Through the gaps in the steel bars. Through the crack. Outside the door, Lu Rian stood alone. She looked even worse than she had 6 days ago. Her hair was matted into clumps, her face streaked with tears and dirt. That once expensive dress was torn in several places, the hem stained with black blood, whether from the zombies or from someone else, I couldn't tell. The moment she saw me, her tears came harder. Chang'e, please, save me. She reached her hand through the gap, trying to grab the hem of my clothes. Her fingernails were caked with black grime, her knuckles crusted with scabs. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have treated you that way. But I've got nowhere left to go. Lu Fei, that animal, he's going to. She couldn't finish. She just cried. Cried so pitifully, so helplessly. Any other man would have caved by now. I looked at her. The tears were real. The fear was real. The desperation was real too. But behind those tears, there was a flicker of cold calculation. Faint, gone in an instant. But I caught it. It was scheming. The kind that says, I've given up so much, I'd better get something in return. I suddenly smiled. Lu Rian. My voice was soft. Your acting's always been good. Her sobbing stopped. But not good enough. I stepped back and pulled a cucumber from inside my jacket. Bright green, fresh, still beaded with water. In this apocalypse, it stood out like a jewel. She froze. I tossed the cucumber out through the gap. It landed at her feet. She looked down at it, then back up at me, utterly confused. I turned around, found a chair, and sat down. Put on a show, I said lazily. Impress me, and I'll let you in. Her face flushed instantly, not from embarrassment, but from humiliation. She understood. She stood there, trembling from head to toe. She gritted her teeth, bent down, and picked up the cucumber. It was ice cold. Her knuckles went white as she gripped it. She looked up, staring at me behind the door. I sat with one leg crossed over the other, a half smile on my face. Beside me, Lin Wei, in her white coat and glasses, watched her with a complicated expression. It was pity. Lu Rian recognized that look, and something churned inside her that she couldn't quite name. Anger? Shame? Or something even deeper, like hatred? But all that showed on her face were tears. She looked pathetic. Changa, what exactly do you want from me? I said nothing. I just watched her. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, all that remained on her face was submission. She turned, putting her back to the corner of the stairwell, and slowly crouched down. I knew Lu Fei was hiding in that direction. From the corner, Lu Fei could only make out her blurry silhouette. The rustle of fabric, suppressed panting, and other faint sounds he couldn't quite place. His eyes went red. He'd never even touched this woman, and now here she was, putting on a show for Li Changa. He could hardly wait to charge out. But no, he had to wait. Wait for the door to open. And when it did, he'd make sure Li Changa died in pieces. Just then, creak. The bolt slid back. Then came my footsteps. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. He lunged out, swinging a brick and roaring, "Get him!" A dozen men surged toward the iron gate behind him. I stood beside the door, a cold smile curling at the corner of my mouth. I flipped my right hand, and a silver desert eagle appeared in my palm out of thin air. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots blurred into one. The 5 men in front dropped where they stood, blood spreading out beneath them. The rest hit the ground in terror. Some screamed and scrambled back the way they'd come. One collapsed and wet himself. Lu Fei froze in place, face drained white. But he was quick. He dropped the brick, fell to his knees, and threw his hands up. "Bossly, mercy. We were blind fools." I ignored him. A cruel little urge came over me. I pulled out my phone, opened a video, and tossed it on the ground. Screen up. Lu Fei picked it up with shaking hands. One glance, and his face went ashen. In the video, Lu Rian lay on a bed with a man on top of her. The face was blurred, but every so often it slipped through the pixelation. It was me. Lu Fei's head snapped up. He looked at Lu Rian, still crouched on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. "You slut. You've been Li Changa's woman all along. And here I thought you were innocent. He'd already used you up." Lu Rian turned, saw the phone, and understood everything in an instant. Never mind her half-undone clothes. She rushed over to grab it. I backhanded her. Crack. She hit the floor, blood at the corner of her mouth, clutching her cheek as she shrieked. "Li Changa, you'll get what's coming to you." I didn't even glance her way. The gun swung back to Lu Fei. He came apart. He pressed his forehead to the ground and kowtowed frantically. "Mercy, Bossly. I was blind. Let me live, and I'll give you anything. Anything." I sneered. "In your next life, don't cross people you can't afford to cross." Bang. His forehead blew open in a spray of blood. He fell backward, eyes still wide and staring. Rapid footsteps echoed from the far end of the hall. "Stop." A horsewoman's voice. Zhou Baiwan came stumbling toward me, her uniform in tatters, her face streaked with mud and grime. She saw the bodies on the floor, saw the gun in my hand, and her pupils shrank to pinpoints. "Li Changa, have you lost your mind?" I gave her a glance, said nothing, and turned the gun on Lu Rian. She lay on the floor, trembling. I looked down at her, my voice like ice. "Lu Rian, I don't suppose you know. Your brother, Lu Chang, he's already dead. His own fiancée killed him. With a steel pipe. Beat him to death, blow by blow." Her eyes went wide in an instant, then slowly began to redden. A beast-like snarl tore from her throat as she scrambled up and lunged at me. "Give me back my brother's life." Bang. The 7th shot. A flower of blood bloomed across her chest. She looked down in disbelief, then crumpled to the floor. Zhou Baiwan froze where she stood, staring at the 2 corpses, then at the smoking barrel of my gun. Professional instinct made her scream. "Li Changa, you'll be brought to justice." I turned, leveling the barrel at her, a demonic smile curling at the corner of my mouth. "Justice? No one in this world can judge me yet." I took a step forward. "Kneel." The pitch-black muzzle pressed against the space between her eyebrows. Her heart nearly stopped, cold sweat soaking her back. But she forced herself to stay calm, her phoenix eyes locked dead on that gun. A Desert Eagle. Standard magazine, 7 rounds. Those gunshots just now, 5 in the first wave, 1 to kill Lu Fei, 1 to kill Lu Rian. 7. She'd counted every single one. This gun was out of bullets. Her throat went dry, but a reckless surge of courage suddenly rose in her. She looked me dead in the eye, spacing out each word. Your gun is empty. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, her legs were still trembling, but she took a step forward. Desert Eagle, 7 rounds. You just fired 7 shots. You're bluffing. She advanced slowly, pressing her grime-streaked forehead against the muzzle. I looked down at her, sneering. All tits, no brains. Bang. The gunshot exploded right next to her ear. Bang. Another. Bang. Bang. I fired 4 rounds straight into the ceiling. Then I smiled and asked, Officer Zhou, care to guess again? Is my gun still loaded? The pitch-black muzzle pointed straight at her face. Her heart skipped a beat. The 4 gunshots left her ears ringing, her mind a total blank. I looked down at her, like a cat toying with a mouse. But her mind was already racing. Empty. It has to be empty. If he wanted me dead, he'd have done it the moment he walked in. Why wait until now? He's testing me. The thought flashed through her mind. She took a deep breath and stepped forward on her own, pressing her smooth forehead right back against the gunpowder-scented muzzle. I raised an eyebrow. She spoke each word deliberately. I'm not just betting that your gun is empty. I'm betting on you. She stared into my eyes. I smiled. Faint, light, but it sent a chill down her spine. Oh, I'm the great villain who kills without blinking. My fingers slowly squeezed the trigger. The soft scrape of the mechanism was clear against her ear. Her pupils shrank violently, every hair on her body standing on end. It was the most primal fear of death, one that reason couldn't suppress. Her heart felt like it was being brutally gripped it hard. My blood ran cold. Cold sweat slid down her cheeks. Click. The crisp mechanical sound, like the whisper of death. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly I laughed, holstered the gun, and waved my hand. Officer Zhou, you won the bet. Go ahead, tell me what you want. Her legs buckled. She caught herself against the wall, gasping for air. Sweat soaked through her blue and white police shirt, the thin fabric clinging to her body, tracing an outline that was exhausted but still poised. It took her a full 2 minutes to steady herself, before she could barely stand up straight. She looked at me, her lips moving, not knowing where to begin. I leaned back in my chair, in no hurry, just watching her, like watching a cornered little animal, with a touch of amusement, a touch of curiosity. Another long moment passed before she finally forced the words out. The government building, there are still hundreds of people. No food, no water. They can last 3 days at most. She couldn't go on. Something seemed to lodge in her throat. She was Zhou Baiwan, the rising star of the Hangzhou Police Department. Her father was a high-ranking official in Zhejiang Province. In her whole life, she'd never begged anyone. And now, she was begging a man she'd once wanted to throw behind bars. What? You want to find food and water for a few hundred people? I was stunned. She was even more of a bleeding heart saint than Lin Wei. This was a sickness. It needed a cure. Hundreds of people with no food or water, and she was starving herself just to go out scavenging for supplies, keeping a crowd of strangers alive. Wasn't this exactly who I'd been in my last life? In my past life, I hunted zombies like a madman, handed the crystal cores to Lu Chong, gave the supplies to Lu Ruyan, and what did I get in return? A boot to the back, kicking me straight into a horde of the undead. A cold smirk crept onto my lips. What you're saying, what does any of that have to do with me? She grew desperate and stepped forward. They're living, breathing human beings. You can't just stand by and watch them die. I looked into those eyes of hers. Strange. The same single life. Some people use it to scheme, others use it to gamble. The rarest thing in this world was never simply being alive. It was being alive without having lost that one thing.